again on IMAX screens May 23rd.
You know, I saw an interview with Tom Clancy once, and he had all his books had this sort of similar military, Navy, Hunt for Red October sort of stuff. A lot of the information that he got through playing video games.
Really?
Yes, like simulators and things like that.
Wow.
So yeah, but I read a few of his books. I love them.
See, Mom?
Yeah,
Paid off,
Paid
right?
off.
Right.
Mom, meatloaf sandwich.
All right, Taylor Swift fans think that her boyfriend, Travis Kelsey, may have let slip that the famous couple are living together now. On a recent episode of the podcast, Kelsey's choice of words got Swifties' ears burning. Speaking about his Florida rental, he said, "We've got chimneys and we've got furniture." Now, Tay-Tay's fans were quick to pounce on the fact that he used the word we, leading them to think that he and Taylor are living. We, guess what I get to do?
Yeah.
Guest Ryan Fitzpatrick asked who handles the home.
Guess what I get to do?
The home's decor, to which Kelsey replied, "It's an executive decision by myself for the betterment of everyone," he says. So, I don't know.
I'd recommend they live together if they have any plans on getting married.
If you're at that level of wealth, though, you can live wherever you want, whenever you want.
Yeah.
You know, and so they could live together some of the time in a house that they rent together in Florida or whatever, and he can live on his own when he wants to get back to KC, and she can live wherever she wants, whenever she wants.
Yeah. But
So they can live together sort of at choice, you know?
Yeah,
and then
totally.
they can also go on living separate lives, Preston.
They could if they wanted to. Hey, at a holiday party in Nantucket last December, Linda Holliday reportedly confronted Jordan Hudson, who recently began dating Holliday's ex, Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
Now, Holliday was not a fan of Hudson being around, saying that it was, quote, inappropriate since the event was widely advertised as a party headlined by her daughters who were DJing the event. Now, Holliday and the former NFL coach were together for 16 years. They had a long-term relationship.
They did.
According to an incident report that TMZ Sports got its hands on, Holliday and her friend, Elin Hildebrand, displayed, quote, threatening body language and escalating aggression toward Hudson on the dance floor. Steve, they were having some kind of
dance-off
battle.
Yeah.
Hudson apparently...
It's a dance-off.
They had a dance battle.
Yeah. You know, those dance fights people used to do?
Oh, my God, man. I used to dance brawl all the time.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did you say that the friend was Elin Hildebrand?
Yeah.
That's that author that Kathy loves. She's from Collegeville.
Oh.
And she's written like a bunch of romance novels, like beach novels kind of stuff.
Yeah, and there was a movie that played off of that.
Dance Battle.
No, it wasn't Dance Battle, the movie. No, it was a movie that we both watched.
The Perfect Couple.
Yeah, Perfect Couple. That was it.
Yep.
Okay, so that was her.
That adds another element to the dance battle if you have a second.
Now, listen, it doesn't say they were having a dance battle. I made that up. They were threatening body language on the dance floor. So Hudson apparently insisted she was not looking to cause any problems, but just wanted to go out and have fun. By the way, speaking of dance battle, I know it's not a great movie, but the American Pie movie, American Wedding,
Yes.
and Stifler has a dance battle. They're at a gay club. That scene is
very
a
funny.
scream.
Yeah.
I thought that was really well done.
The funny thing is, I actually almost got paralyzed in a dance battle once.
Paralyzed.
Paralyzed.
Actual weapons?
Neck injury?
Neck injury. It was my senior year. It was our senior dance, right? So it was just a senior class. And there was a guy named Scott who there was a circle where we all, and Scott and I had a dance off. Now, Scott's big move is that he would get on, basically, his big move was he would ride an invisible bike. Okay. And it was a good move. Scott Sargent, hats off to you, because he pulled off the invisible bike. I was like, I need to do a backflip. So I would do this backflip. My buddy John Muffo, I would put my foot in his hand and he would throw me up. All right.
Do one of those.
John and I had done this a million times.
Okay.
So we needed to pull this thing off in the biggest fashion. So I put my foot in his hands, and he goes to flip me, but my foot slipped out of his hands, and I went and did this backflip. I crap you not, I went straight up and straight I basically did a
back dive?
A back dive.
Yeah.
Right into the floor.
Oh, my God.
No hands.
Good God, no Christopher Reeve.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard this story before.
I feel like I've told you. I feel like I've talked about this on the air because there are moments in my life. You know, I'm 50, almost 50 now. So this was 32 years ago. that I actually feel like I died that day, and every day that I've been living since then has just been the afterlife.
I want you to go back to Earth. Your time isn't done.
Because there's not a chance that, like, how did I not get paralyzed?
Okay,
how did
so
I not die that day?
Let's go back to the moment you land on your head.
I land on my head.
By the way, in front of everybody.
In front of 500 students. I look up, I see a look of just everybody was like, "What? Are you okay?" You know, everybody was just so like scared at this point. And then I went face to face with my friend Vinny, and he's looking at me, and I go, "Dude, I am so hurt right now. I'm in so much pain." And he's laughing, and we're laughing. We're looking at each other. I was just trying to pretend like I wasn't hurt, but I was hurt so bad.
Did you turn around and see yourself sprawled on the floor?
No,
like Patrick Swayze.
I immediately went to the bathroom. I just said to Vinny, I go, "Dude, I'm in so much pain right now." And we were laughing. Ha 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 ha. Dance off continues, and then I went off into the bathroom, and then I skipped every after party. There was after parties. I skipped all of it.
Dude, you probably had a concussion.
Oh, you damn straight I had a concussion.
And it was only a few years ago, but that back then I guess they still didn't. Like they should have stopped the dance.
Here, have a cigarette.
They should have gotten you out of. Yeah, right. That's
have
what
a
they
cigarette.
Did. Here, have a smoke. This will calm you down.
What do they call that when you go off the diving board and you don't put your hands out?
A sailor dive?
What's that?
I always call it a sailor dive.
Sailor dive. I basically did a backwards sailor dive into a concrete floor. Yeah.
Wow,
yeah.
man.
So
okay.
Dance battles are real, bro.
What's crazy is the same thing happened at this party, and I'm glad you shared that story. It was Jordan Hudson. She was trying to do a backflip, and she landed on her head. Figured it was the best time to leave. So after tension seemed to grow, Hudson apparently agreed to leave peacefully. Holiday later said, according to staff members of the event, "If this didn't involve my girls, I don't think this would have bothered me as much, but because it did, the mama bear in me came out."
Honestly, Belichick could have left her at home, given her the remote.
Yeah.
She would have been okay. Turned on Sprout.
She's old enough.
It would have been fine.
She could have, minded herself for the first time all alone, we'll say. So Jimmy Kimmel is a grandfather now.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. Actually, I have two grandfather stories, and the second one is even more, oh my God. During Tuesday night's monologue on Jimmy Kimmel Live, he explained why he had missed a taping of his show for only the second time ever. He said, "We are back to work after an extra day off." He said, "We were supposed to have a show last night, but we didn't because my daughter had a baby last night. Katie and her husband, Will, had a baby girl right at the time that we shoot our show last night, so I decided to be there instead of here." And he said, "Mom and baby are fine." He revealed the baby's name. It is Patty. He said, like the melt. No, he didn't say that. This is in parentheses. In the melt, like the melt, but with an I and not a Y. With Joan as his middle name. As a middle name, and this is the first grandchild for Jimmy. So good for him.
So he had kids from his first marriage, right? Or a kid from his first marriage?
How old is he? He's in his 50s, right?
I would imagine.
Yeah,
we've been interviewing him forever.
Yeah. Then we have this story. So Will Friedle, who played Eric Matthews on Boy Meets World, he's going to be a grandfather.
Eric?
Dude.
How
can somebody on Boy Meets World be a grandparent?
We had him on, right? We had him in. Yeah, we had him in studio.
Will Friedle?
Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah, because they were doing the podcast here.
Okay.
He voiced the Batman Beyond. He was, that guy.
So he broke the news on the Pod Meets World podcast this week. He actually didn't. It was co-host Danielle Fischel did. And she said, Will's about to be a grandfather. And it caused the guest on the show, Lynn McCracken, former director of Boy Meets World, to say, "What?" And then Freddie filled in the blanks. He said, "Yeah, I'm about to be a grandfather. My stepdaughter is about to have my first grandchild, so I'm very happy. I'm about to be a poppy." So he is 48 years old. So he's not, up there, so to speak, but 48 and a grandfather.
Yeah, wow. You're dancing on the line. Pretty impressive.
Yeah, so we have a picture in the studio of Steve showing Will the Batman statues.
We became friends that day.
So he's 48. His stepdaughter, Lexi, is 35.
What?
Wow.
How?
Okay.
What's going on here?
Stepdaughter.
He married somebody who was older, I guess, and she had a child from a previous relationship, and therein lies the age difference.
There you go. All right. People magazine is giving us a peek at a new cross-generational film, which seems to be a trend. Pierce Brosnan and Helena Bonham Carter play parents to two young people who are destined to be together if fate will only let them get together in the upcoming film called 4 Letters of Love.
Oh, this ends in a huge dance battle.
The movie also stars Gabriel Byrne, Fionn O'Shea, and Anne Skelly, and is based on the best-selling 1997 novel by Niall Williams. It's called 4 Letters of Love, and it will be in theaters on July 25th.
I wonder if we're getting back into the romance. For a long time, you had the Nicholas Sparks stuff. Was huge in the movies.
It's been a little while.
Yeah.
The upcoming Street Fighter movie, based on the popular video game, is looking to cast some literally big names for its movie. Jason Momoa.
Wow.
And WWE's own Roman Reigns are said to be in talks to join the movie.
Okay, but who would Jason Momoa play? I'm thinking of the characters. I mean, I'm only thinking of like a Street Fighter 2. I don't know characters beyond that, but like who would Momoa?
Probably play Norm.
Yeah.
No, it's a good question, Case.
Maybe Bison?
Could be M. Bison, but Bison, they could shave off his beard and everything. But I was thinking maybe I guess he wouldn't be Dalsim. He was the yoga master.
What about
Balrog?
The boxer? Balrog's black.
Sophia?
Yeah. Blanca, maybe?
We'd have to see the characters. I don't really know.
Yeah.
So also Andrew Koji and Noah Centennial are also said to be in talks to join the movie. Reps for the studio behind the film, Legendary, have not commented on the casting rumors at this time. The plot details for Street Fighter are currently under wraps. The original Street Fighter video game came out back in the 1980s and had a ton of sequels since, including 2023's Street Fighter 6. And of course, the Street Fighter movie did come out in 1994, starred Jean-Claude Van Damme. Kylie Minogue was in it as well.
Raul
Julia played M. Bison in that one.
Wait, who's Kylie Minogue?
She played Cammy, who was in Street Fighter 2. That's one my youngest Caleb likes to play every time we play.
Okay, that wasn't in the
ass.
That wasn't in the Street Fighter 2 that I knew. There was only one female, and that was Chun-Li.
Okay.
Huh.
So Cammy wears a beret. She's got a long ponytail.
She oils her thighs.
She's a real badass. There was a reboot in 2009 as well. So we'll see who ends up playing that. We had mentioned The Boys earlier. That is gearing up for the explosive final season. And Colby Minifie, who plays the ever-anxious Ashley Barrett since season 1, says the series finale hit her hard. She said, I just read the finale last night. It's an extremely satisfying finale, and I was getting emotional reading it.
You know, so I've enjoyed the show a lot. Love the show. Last season, I got the feeling, I think you agreed, Case, that they were going too much for the shock.
Every single episode,
Every
they're
episode
like,
was
what
too
are we
much.
going to do?
Oh, this is going to blow them away. It's like, yeah, you still have to service a plot. I would love to see her character in particular, Preston, get powers.
Okay.
So she's constantly put upon.
It says, with Ashley now juiced up on Compound V.
Yeah.
So that means she has powers, right?
Yeah, we hope,
fans are hoping that she finally stands up to Homelander in season 5. Whether she survives the showdown or not, Minifrie's emotional reaction is a good sign that The Boys plans to go out with a bang, with hopefully a little dignity intact for the executive turned CEO.
I can't believe this show dates back to 2019.
I know.
And it's been around for that long.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. Just like when I think of 2019, I think pre-pandemic. I'm like, The Boys was around before then?
Yeah.
But turns out it was.
Martin Scorsese is stepping in front of the camera for once with his Apple TV Plus documentary, Mr. Scorsese. The 5-part docuseries is being helmed by Rebecca Miller, who's been given exclusive, unrestricted access to the legendary filmmaker's private archives. The series dives deep into his life and career, featuring deep conversations with Scorsese himself and interviews with longtime collaborators like Robert De Niro, Leonardo DiCaprio, Steven Spielberg, and many more.
It sounds good to me. I mean, he's a student of film, and I love to hear him talk about stuff like this. So, I'm on board.
Miller says, I am so grateful to have been given this artistic freedom and access to create a cinematic portrait of one of our greatest living artists. Originally planned as a single film, the project expanded over 5 years into something much bigger. And of course, his epic filmography includes films like The Wolf of Wall Street, Killers of the Flower Moon, Taxi Driver, Raging Bull, and it goes on and on and
Street
on.
Fighter.
The first one. Steve, I never saw Killers of the Flower Moon. What did you?
I did.
And what'd you think?
It is good. It is a bit of a slog.
Okay. It's one of those long.
Yeah.
All right.
Not my favorite in the.
I tapped out after a little while too.
Yeah.
Did you guys see it in the theaters? Or you wait for it?
No,
to,
at home.
All right, yeah, because 3.5 hours in the movie theaters, I can't do that anymore.
Yep, it's a long
Unless it's a Marvel movie, and then I can do it all day.
I suppose.
So we were talking about this yesterday. The live-action Lilo and Stitch movie is looking like it's going to have a pretty massive debut this weekend. It's currently projected to open to over $150 million in North America alone, likely giving it the top spot of the box office this weekend, and it's expected to be the #1 movie in a lot of other countries as well. Now, this movie is apparently tracking so well that Disney is already thinking about sequels. The Disney Entertainment co-chairman, Alan Bergman, said it feels like it's going to work very well. And that probably isn't the biggest surprise. Lilo and Stitch is one of the entertainment's behemoths, top 10 best-selling franchises, by the way.
So, I'm sorry, Case. They did have an animated sequel, right? To
Yes.
Lilo and
I
Stitch?
guess.
It might have been direct to DVD or whatever.
Yeah.
And was there a show involved with it as well?
I think there might have been. Yeah.
I'm just blown away. I had no idea that this had such a rabid fan base and that like women love Stitch. And so
The Gentleman Stitch.
yeah, the gentlemen like that Stitch. But no, like
That's the new character, Preston. Gentleman Stitch. You- forgive me for saying this, but you look like a vagina.
But like, why do women love Stitch so much? Like, I've seen like Stitch tattoos.
That I don't know.
A
but
lot of them.
I'll tell you this. For me, it was kind of a sleeper. I really loved it when I saw it. On its
When did it
initial
come out?
release.
2003, something like that.
Okay, that's probably
I thought
why.
it was like adorable.
Yeah.
It was like adorable.
So sales of Stitch-related products grew to $2.6 billion last year. It's like $1 billion.
Is it?
Yeah, it's $2.6 billion.
Well, queuing on what you're saying about the tattoos, we should offer Stitch Bitch tattoos.
Yeah,
right?
okay.
Stitch bitch.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah.
All right, one last thing, and then we will move on to some clips. There is a new horror film on the horizon, and its chilling premise is bound to grab the attention. It's called Whistle. And IFC Films and Shudder have officially acquired the U.S. rights to this upcoming supernatural teen horror from the Nun director, Corin Hardy. The movie will have a broad theatrical release, but the official release date has not been announced yet. So this touches on something we've played around with before. Hardy directs this film about a cursed object with deadly consequences. It centers around a group of unsuspecting high school students who come across a cursed artifact, an ancient Aztec death whistle.
Oh, no
Yes,
way.
yeah.
Which we used to have one here. They soon realize that blowing the whistle releases a terrifying sound and triggers a supernatural force that begins hunting the person who used it. And this force will relentlessly pursue its victims until it claims their lives. What are you playing?
It was
Whistle while you work?
Sorry.
Okay. No.
I don't want to play it anymore.
Play it again. Why?
All right.
Whistle while you twerk.
Oh, whistle while you twerk.
This is a different version.
Yeah. It didn't appear in the original Snow White. This is an ultra high concept movie. It's like the
Smile.
the whole spate
Or
of these.
It Follows.
And I
yeah.
recommend Monkey, the Monkey.
yeah?
They're from the Stephen King. I guess it was a short story, but the movie is really solid.
So the force will relentlessly pursue the victims until it claims their lives. It then becomes a race against time to uncover the whistle's dark origins and find a way to stop the deadly curse before it destroys them all. You'll probably recognize some of the cast. It stars Sophie Nélisse, known for her role as teen Shauna in the Showtime horror series Yellow Jackets, and her character is just messed up. And joining her is Daphne Keane, who's from his Dark Materials, Sky Yang from the Rebel Moon series, Percy Hines White from Wednesday, and Nick Frost as well.
Daphne King is from Logan as well.
Okay.
Oh, is that the
That's her-
young? Okay.
yeah.
I'm sorry, this is what?
Deadpool and Wolverine. The project.
Yeah, the young gal, X26 or something like
Something
that.
like that, yeah.
So far, these are the only details available about Whistle. All right, let's play some clips now. Colby Minifee, we were just talking about her, is best known for the role of Ashley in The Boys, but now she's dipping her toe into the horror genre. And in this clip, she talks about the intense climax scene in The Surrender.
I think it was the hardest one that we shot. We were struggling with the blocking of it. We were struggling with certain lines in it. We were struggling with how to figure out how to get the boiling point to the absolute most boily. I'm scared.
The Surrender releases in theaters this weekend. Here's our next clip. Sometimes it's hard for the creators of shows to find the right fit for a character. In this clip, Paul W. Downs tells Jean Smart why she was a perfect match for the lead in Hacks.
The reason that you were our first choices were Jean. We wanted the show to be a tone we hadn't really seen. We wanted it to feel grounded, but it's about a comedian who tells jokes. So we needed someone who could land jokes and be really funny, but also who could do dramatic, emotional work really beautifully as well.
New episode of Hacks will air today, and you can find that on Max.
So you know who that is? In the show, if you watch the show, that is the guy who is her agent.
I don't watch the show.
Okay, yeah,
so I don't know. But that's who was talking
He's the
in that
creator of the show.
Okay, and he accent as well. Cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
And his dynamic with his partner this season, Steve,
love it.
That actress, I forget her name, but man, she is so freaking funny, and he's a really good straight foil to her comedy.
All right, that's what I got in the entertainment report this morning. By the way, just a quick mention, no school for coolest teacher today. We are going to resume that on Tuesday. Tomorrow's too chaotic to announce any winners while we are broadcasting at Keenan's for the opening of the Jersey Shore and all of that. But we did announce that from the Shipley School, Ms. Jessie Willing was our coolest teacher that the kids voted for. She's a science teacher. If you know Ms. Willing, let her know that she won and tell her to give us a call.
Yeah.
Call us 610-660-9333. I'd like to find out a little bit about her and officially hand over the prize to her. Besides that, we will have our friend Robert Kelly stopping by this morning. Wonderful comedian, good friend. He's going to be at Parks Casino tonight, so we'll chat with him. And Kelsey Grammer is also going to be joining us later on this morning. We'll take a quick break, come back in a moment, hang out for a bit, please.
Preston and Steve.
Products, let's say like a vacuum cleaner or
Sure.
something along those lines. And after you go through a couple of them and they fall apart, if you realize that you do the recommended regular maintenance, cleaning things, taking it apart, some of those things will last freaking ever, man. You just have to do these cleaning steps every now and then, and it'll last.
That's another thing. You bring up the vacuum cleaner that I do with its charging, the handheld vacs, computers, phones, all of that. Like, I don't like to leave it plugged in and charging constantly.
You can actually, in some cases, you can damage the battery.
Well, I don't know if that's still true or not.
But for the most part, no, you should be fine.
So I use the vacuum until it dies, and then I plug it in, and then when I check it throughout the day. If the charge is done, I unplug it.
I wonder how the battery is.
Yeah, seriously, because I don't want to ruin the batteries.
Dennis, check the battery on the shark.
We have these. I'm sorry, Nick.
No,
we have these. Tools, power tools, that use batteries, and the batteries can be used for various tools. A drill for this one, it's
lithium batteries.
Yeah, so you move them from one product to another. So I mounted these chargers on the wall, stick them up there, leave them charged all the time because you never know when you're going to need to do a project, and you have it ready to go. Well, I don't know who was doing it, but every now and then someone would unplug the charger, and I would go and need to use the battery.
It was me. I was coming over and unplugging your.
You turn it on and go, and I'm like,
what?
I mounted this thing to the wall and plugged it in.
So I have a whole bank of. I use the iWorks, the gardening equipment, from the leaf blower to the lawnmower. They're all electric. And I go in and I have them, Preston, just like you, the bank all along. They're ready to go. Boom, boom, boom. And I go and I go, what is that? And I'm because there's a button you can check to see how charged the batteries are. And they're all powered down. I'm like, what? They were all connected into a power strip. Somebody
turned it off.
Power strip on.
Real quick, Steve, do you keep those in the garage or in the house?
In the garage. Now, I've heard that when it gets brutally cold.
Somebody told me this too. I brought all that stuff inside for that very reason.
And yet
hot or cold.
You're told to blow up if
I know. I keep.
What
all
do
those,
you do?
Yeah, I keep them in the kitchen for whatever. Like there's one cabinet in the kitchen that's not used. So my mom's come over. She's like, "Where do you keep the glasses?" Like that's actually where the batteries are.
The glasses are in the garage.
Yeah. But Preston, real quick, I know you're not a big kitchen gadget guy,
right.
but when I get a new knife, I hold on. I don't use it right away, and I think it's because like I want to keep it pristine.
You want to keep it super sharp?
Yeah, and like really clean and just perfect. Do you ever do that with new kitchen items? Do you
No.
okay, you dive in
They're
right away.
made to be used.
Okay.
Yes,
Well, wait a second.
In my mind.
This also goes to another conversation, which is how quickly do you? I do like things to look nice and pristine. So
Right.
there are things like ice. After a while, like we were talking yesterday about hiking shoes and stuff like that. I'm like, if they get too scuffed up,
Yes.
that'll be an extravagance.
There's a crossing point.
Sorry, it's just not up to my standard. It doesn't look right.
Nick, I have 19 pairs of scissors because I use the old scissors to cut things like opening boxes or something that's thicker, and then the newer, sharper scissors are for the things that need like a nice,
I get it.
clean
Finer cut.
right.
It's like
So-
and you need 19 of them?
oh, you can find scissors all over my house in every room.
Hey, this is the crafts
swear to
queen, right?
Steve, I have 3 pairs of these sneakers that I'm wearing right now, and they have I have used them in stages. In fact, I drew like a letter on the tongue of the shoe, so I didn't use them for what they weren't intended for. So the oldest version of those.
I do the sneaker phase. I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm
so
following you.
the oldest version were my cycling shoes, and then the newest version are I only wore them to jog, and then
Are they identical?
the identical.
And that's why you have to mark them.
I had to mark them. So I had jogging, cycling,
Right.
and then everyday shoes.
So I go left to right. So,
Yeah.
so the pair of shoe that's the furthest left, it's like in people jumping out of an airplane, skydiving. They're at the door, and so those are the ones that are the prime ones for using. And then it goes, and then they start to circle around into the goodwill pile.
Yeah, and now I have my lawn mowing shoes, and I'm actually really
yeah,
proud of
those-
myself,
right.
Kathy, because you have a lawn mowing shoe guy.
No, I just want to go to
sorry.
a call when
All
you
right.
eventually stop talking. So
Hang on a second, Preston. I got something
not
for you
talking.
here.
hold on.
I need you to stop talking and listen to me.
Go ahead.
No, I'm proud of myself because my lawn mowing shoes I've been using for like 3
All right.
whole years now.
I'm going to go back to people not using things because they're afraid they will break.
Yeah.
And I will go to Barbara, who's been on hold for a while. Hey, Barbara, good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Good. What's up, Barbara?
My brothers and I just sold a house that we inherited from my father. They bought it in 1986, and they never used the dishwasher.
There you go.
We had the realtor come in, and I was telling her, I said, I think the dishwasher's broken. My brother's like, no, it works. They just never used it.
And is it from 1986? Is it that old?
Oh, yes.
The
Yes,
washer?
it was the original dishwasher that was put in the house.
I bet you that. So it would probably still run. It's not going to, I mean, it's a functional dishwasher. But did they ever explain why they chose not to use it? Was it for this reason, for fear of breaking it?
Yes, they didn't want to, nothing technical. Like that was high tech back then in 1986 to them.
Wow.
Jesus.
Yeah.
That's
hilarious.
Apparently, it's a thing. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Barbara. Appreciate it.
All right.
I'm going to go back to an older situation as well. This is Joe, who's on the air. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
You guys remember back in like the 70s when you get in a car, the seatbelts were kind of tucked up and folded above the window?
Yes.
And little brackets?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd get in the car, and my dad, he was kind of a perfectionist, and he wouldn't let me take the seatbelt out of the little thing above the window because he thought it'll never go back neatly. So he never let us use the seatbelt.
He would rather have you not use the seatbelt to maintain the aesthetic.
Oh, yeah. I used to try to get it out. And he'd be like, don't touch that. You'll never get that back. Get away from that. Stop playing with that. And I'm like, Dad, it's a seatbelt. He's like, you feel that dashboard? Push on it.
Now,
And,
would he make you ride on the hood of the car so that you wouldn't screw up the seats?
Oh.
That's
funny.
crazy. Yeah.
All right.
So
Thanks.
to this day,
Yeah.
it's
All right.
still a joke.
Thanks, Joe. I appreciate it. All right. How about this? Let's go to Stuart. Hey, Stuart, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's up, Stuart?
I got one for you.
All right.
My mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she had an in-ground swimming pool in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
She never went in it. She paid for the pool guy to open it and maintain it. And I asked her, how come you never use it? She just told me that she liked looking at it and she wanted waterfront property.
Oh my gosh.
But she never used the pool.
True story.
Never used the pool.
Wow.
Yeah,
All
but
right.
if she's paying for the maintenance, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. All right. A little bit different than what we're talking about, but that's interesting. Yeah.
That's funny.
Well, and this is slightly different as well, but can you go to Steve on line 2, Preston?
Line 2.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Press.
Hey, what's up, bud?
My best friend to this day, his father back in the 70s, 80s, and part of the 90s, whenever he would get a new car, would pop the hubcaps off and put them in the trunk because he was afraid they were going to get stolen.
May as well give them to somebody.
Right.
You know?
Take the hubcaps off.
Oh, that's funny.
So he would immediately take a beautiful brand new car and make it look like a piece of crap.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, my God. For fear of them being stolen.
Hey, these doors. Someone
Thanks,
might take them.
Let's go to Jennifer. Hi there, Jennifer. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
What's up, Jennifer?
Okay, so I'm a lifelong camper, and with the internet, there are things like social media groups, etc. So I started following a bunch of camping groups on Facebook, and I discovered that there's a whole crew of campers that do not poop in their camper.
They don't poop in their camper.
They don't poop in the camper. Isn't that what it's for?
Yeah, exactly. It's made for that specifically. What is? Did they give their reasons why they don't want to do it?
I don't know. I think they're afraid of the black tank. I don't know if they don't want to dump their poop or what, but there's literally a hashtag no poop in the camper.
Yeah, I kind of get that. I mean, yeah, well, you guys know, like, when you're at Camp Out for Hunger and you have the RV, and, like, it's not that you, if you have to, it's fine. That's what it's there for. But if, like, there's the alternative to go elsewhere, like, for example, Ulta, when we used to do Plymouth meeting, like, you would prefer Ulta to the RV pooper. And so I understand that mentality. It's there for a reason. If you got to go, you got to go. But, like, if you can find an alternative, find the alternative.
I might see that. I don't see refusing to do it, though.
Correct.
You know what I mean?
Listen, push comes to shove, no pun intended. We'll use that camper pooper. Yeah.
Here's some text. Says, my dad refused to buy trash bags because you were buying them to throw them away.
So what did you do with trash?
He would make special trips to the grocery store for small bags and Walmart for even larger bags for the larger trash cans. Even if he couldn't buy something to fill the bag, he would ask the cashier for a wad of those big bags.
Oh, my God.
So, in essence, a lot of what you buy from the grocery, you're buying it knowing you're going to throw it away.
That's funny. He wouldn't buy them because you're purchasing something that you're just going to throw away.
Just going to throw it away.
That's funny. But it has a purpose.
Yeah.
You know?
Why get a toilet? You're just going to flush that stuff.
All right, here we go. What is this, Nick?
I'm confused by the details at the end.
All right, shall I read the last part first?
Just what the grandparents do. My grandparents lived.
It says, my grandparents lived until they were in their late 90s, and they used their dishwasher all the time. They even had a little magnet that would say clean or unclean with a little piggy on it that they would rotate to say what condition the dishes were. We had that when I was a kid.
You did?
Yeah, clean or dirty.
And it was a little piggy?
Not a piggy, but
all right.
we had this thing, and you would it had it was a magnet. It had it said dishes are, and then it had a little chain to another piece underneath it that you could flip over that would say clean or dirty.
That's cool.
I like that.
And that way you wouldn't have to guess when you're standing at the
I
sink.
could have used that yesterday because I loaded dirty dishes into a clean dishwasher.
Yeah, that sucks. Hey, how often do you change your bath towel? Like, do you use the same bath towel over and over again?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Like a week.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, dear God.
Something
January
like that.
1st is what I do.
I do the same thing only because it's clean. I'm drying myself with clean water on a clean body, and so I don't feel like it's as dirty, and I don't feel like loading the hamper with laundry that is unnecessary.
I'm that way.
Okay.
You're not a barbarian.
No,
You're not
I am
alone.
not.
You're not alone. Kathy thinks it's disgusting,
Yeah.
but
Not disgusting. Sometimes you have to be careful of the smell and mildew growing.
oh sure, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I hang it up to dry,
Yeah.
to air dry, so
like line dry.
Over the
after that.
TV.
Yeah.
Are you once a week? Right. How often you wash them?
No, like probably every other day.
Oh, man, that's a lot.
Yeah.
Let's
Sorry.
see. Let me go to.
I use the washer. I have no problem using that.
I have Frank on the line. Hey, Frank. Good morning.
Gadzooks.
Gadzooks. Frank, what's up, man?
So my car came with 2 remote starts, and one of them broke. So I have a second one that works perfectly fine, but like I don't want to go through that loss again, so I just don't use it. And I'd rather just walk out to my car, start it in the morning, and then go back in the house being like, gosh, I wish I still had 2 remote starts.
You don't want to risk it because you're down to just one. What if that breaks?
You had a backup.
Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, I don't know how to replace the remote start, so we're just not going to go through.
Like, what would someone do if they wanted to get a new one? You'd have to, I guess, go buy one.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, right? All right. Thank you for
Can't
it.
play me for a sucker.
I appreciate that. Yeah, this all got started because of this email that we got who said that the guy's in-laws' garbage disposal, they refuse to use it because they don't want to break it, so they actually keep a trash. I mentioned this earlier this morning when we were teeing up the day. I told you we're going to have Robert Kelly in the studio in the 9 o'clock hour, and Kelsey Grammer is going to be joining at 10 o'clock. But since tomorrow is what it is, we should do our Friday things today and get those out of the way so we can just focus on all things Keenan's and Shore.
Yeah.
So I think I should clean out the junk drawer.
It's the junk drawer. Preston's cleaning out his junk drawer. Getting things out of his junk drawer. Finding stuff here in the junk drawer.
And we'll get to the Connoisseur later this morning, too, so we got a bunch of stuff to give away. All right, what do I have in my junk drawer?
Oh, it's overflowing.
Oh, here's something. It's a can of sardines.
Ew.
And in case you did not know this, there's a glimmery new icon swimming into your summer, and that would be the sardines apparel and products featuring the petite fish are all over the internet right now. Sardines, known for their long, slender bodies and bulging eyes, are the online world's cutesy representation of the Mediterranean lifestyle right now.
Sardines.
Yeah.
Are you a sardine dude?
No, as far as eating them goes,
My father, pop them. Yeah. Nope.
Marissa, do you have any sardine apparel or anything like that?
I'm more oyster, but I do appreciate a sardine on a matching set.
Okay.
I will not eat them. I nudge them to the side when they're on a Caesar salad, but I'll wear one.
This is what's happening. Search interest in the finned fashions has reached a record high in May of this year, according to Google Trends, with beaded sardine bag increasing 300% since 2004, and the sardine dress doubling over the past month or so.
Oh, wait a second. I might have seen some of this stuff. Where did I see a whole bunch of sardine stuff?
So I recently saw sardine pens at, I think it was is it World Market? Is that the name of these stores? There's a place that serves, it's got all kinds of, it's kind of like Pier 1 imports.
Yeah.
And they have all kinds of imports as well in the world of food. And I was over in the food section and I actually saw what I thought was a can of sardines, but it's actually pens that are shaped like fish.
Oh.
And so that's where I saw something like that, Steve.
I remember it was at a rack at the front of a pet store, pet supply store, and there were a whole bunch of sardine chewable toys.
There you go. Yep. So the salty snack, famously sold in bright decorative tins, is appearing in our hair, on our beds, across our chests, and dangling from our ears right now. The trend is similar to previous summertime obsessions with tomatoes and strawberries.
I would like to see somebody, because sardines of themselves, their size lends it, to earrings. So use real sardines.
Real sardines?
Just hook them on earrings.
Okay.
Gnarly. All right, what's sardines and smelts? Totally different fish, right?
I believe so. So smelts are white in color, Casey, and they're even smaller than sardines, I think. And I also get anchovies mixed in there too.
Oh.
But anchovies are usually fillets. They're not like the sardine, which is the whole fish.
I thought an anchovy was a sardine.
You know what? You'd have to look it up. Casey, it may be that. I don't know. Nick, if you wouldn't mind doing a little research on that, I would be curious of that.
Smelt, by the way, are freshwater and sardine are saltwater.
Oh, okay.
To answer that question. And anchovies and sardines are both oily, small fish, but they're different fish. Sardines are generally larger, flakier, and have a milder flavor. They're canned and brined, blah, blah, blah. Anchovies are smaller, salt-cured, and have a more pungent flavor.
So anchovies are of their own species?
Yeah, they're both, they're two different fish, anchovy versus sardine.
And anchovies are used in a fair amount of recipes. So yesterday, we have a friend who's going to be down with us this weekend who's vegan, and we need to prepare some meals vegan. So Rochelle found a recipe that included Worcestershire sauce, but it needs to be vegan Worcestershire because Worcestershire is made with anchovies.
Yeah.
Oh.
And so that's considered, an animal product.
That's tough, man.
But so anchovies,
can you just say it's vegan?
Anchovies pop up in things like that you don't know that they're part of the ingredients. Like Marissa was mentioning a Caesar salad, like a traditional Caesar salad is made with anchovies as a base.
Yeah.
to give it that salty flavor.
Pizza toppings, people use anchovies.
Sure. Yeah, but there are also, ingredient recipes in recipes as well. So it says in this article, we can also swim a little bit deeper and see that sardines may say something about society right now at a time when prices of fashion and home goods are skyrocketing. For American consumers, the desire to embrace a tiny fish that packs a punch indicates a desire to live simply and pleasurably. This is according to Italian, his name is Guido Bonsaver, professor of Italian cultural history at the University of Oxford in England.
Today we're going to talk about the sardine.
He said sardines are a very humble fish.
In fact, I would go as far as to say bashful.
The healthy, cheap snacks speak less to an ethos of luxury and more so to one of unpresuming. Just a few small fish can be a satisfying meal, while the colorful tin gives unadorned artistic sophistication, he said.
In the whole world of fish, I would never consider the sardine to be like a braggart, you know? It's just a kind of a quiet, humble fish.
Finding happiness as everyday people within our economic and political context is something that we're all striving for right now, Bonsaver said.
What would you say is the most braggy fish then?
The one that's the most boastful?
Yeah.
The one that really just thinks its S doesn't stink?
Probably like a Chilean sea bass.
Chilean sea bass, yeah. I mean, it's up there. You know the way they swag.
Yeah.
They got
when they're on the menu, you're like, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want the fish that's got a lot of riz, it's a Chilean sea bass.
Yeah, probably go with
You like
that.
it, eh?
So, yes, if you do see the fish on fashion, then it's a hot item right now.
All right.
And as Marissa said, oysters. I saw, okay. Where were we? We were at a going away party the other day, and a guy was wearing, and I guess it was maybe a minor league baseball team. It was a baseball mitt. It was a T-shirt with a print of a baseball mitt on it, and in the middle of it, it had an oyster with a pearl. Steve, it looked like a vagina.
Absolutely.
And the pearl looked like you know what.
Yeah, Mr. Man in the Boat.
And I was like, had to do a double take.
Was that the intent?
No, I don't think so. There it is.
Oh, my God.
The Chesapeake Oyster Catchers minor league baseball team.
That's a vagina.
Doesn't that look like it?
Yeah.
A little bit?
They know what they're doing.
Yeah, they know what they're doing, and that guy knew what he was wearing, unless for some reason, is he from the Chesapeake area? Like,
and below it says flick the pearl.
I don't know, Marissa.
So this came out, it dropped, and the internet blew up because everyone was like, this looks like what it looks like. So they released a couple of designs. They pulled this one, but they are now going to give proceeds from that game and this merch to a female-oriented charity.
All right.
Because of this. So they turned it around, but literally the caption came out and it was like, make sure you run your designs by girls and boys whenever you design things.
So the guy that I saw wearing it, then he knew.
He probably had to.
That's why he was wearing it.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I thought maybe I wasn't going to embarrass the guy and go over and go, dude, your shirt looks like it's got a vag on the front of it.
Give him a shirt for the Bakersfield buttholes.
He probably did it on purpose.
Yeah, I'm going to imagine.
It's a thing. So, all right, anyhow, oysters and sardines are all the rage right now. All right, let me go back into the junk drawer. Here's one for you. It's an analysis from Google search. The data was from this year, and it has revealed the most misspelled words for America and also by state.
The most misspelled words in America and by state.
Yeah, so the National Spelling Bee begins at the end of this month.
Can I guess for this area?
Yeah, sure. For our state, for Pennsylvania?
Actually, it's probably wrong, but I would say restaurant.
Nope. But restaurant is a word that's included in some of these. But no, it is not restaurant.
my kryptonite is a guarantee.
Yeah.
Is it guarantee? Is it gar?
My father would always say guarantee.
All right. So
Yeah.
G-A-U?
Then maybe that's a good way to remember it. Is it G-A-U? Nick, you know how to spell things.
G-A.
G-U-A, yeah.
G-U-A. No, it's quarantine.
Yeah.
Okay. So
just think of the band Guar.
America's most misspelled word is definitely.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I messed that one up too because, Casey, I always think definitely. It's not that. It's not D-E-F-I-N-E. It's D-E-F-I-N-I.
Yep.
T-E-L-Y.
People also spell it defiantly all the time.
D-E-F-I-A-N-T?
Yeah, instead of definitely, they'll spell out defiantly, thinking that they're writing definitely.
All right. Number 2 is separate. or separate.
Yes.
Are they spelled the same?
Yes, and but people misspell it similar to what you were just saying with definitely, Preston. They'll put the E, S-E-P-E.
Right. It is S-E-P-A-R-A-T-E. Then third, and this is nationally, necessary.
Okay, I rock that.
Yep, I'm pretty good with that one, which is N-E-C-E-S-S-A-R-Y.
You know what we just really need to do is have Little League cheerleaders spell these out for us, and then we'll be able to do
Get
it.
this mnemonic memory, yeah.
Number 4 is believe. B-E-L-I-E-V. Here's one that people misspell. The fifth most misspelled word nationwide is through. Through. T-H-R-O-U-G-H.
Do they understand the various, well, it might be a misunderstanding of through, T-H-R-E-W, you know?
Or thorough.
Maybe.
They'll
Or
toss in
throw.
an S. No, thorough.
T-H-O-R-O-U-G-H. So then you have gorgeous. I kind of mess that one up sometimes too. G-O-R-G-E-O-U-S. Gorge owls.
You are so gorge owls.
7 is
Have a sardine.
Neighbor. Number 8 is business. Wow. Okay.
Business.
Yeah.
Business.
Mankind was my business.
Number 9 is favorite, and number 10, Steve, is restaurant.
Yep.
Now, by state,
all right,
most misspelled words, and I plucked out our tri-state area.
Drum roll, case.
Oh, yeah.
In Delaware, the most misspelled word, according to the Google search data of 2025, is beautiful.
We have a winner.
Yeah. New Jersey. Congratulations.
What's the word?
Congratulations. The way to remember that is, and I used to mess this up too, and it was usually if someone was graduating and I would send congratulations, I would think it was a D in there,
right,
as in graduate. It's not. So think of congrats.
Yeah.
With a T.
I think of conga rats.
Conga rats.
Yeah.
Which are large.
Yeah.
But C-O-N-G-R-A-T-U-L-A-T-I-O-N-S. And then for Pennsylvania,
I'm getting nervous.
Our most misspelled word is scissors.
Wow. Scissors?
Yes. S-C-I-S-S-O-R-S.
Accepting restaurant.
Scissors. A word that I consistently misspell or forget how to spell because you just don't write it down that often is vacuum.
Okay.
Which there's 2 U's.
Yeah. Are there 2 C's in
I
there?
think there's 2 C's and 2 U's.
One C.
1 C, 2 U's.
V-A-C-U-U-M.
Yeah.
A? No.
Nope. Silent P.
V-A-C-U-U-M.
Vacuum.
Vacuum.
Where's the vacuum?
Oh, man.
So there are some that are I wouldn't expect. Like Virginia has trouble with the word people.
What?
Yeah, right?
That's a pretty easy word.
Yeah, I think so. And North Carolina, secret.
What?
Yeah, these are all down south too, aren't they? Yeah.
But why? Why are they misspelling that?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Like I can understand
It's a secret.
No. But like the word through or whatever. Sometimes you might just forget the R and like the word thou and thou looks like, so like, I'll just leave that. And then spell check doesn't underline it for you,
know
because that was a word.
I'm going to step in and I'm going to give him a new word. Pendulum.
Okay. Well, here's one like Maine, pneumonia. You can understand
you can
that.
understand that, yeah.
Right? But
I wonder how often phone is misspelled.
Texas has trouble with protect. Huh. That's really weird.
You know what I have a hard time with, and it's part of our lexicon now, is connoisseur. I can't stand typing that stupid word.
Dude,
can't stand typing.
I am the connoisseur, and I don't know how to spell that. It's on my coffee mug. I see it here regularly, and I still don't know how the hell to spell it.
It's a mother effort.
Yeah.
Also, Skoogle. Go F yourself.
I don't know how to spell it.
No.
I know it when I see it. I know how to say it.
S-C-H-U-Y, right? Am I right?
Huh?
All right. Kill.
Yes.
Okay.
You forgot the L. First L. School kill.
School kill.
Yeah.
I do know how to spell Balakinwood. I did learn that.
Yeah. Connoisseur, in my head, when I spell it out, I spell it Connoisseur. So the O-I in the middle of it is what throws me off occasionally. And then S-S-U-E-R.
S-S-E-U-R.
I'm sorry. Yep.
So it's a funky S word. All right. So a lot of people have trouble with this, and those are the most misspelled word. All right. Let me dive back in.
Oh, that stuff's falling all over the floor.
All right, I found something. This is kind of a lengthy story, but I'm going to shorten it up because it has a reference that I really, really love. So the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, also known as DARPA,
yes,
says that the Persistent Optical Wireless Energy Relay, which is POWER, if you take the letters down, what do they call that? Acronym?
Yes.
Power!
Wow, it's at the ready.
So the Power Team program managed to, and follow along with me because I'm going to have a little wrap up at the end here, managed to transmit more than 800 watts of power from a laser emitter to a receiver located 5.3 miles away during a 30-second transmission. Now, to celebrate the achievement, Power used some of that transferred energy to make popcorn. And the reason they did that is because of the movie Real Genius.
That's amazing.
So they did it as an homage to Real Genius. How great is that?
So at the end of the movie Real Genius, they take a weapon that they had learned would be these old geniuses, as you would imagine, at a school, a tech school, and they had learned that the technology they were working on was going to be used for a weapon system.
Mm-hmm.
So they reprogrammed the jet that's going to deliver this ray to the guy who's at the school who's responsible for it, and they fill his house with popcorn kernels, and then they pop it.
Yep, and they made a giant Jiffy Pop. So this is what they did as a nod to that. The actual geniuses who grew up watching that movie have now turned that into a bit of a reality.
I love that.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the transferal of energy over 5 miles.
Yeah.
So Tesla's original dream, which he was capable of pulling off, was to work in a cordless environment where you could literally go out to a field and use a toaster.
Yeah.
You would have basically electricity transmitting stations that would allow you to do that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so this is kind of that sort of realized. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They show that in the movie The Prestige.
Yes, I love that movie.
Which
That's
is a pretty wild
Christopher
movie.
Nolan movie, right?
So for reference, 800 watts isn't a ton of electricity, but it's enough to run a small fridge, lights, and an RV setup, and it's a practical start, assuming that the tech scales as DARPA intends. It's not just about popcorn and personal gadgets. DARPA has its eyes on the battlefield as well, so they want to turn this into, like Real Genius,
tactical popcorn.
A weapon. No, I don't know if it'd be tactical popcorn.
Well, you could fill up a tank with kernels and then pop it and blow it to bits.
Oh, you could have Colonel.
Colonel. That's right. Popcorn division. Sit down, son. He's the popcorn division's in town.
Colonel's here.
Yeah.
So
I'll have that done in a jiffy.
Shut.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Way to go, Pop.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. General Redenbacher in charge. By the way, so they're a long way away from making this happen. It says this is similar to the current state of fusion power. Scientists have been able to claim net positive output from a fuel pellet if they ignored the massive power bill for lighting the laser in the first place. So there's a lot of things that have to happen. But they proved that it can be done.
Right.
But it's a long way off from being practical.
Yeah, we're getting there, like with the extending of Bluetooth coverage. You know, and I was talking to some of my friends over at Xfinity, the delivery of, where basically you just have super Bluetooth transmitters that will transmit your cable, basically your all of your TV wirelessly, so that you won't have to run physical cable.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see when we have that.
I'm sure their heads are exploding because I misexplained that, but that's essentially what they're looking to do.
All right. We got something else here I can find in the junk drawer. All right. Here's one that it's a new survey that reveals accents and how they influence trust and which ones Americans trust and like the most.
I'm assuming a Soviet-Russian accent is the most trustworthy.
That is the most trustworthy accent.
Where
No.
are your sardines?
That is not it. Actually, the British accent is the most trustworthy.
Really? Yeah. When I hear a British accent, I think that the person's smart.
I know. For whatever reason.
I default to it. And Steve, like when you kind of go into Ian McKellen, you know, like that air of an English accent, I'm like, oh yeah, that guy's learned.
Do you want me to show you a demonstration here? Okay, right? Here we go.
I had 3 testicles.
Now, I have 3 testicles.
I like the second one better.
It has,
There's
it's
just
more of an import.
more trust
It
to
seems
it.
more thoughtful.
But it does depend, Nick, on the dialect.
Right, yeah. Cockney, less smart.
Actually, testicles on it.
Yeah, exactly. Americans don't just find the British accent the most trustworthy, they think is the most appealing as well.
It's also the de facto accent when you have an accent in a movie like, Romans or Greek. It doesn't matter.
They'll have a British accent.
You know, they speak Greece.
You know, it's funny, like in Star Wars, in Andor, almost all the villains have British accents.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I was watching this season of Andor, and there are a few that show up that have American accents. I was like, oh, they don't seem as bad at all.
You may fire when ready.
Yeah.
Yes.
Moff
Princess
Tarkin.
Leia, I want to reveal something to you. I have 3 testicles.
So, the idea of the British accent being the most trustworthy
You have 3 testicles.
holds true across the entire country, from Florida to New York to Hawaii. That's the belief. So, but I found this interesting. The second most popular accent and most trustworthy.
Let me see if I can wrap my mind around
Yeah,
this.
sure. Go ahead.
Second most trustworthy accent. So we know the British being the first. So it surprised you.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to tap out. I thought I had something, but I don't.
Canadian.
No, it's the American Southern accent. The most popular accent. People like Southern accents so much that they are 150% more likely to trust someone with one over someone with a non-regional American accent.
Daphne, sweetie, I have something to confess. I got 3 testicles.
So they prefer folks with a Southern drawl more than a New York accent. Americans are 256% more likely to trust a Southern accent over a New Yorker's accent and find it 232% more appealing than a New York accent.
I do love a nice Southern drawl, but it can also be used, and many times it's used to create a villainous character, like the Colonel.
Yeah, and stupidity, I think, as well.
It's a default one for that as well, too.
So it goes all over the place.
Yeah, Gump was pretty dumb.
And
He had a thick Alabama accent.
I killed Jenny.
60% of Americans admit that they find the New York accent annoying, and 45% of New Yorkers agree that their own accent can be irritating.
Yes, sir. Bit me directly in the buttocks.
Only 10% of those surveyed said that they trust someone with a New York accent.
Do we have the audio of Gump admitting to killing Jenny?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Hang on.
While you're finding that, we have different preferences for different types of content. British accents are preferred most on platforms including audiobooks, podcasts, and YouTube.
Yeah.
And they're tied with Scottish accents as the favorite on TikTok. I do like Scottish accents an awful lot.
Yeah.
If they get too thick, it's difficult to
a bit
understand.
much, yeah.
But there's something about it I find appealing.
I don't know if this is him admitting it, but this is Gump. Hang on.
My mama told me to please watch the tram car. And then Jenny got AIDS.
That was weird.
He did reference Jenny in that, though. Okay.
You don't need to know that when you're riding the tram car.
Nearly half of Americans associate British accents with calmness.
Yes, that's right.
And Southern accents are tied with British ones as the favorite.
I've heard the most ridiculously interesting thing. It turns out Forrest Gump's girlfriend had AIDS.
By the way, I saw a breakdown that the American Southern accent is actually derivative of the British accent. And if you break down some of the inflections and the pronunciations, you can see the thread there.
There's a great book by Thomas Sowell who wrote about the transferal of that accent from our Southern accent actually goes all the way up to British aristocracy. It made its way over here and sort of got hybridized.
Yeah, that's exactly how it happened. So, but that's according to this particular survey or poll that was done through, I forgot who conducted this. It was, Podcastle, which is an AI voice platform. All right, I got some other things. All right, let's go with this one. I was going to hang on to this for a potential just topic on its own.
It's junk drawer time.
But this was another poll that was conducted to celebrate Dolby Laboratories' 60th anniversary. And they have asked out to find the best movie soundtracks of all time.
Now you're in my zone.
My top 2.
You got in the zone, auto zone.
No.
What are your top 2?
My top 2, well, my first it would be Big Chill, and then the second would be Forrest Gump.
Okay, so you're talking of collections of songs, instead of.
Oh, are you?
No. I'm just saying that's a soundtrack. That's a legitimate soundtrack,
not the score.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Anybody else want to chime in? You got a favorite soundtrack?
If we're talking, well, one of my favorite soundtracks of all time is the soundtrack to the movie Glory.
Okay.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's a good one. Yeah,
with the Harlem Boys Choir.
I think as far as like songs go, Almost Famous is pretty badass.
Singles, Nick?
Jerry Maguire. Well, Singles is unfair because that's like almost a Pearl Jam. B-sides or whatever. Yeah, Steve, you're right. Singles probably the one that I listen to the most. But Jerry Maguire's is really good and Almost Famous, both Cameron Crowe movies.
So starting at number 10 and working our way up, and this is a mixture of soundtracks and scores as well, because number 10 is the Lord of the Rings trilogy.
Oh my God, beautiful,
Howard
beautiful,
Shore.
Yes.
But you follow that.
My vote's for that one.
You follow that up with number 9. It's Pulp Fiction.
Oh.
So that's a series of songs.
Right.
So it's
Sorry, I was eating a sardine. What was that again?
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
Stop bothering me!
Which is
a felt pen. Bilbo, get me a goddamn felt pen.
Check out the big brain on bread.
a black magic marker. That's what you want, Gavin. Right? Yeah.
Right now, Yolanda.
I haven't time for you, Yolanda.
Number 8 is The Bodyguard. That had I Will Always Love You on it.
Iconic song,
Huge hit. Number 7 is Star Wars, and it says any of the films.
Yeah, the first for me, obviously. And besides the theme, the classic theme, the Two Sons music is so. I remember listening to that and just finding it so blissfully beautiful.
Yeah,
there's a scene from one of the Star Wars celebrations where John Williams comes out and conducts live the Princess Leia theme, which is also unbelievably beautiful. But Steve, you don't get Imperial March until Empire Strikes Back, and that is obviously also just as classic of a Star Wars theme.
Absolutely, yeah. Casey, you had words to this for a while, I remember.
I did. I was just
Two sons. Two sons. Need more songs.
And a man who was once a boy.
All right, that's number 7.
Thank you. What's with the blue milk?
Number 6 on this list is Top Gun. Any of the Top Gun films, it says. So,
Danger Zone.
Yeah, Danger Zone was a huge hit.
Yeah.
And so is Take My Breath Away.
Europe?
Was that? No,
Berlin.
Final Countdown.
Berlin.
Yeah,
Berlin is in Europe.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's honestly, that's where the confusion.
Points for Nick. Would you care to take a swipe at the big board?
This might be another topic for another time, but I get confused with geographically based names of bands like Europe, Asia, Berlin, Kansas, Chicago. They all throw me off occasionally. Boston, thank you.
You know, I was standoffish with you. I didn't want them to know that I've fallen for you.
You could put Ian McKellen Scandoff into any movie and it would work.
Well, let's put him in number 5, which is The Sound of Music. Of the greatest soundtrack of all time.
Shut up, you little fools.
Yeah, I Am 16 going on 17. Yeah, you could do that.
And that
could sing that.
There was a funny SNL bit because we stop and think about it. You know, it's a young girl talking about she wants to get wise to the ways of the world. Yeah.
It's almost no fair. I call no fair when you have a musical on your list there. Do you know what I mean?
It is legitimately, though, a soundtrack. It falls within the parameters. I know you were saying by design.
By design.
Yeah.
It's musical. I mean, if that were the case, then I would go with Grease.
Yeah.
You know?
But The Sound of Music has some of the greatest movie songs ever.
And also West Side Story, I think, to me, has a number of incredibly beautiful songs.
Agreed. All right, number 4 on this list, Casey, it's a musical as well, The Greatest Showman.
Oh, dude, that's another one, man. I've never seen it all the way through, and people are like, oh... But I know the songs, like I know the big one.
I'll tell you what, Casey. The songs are better than the movie.
Okay.
Movie's not bad, but the soundtrack is really, really good. And I listen to the soundtrack more than I like the movie.
So I'm going to give you a big finger on the nose for right on the money on that, Nick.
Thank you.
The movie is it's not bad.
It's
just
fun,
the
but
music propels it.
But I've seen. Have you guys seen the video of them singing the big song in a studio? They weren't like not.
Dumb Jerk Off.
Yeah, big dumb jerk off.
No, it's like an anthem. This is me, and it's a fantastic song. I think they performed it at the Oscars that year, and Hugh Jackman's a really good singer. But the movie itself, it's all right.
Number 3 on the list of the top 10 movie soundtracks of all time is Titanic.
Yeah.
And obviously, My Heart Will
I think
Go
that's
On.
Howard Shore as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
The actual music and the song is great. There
One song though. That's what I'm saying. Like you're talking about an entire soundtrack, but really it's just one song.
Well, woven through different pieces.
Yeah.
You know, but it's pretty.
Number 2, Saturday Night Fever.
I'm gonna have to give a nod to that.
I found that really interesting. Yeah, it's the disco. You know, it's the actual pinnacle of disco.
How Deep Is Your Love is a fantastic song.
It's an amazing
And when
song.
you hear how it was written, when Robert Stigwood said basically to Barry Gibb, I need a ballad.
Yeah.
And literally he's in a room, and just concocts the whole thing.
Steve and I have been public about our Bee Gees love for a long time, like
We've
way
done this
before
in
that
book room.
documentary came out. And Bill Weston used to hate it when we talked about how much we love the Bee Gees.
He would go, that is crazy. I'm sorry, though. I
great
love
music.
them. Yeah.
It's great music. They're great singers. They're great songwriters. It's more soulful than you think it is.
What's your level of fandom for the movie itself?
It's been a long, long time since I've seen it, but dude, it's a gritty film. And I don't mean it's about our mascot for the Flyers.
It was with the googly eyes.
But it's some kind of semi-street hood guys, and one of them happens to be a really good dancer, and it kind of starts to go down his own path, and there's some, there's a tragedy in it, and it's a really well done movie.
I love it. I love the movie. If you've never seen it, if you've dismissed it because you think that it is just a disco movie, but it holds up as throughout. It's almost like a period piece. It is a period piece now because it's of that time, but those people still exist. That's the Bee Gees,
I want to correct myself. I said Howard Shore did Titanic. I was wrong. It's James Horner, but James Horner, Steve, also did Glory, which is so that.
You're right.
Sorry, Nick.
You're right.
Yeah.
We removed that point that you got earlier.
You get to keep the Amana radar range, but got to get back to Turtle Wax.
James Horner did some incredible movies. So he did Glory, he did Deep Impact, he did Titanic. So he's got Ransom's on there.
Yeah,
a lot of good soundtracks on his credits. He died in 2015.
All right, and then the last one on the list and number 1 of the top 10 movie soundtracks of all time is The Lion King.
What?
That's
Forrest
what it
Gump
says.
isn't on there at all.
Forrest Gump is not on here at all. I know, I'm surprised. Or The Big Chill, which is considered one of the great soundtracks.
I like The Lion King, but I wouldn't say I consider. I mean, if you're going to do that, wouldn't Frozen have a place?
I would think so. Marissa?
Yeah, but Elton John wrote a lot of the songs for The Lion King.
Yeah.
Huge hit.
It was,
Can you hear
one of
the
the-
lions out there?
One of the first CDs I ever bought.
Really?
That
Can
and-
You Feel the Love Tonight from that?
Yeah. That and Janet where I spent my money.
Janet.
Yeah, the one where she's holding her boobs.
Oh, Janet Jackson.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Oh, that's not a soundtrack, right?
Also,
it's from the movie Holding My Boobs.
I'm surprised Dirty Dancing's not on the list. That soundtrack did really, really well.
That's another one. Yeah, I mean, we got a lot of calls coming in. Unfortunately, we're going to have to take a break, but somebody had mentioned Moana being a great soundtrack. Ra, our friend, wanted to say the Mandalorian soundtrack.
It is cool.
That's a spinoff of Star Wars, obviously.
Yeah.
And then Dave said the Highlander soundtrack, Steve, from Queen.
Excellent.
Yeah. So
Do you know it has? And I mentioned this a couple of times. A show that has a really good soundtrack is White Lotus. This season.
Yeah. It is some really interesting takes on some modern songs or contemporary songs, and of course there's some hits that are out of Thailand on that soundtrack as well too. So some cool stuff. All right, but anyhow, I thought that was kind of an interesting peek at music and movies, and it's all in the junk drawer. We got to close it up, friends.
That was the junk drawer. Preston's closing up his junk drawer. There's nothing left here in the junk drawer. Until next time, that was the junk drawer.
You're really going for it, by the way. I've not hit you here that.
I appreciate that, but then you hear Kyle's voice come in. And you're like, what am I even?
Listen, you gotta word stay up.
The hell is that?
All right, we're gonna break. We'll be back in a moment when we return. The Bizarre File. We got some good stories to share with you later on this morning. Robert Kelly and Kelsey Graham are joining us as well. Be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
next to it.
It's funny, yeah.
To just throw the scraps in. Which, by the way, I did. We had a clog, a drain issue, and we had I called Horizon out, and the tech came and fixed, and he was telling me some stuff about the garbage disposal that I didn't know. As far as using, he's like, yeah, I mean, it's there for the purpose of breaking that stuff up and it going down the tube, but not everything breaks up that well and can eventually cause a clog. And he was telling me some of the things I didn't realize. He said what you shouldn't put in the garbage disposal, eggshells. Yeah. He said they eventually, he described them as a net. There's a membrane on the inside of the shell, and it goes down in there, and it won't fully dissolve, and it will. I have thrown thousands of eggs down into the disposal over years, and he's like, "Yeah, that's one you need to avoid." I was like, I had no idea.
I think potatoes can turn into like a glue. So there are a whole bunch of foods that you can't put down there because
what's the purpose? Then,
I know, but you got to be selective in what you can and can't put down there.
Nick pulled up this list real quick. I know we have to take a break, Case, but let's see. Oh. Clam and oyster shells, really?
Yeah, don't do that.
I didn't
rocks,
know that.
Don't put rocks in there.
What about wrenches?
No, grease, oil, a large amount of vegetable peels, large number of eggshells, it says here, artichokes in particular, and corn husks are things you should stay away from. Wow. Okay. Anyway, listen, thank you guys for your calls. We appreciate it. And thank you to Brian from Lewis, Delaware, for sending in that suggestion. We have to take a break because we're going to go live on Fox Good Day when we return. We have the bizarre file to get to. We have MMR's concert cash and your first chance at winning $500 and MMR bikini that she had pasted. However, we didn't do the Connoisseur last week. We'll have to at some point pull that out. But I saw this really interesting article from BuzzFeed, and I know that some people can relate and probably have their own stories to share. But the title of this article was people are sharing the questionable ways their families cook specific foods.
I love when we talk about stuff like this.
And it says, and some are quite frankly crimes. So I'll read a few examples.
Well, one man's crime could be another man's favorite.
That's true.
Right.
And feel free to share if you guys have anything to contribute. Our number is what is our number?
215-232.
No, 215-263-WMMR. 1-800-232.
You can call that one if you want.
Yeah.
But they're not going to get you anywhere.
Yeah. All right,
Who is this?
Yeah. All right, so I'll start with this one. It says, my stepdad's mom took a stick of butter and used it like a crayon to smear butter all over a raw turkey, and then she put the rest of the stick on the table for rolls.
Oh, yeah, no,
So I've
That'll
actually
kill
seen.
ya.
No.
I've actually seen a device that is like a I don't have to like a clamp for butter. It doesn't have to require a lot of pressure, but the basic gist is you put the stick of butter in it and you slide it around on waffles and pancakes.
Yeah, we have one. It's called a Butterbot.
Oh, okay.
And and it looks like a little robot.
Yeah.
And you stick it inside there, and you take off his little R2D2 head.
Yeah.
And the butter sticks out the end there, and it's actually curved a bit so it fits on corn on the cob.
This is not the butter you're looking for.
And it's really great for corn on the cob.
Casey, this would be perfect for your issue, your problem of getting butter in each square of a waffle.
No, it wouldn't.
Why?
Because
I think it would.
Right?
Especially if you heat it up a little bit.
This is not what we're looking at.
No,
If
I
you're
know
looking
that.
at a video, that's
These
not
are
what it
not
is.
your butter dispensers.
Yeah. So anyhow, but using that on raw poultry
No.
and
And
then
serving
putting it out?
to family,
No.
You could get deathly ill.
you get very, very sick. All right, here's another one. This says, my mom once had a meltdown in her kitchen when she saw me cooking an egg in a skillet. She likes to cook her eggs in the microwave until they're rubbery and tinged with gray, and she insists that this is the only way to do it.
She's a lunatic.
I actually didn't even know you could cook an egg in
Oh
the
yeah,
microwave.
you can do it, but it turns out
It's gross, right?
Yeah, you don't get a soft center on the yolk. You get a kind of hard, almost a boiled type of thing.
I mean, even I can do an egg in a skillet. Come on.
Hang on a second here. This one says, not exactly cooking. This is a text. It says, not exactly cooking, but my mom cuts pizza with scissors.
Oh,
I've heard of that.
I've heard
I
that
have
too.
heard of that. Yes.
I've seen it too.
I worked for a family who owned a pizza shop. They owned a very successful, still successful pizza shop down the shore. And when their kids were little, they would bring the pizza home for dinner, and they would cut it up into like little pieces for a baby, but they would do it with the scissors.
Okay.
Do you do the same thing we do? So with our deli meat, we'll use hole punches and put them into a binder.
A 3-ring binder? I haven't tried that, but that's awfully efficient. Saves some.
Where's the liverwurst book,
Marissa?
I feel like the scissor things comes from Italy. Like when you're in Rome, they have these long pizzas and they cut them with scissors.
Okay.
Do you
So
think
that's maybe where that comes
I
from.
don't know.
on that note, do you think that pizza tastes slightly different if you eat it with a knife and a fork than
Yeah, it's not as
Tastes
good.
different? No.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different eating experience, but I don't think it tastes different.
I think
don't-
psychologically-
but like the bite and the.
Do you know what I'm saying?
I do. I don't. Preston's probably right. No, it's not
No,
going to taste different.
there can't be any change to the taste, but yet I perceive one.
It kind of feels like it is. Yeah.
All right, so a few more examples. We'll go to some phone calls if you guys have them. How about this one? I love this. One of my relatives deep fries things and then puts them in the air fryer to make them, quote, less oily.
Wait.
That is absolutely ridiculous.
Then they go on and say, then there's my aunt who buys takeaway fried chicken, fries it again at home just before serving it to her guests. She says the outside is too dry and not oily enough.
Oh my God.
Okay.
So she refries fried chicken.
Did everyone have a heart attack?
Is everybody good?
Oh, that is the best. This one says, once we watched my wife's grandma dice an onion by slicing rounds with the peel still on, like you do for burgers. She would peel each slice one by one and then finally chop it all with a steak knife.
Huh.
So that's way off. I watch people dicing onions.
I need help.
And I sip. Oh, Casey, I'll give you the full
Please do.
tutorial. It is so easy to do.
I do not know how to cut an onion.
Really?
Not properly.
There's a process.
Well, can you give us a quick verbal tutorial?
I would. Okay, so you cut off the base, the bulb end, and then you cut off the top. You turn it sideways, lie it on a flat end. You cut it in half. You take the peel, the outside layer off. Then you flip it back over on the flat edge like this.
Where it's like round and...
No, on the flat side.
On the
Okay,
flat
flat
edge
edge,
where it lies now. And then, Casey, so here's the onion. It's like an arc this way, okay?
Correct.
Then you slice it 3 times this way.
Okay.
And you slice it 3 times this way. And then you go boom, 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 and it's all chopped up.
Are you a fan of chopping devices?
No.
A lot of chefs say no to those, right?
No, you don't need. It takes up room in the kitchen, and all you need is a knife. But what you do need to know are the proper techniques, and all you have to do is learn them once, and you got them.
So at some point, I'd seen a YouTube video that described how to cut a pineapple, Preston, and we had a fresh pineapple in the house. I think I misremembered how to cut that pineapple.
Oh, really?
Because it's that main part in the middle, the stem, the core of it. And I cut that off.
Yeah.
And I cut the outer layer, the prickly part off. And I was cutting what I thought was correct, and yet that part of the core. Do you do
Still
core?
solid? Still
Yeah,
hard?
still solid. Or was that just me not cut? Was that me cutting
I
it
didn't
too
cut
soon?
it all out.
All right.
I mean, you need to cut it into quarters and then just slice the. There'll be like a wedge, and that sharp part of the wedge is the core, and then you just cut it off that.
I
way.
effed it up.
Then you're good to go.
Steve, I hate to bring it back to this, but
no.
A listener texted this in, so thank you, random listener. Apparently, in the movie Cobra, starring Sylvester Stallone,
We're watching the video.
he uses scissors to cut pizza.
He's eating cold pizza.
You ate pizza.
And he cuts it with scissors.
You're the pizza, I'm the scissors.
That's where that whole thing with that cult. They were scissor. They were pizza.
They cut their pizza with scissors.
No, they cut theirs with axes. If you remember.
Clang, clang.
But Casey, I'll. You know what? I could bring in an onion. Maybe you know what? Maybe we'll do a demo day for the Connoisseur sometime.
Thank you for calling Cobra's Pizza.
We'll show you a couple things. He's got a pizza shop now.
Slices.
Would that be like a version of show and tell?
All of the drivers wear mirror shades
Absolutely.
and have a matchstick in their mouth.
Yeah. You hungry or what?
Yeah.
And actually, the pizza is put in a barber's chair, Preston, and then he walks around.
All right, here's some other things that people do, interesting ways they cook things at their home, questionable ways. Here's another entry that says, my mom said that cooking the turkey on Thanksgiving Day was too much work when you're hosting, too. So she would cook the bird weeks in advance, carve it, and then freeze it.
You might as well. No.
May as well just go to the deli and buy turkey that way. It's not part of the Thanksgiving experience that way.
I'm getting the borderline criminal aspect of this whole thing.
But also,
that would be, that's just, the whole purpose is to have that fresh turkey.
Listen, I cooked a turkey for the first time in my life. Like, I did it on
this Thanksgiving just passed, right?
And I did a great job. Dude, it's not that much work.
No.
You prepare the beginning, right? You do that in the morning, you stick it in the oven, and then you got the rest of the day to do everything else. Like, it's really not that difficult.
Agreed. I like this one a lot. It says, my family calls every small grain-like food in large quantities rice.
Wait, what?
Quinoa, that's rice. Couscous, that's rice too.
Couscous.
So
I love couscous.
They just call it rice.
By the way, couscous is like 1,000% superior than quinoa.
I am I'm a quinoa fan.
I'm not saying I don't
totally
like
different.
quinoa.
It's completely different.
It's better. I mean, if you're going
it's
for...
like pudding is the best version of steak.
But that's like saying you like pasta better than rice.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I think it's more like saying you like risotto better than rice.
And milk duds.
No, couscous is a pasta, right?
Yeah.
That's right.
Quinoa is a grain, I believe.
I believe you're correct.
So they're two different things. So
Okay.
so rice and risotto are both grains.
Your quinoa is in my couscous.
Your couscous is in my quinoa. I kind of liken them to be almost the same thing, even though they're not.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, so you're like these guys.
Yeah.
All right, so here's another one that says, my mother-in-law proudly makes this one very specific chunky salsa, and it has raw diced carrots in it. I have no idea where she got that recipe from, but it's bland, it's watery, and way too crunchy.
I had carrots in a salsa one time, and
Were they raw?
Yeah, chopped.
Okay.
Raw carrots, and when I saw it, I was like, "No, this is going to be terrible." It wasn't bad, and I don't know why it was done. Like maybe for nutrition reasons or whatever. I was not completely turned off by it.
Do you know what? I pretty much hate carrots. I don't hate, but I find them bland. And the only thing, but however, I love carrot cake.
Yeah, well, that's not really carrots.
Now, are you talking about?
There are carrots diced up in it.
Just are you talking about like raw carrots,
Yeah,
or do you like
carrots.
them
Nah, baby carrot. I'm not a big
roasted?
fan. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we need to roast some for you in some good olive oil.
I love carrots.
I
yeah.
do too.
Any
I could
form.
eat them with every meal.
Mhm.
Yep. So let's go to some phone calls. I want to go to Frank. We're talking about questionable way that people prepare things in their kitchen at home. Hi, Frank. Good morning.
Good morning, it bitches.
Good morning. What's up, buddy?
All right, this infuriates me, and I'm about to ruin everybody's morning. My fiance's aunt, she prepares soup separately, as in if she made chicken noodle soup, there's chicken in one pot, broth in one pot, noodles in one pot, and then vegetables in another pot. That's not how you make soup. That's not how you make soup.
So she makes them all separately?
The reason for it is so that you get individual flavors of everything. No.
Frank, I feel your passion. Absolutely, because the big thing about soup is all those ingredients together blend, and they spend time together.
Yeah.
The longer you let soup sit like that, the better it tastes.
That's insane.
That's crazy, Frank. Have you ever confronted her on this?
Yes. And then she's big and mean and Italian. I don't know.
Frank, that's insane. Does she do, like, when she makes a cake, does she prepare the separate ingredients separately?
Right, it's like taco night, but with soup. So you just walk up and then you just put everything into your bowl. And
That's kind of funny.
Yum, yum. I'm really happy to be married into this family. I can't take it.
All right, Frank, good luck to you, sir. Thank you for the call. We appreciate it. Oh, my God.
That's crazy, man.
Too funny. So here's another one that says, once we watched my wife's grandma dice an onion by... Oh, wait, I already said that one. Never mind. There was another onion one coming up a little bit later on. This one says, I... brought my mom and a niece to a nice restaurant in Boston and interpreted the menu for them. It was in Spanish, and I could make out most of it, and we played it safe considering their plates, but also ordered a few things for them to try. Adventure in food and culture is important for my kids. My mom screamed, "Ooh, gross," like a child in the middle of the crowded dining room, all because I said that there were anchovies in the Caesar salad as they brought it out to the table.
Isn't that a standard part of Caesar salad?
Yeah,
anchovies?
the dressing is made
right.
with with anchovies, but she probably didn't know that. She got a little freaked out by that whole thing.
Ooh, there's carrots in this carrot cake.
Right. All right, let me go to Adam. Hey, Adam, good morning.
Morning, guys.
What's up, Adam?
My fiance's mother will put whole chicken breast into the oven with like an inch worth of olive oil and no seasoning and just let it cook in there for like an hour.
Wow.
My fiance suggested that I learn this recipe.
What's to learn?
Wait, let me take notes.
Yeah. So Preston, would there be any reason to prepare chicken that way?
If you maybe were going to add it to something else, but they just eat it like that, Adam?
It's the weirdest thing that I've ever seen. They pull it out of the oven, they cut it up, and they're like, "Oh yeah, it looks great."
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by The Bagster. You can buy yours now at any home improvement store, just $29.99. You fill it up, they pick it up on your schedule. The Bagster, dumpster in a bag, buy, fill, gone. I decided to put this in the Bizarre File. I love this story. Oscar Mayer is hitting the racetrack with the debut of the first ever Weenie 500, a competition that will see the brand's iconic Wienermobiles racing at the historic Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
I
The
want to
event
see this.
marks the first competitive race for the entire Wienermobile fleet and will be the first time that all 6 vehicles have gathered in over a decade.
Are all 6 vehicles essentially the same looking, or are there dramatic differences?
I believe they're all the same looking, Steve. I'm pretty sure of that.
I just hope that there's not a pileup, because if there is, then they're all gone.
Yeah. Each Wienermobile, though, will represent a distinct regional hot dog, including the Shy Dog, representing the Midwest.
Yeah.
The New York Dog, representing the East Coast. The Slaw Dog, which will represent the Southeast. The Sonoran Dog, which represents the Southwest. The Chili Dog is the South. And the Seattle Dog, representing the Northwest.
I love the concept. We've talked about and been fascinated with these things for the longest time. Do we determine what kind of engine that thing has? Those things have in it?
Yeah, it's already a pre-made car.
Yeah,
and I've forgotten what it is, Steve. And then they just build the custom on top of that. But I broke down the specifics of it one time, but I don't remember.
Got some oomph to it.
So the event will include custom hot dogger racing suits and a finish line celebration in the Wieners Circle, featuring a condiment spray and a hot dog for the champion. Oscar Mayer is also teaming up with DraftKings to launch a free-to-play pool that lets fans predict the outcome of the Weenie 500.
I love it.
Participants can visit DraftKings.com and answer race-related questions for a chance to win a share of a $10,000 prize pool. The race is set for tomorrow at 2 p.m. and will be streamed live on the Fox Sports app. Highlights will also air during the Indy 500 pre-race show on Fox.
So we know somebody whose son, and I don't know if their tenure is up, but they were a driver of the Wienermobile. I wonder if those people, the people that they elect to be
the drivers,
are the drivers, or are they going to have race car drivers?
My
in there?
guess is they might go with professionals to avoid the situation you were talking about, like a pileup.
Yep, we will have to see. All right, sometimes reality mirrors films, and it's scary. Astronauts aboard China's space station have discovered a previously unknown microbe that has also been occupying low Earth orbit, and it's also inside the space station. A group of scientists examined swabs from inside and found that the form of bacteria not known to inhabit Earth.
All right, so here's the movie you want to watch. It's called Life, and it will F you up, and this sounds like this.
The microbe is pretty resilient, with the ability to cover itself in a biofilm that's like a protective shield. And now researchers are trying to figure out how to protect the health of the astronauts and keep the bacteria from making it to Earth. Oh my God!
There's a scene in this movie in particular, Preston, where they have this thing in a they're kind of screwing with it, and the scientist has the rubber gloves on. He's reaching through, and the thing is almost like an octopus gelatinous thing. Clamps onto his hand in that scene and just crushes it.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if that happens here.
I hope not.
A fisherman, this is a great story, came up with the idea of using his drone to help rescue a swimmer struggling in a rip current off the Florida coast. Andrew Smith said that he was preparing to shark fish with his drone near Fort Pickens Beach last Thursday when he saw a teenage girl struggling in the water. Smith grabbed a flotation device and attached it to his drone. They then flew the drone to the girl, who was able to grab the flotation device, and a beachgoer had shot the video. First responders arrived, and they were able to bring the girl on shore. Smith said, I flew it out there, and I missed really bad on the first drop. A lady grabbed another one for me. I was pretty nervous. We flew it out there, and we got it down to her. She was way out there. If I didn't get her to that one, I don't know if she would have made it any longer.
This has got to be a very viable application because some of these drones are fairly big and can certainly handle this payload.
Yeah, I think that the lifeguard stations should have these. The drone
just to play with
has 2 releases on the bottom and can be used for fishing and can carry 2 life jackets on it and get to people fast. It has a camera on it as well. So he said I could see the girl's head on the camera. So,
and I assume when he says shark fishing, he's simply just looking to get video or pictures of sharks.
I don't know. I mean, they have used remote things before to take the line way out there. So I don't know if that's what he was doing or not. Stephen William Daniel. This is a terrible story. Died after he was attacked by a swarm of bees while he was mowing the lawn in Eastland, Texas. I think this is possibly one of the worst ways to go.
I can't. Yeah, it's nightmarish. So did he run over a?
Somehow or another, he kicked up a nest. So officers responded to reports of a pickup involved in a collision involving private property. When an officer pulled up to the scene, he observed the pickup moving in reverse. The officer walked up to the pickup, opened the driver's side door, put the truck in park so that it would not strike his unit. His patrol unit, the driver identified as Daniel, was being swarmed by bees. He seemed out of it. He had labored breathing. He was slurring. Another officer arrived at the scene, reported multiple bee stingers embedded into his skin as his face began to swell. He stated he had just been stung by a bunch of bees and could hardly see. The officer said, I then had to swat the bees off of myself due to many bees swarming around me and the vehicle. Daniel was advised to get out of the pickup, but he had trouble moving, and the responding officers assisted him to the patrol unit, and an ambulance arrived on the scene, and he was unresponsive and stopped breathing while he was transported.
Wow.
He was pronounced dead at the hospital. They tried life-saving measures. The cause of death was circulatory collapse due to bee stings. They said he was not allergic to bees.
He was just bombarded with so many.
But he had other underlying medical conditions. He was mowing the lawn when he was attacked by the bees. It looked as if he had backed his truck up away from the bees, trying to let them clear the area. Police called in a local beekeeper to find the origin of the beehive, and a large hive of honeybees was found in an abandoned structure near the area where he had been mowing. A local beekeeper safely removed the hive from the structure, but that is just, terrible. All right, I can't end on that.
No.
That's a terrible one. This is a good one. In New York, it was an exciting morning at CBS 6 when morning show anchor Olivia Jacquith went into labor just before the newscast, and she still anchored the show. Her co-anchor, Julia Dunn, said Olivia's water broke around 4:15 in the morning still, and in true journalist fashion, Olivia remained calm, poised, and determined to continue doing what she loves, which is delivering the news.
It's pretty amazing.
Despite being in early labor, she anchored the full morning broadcast. Her co-anchors jokingly said she even managed to sneak in a yogurt. Her strength, humor, and professionalism in the midst of such a life-changing moment were nothing short of inspiring. And she first announced a pregnancy in February after running the Disney Princess Half Marathon in Florida with her sister. So,
if you're a long-time viewer of the NBC Nightly News, you probably noticed I've been grimacing for a few minutes. In complete candor, I've had a full bowel movement in my pants, but I will continue with the news.
So she managed to do it. She finished the whole thing.
Yeah, it's kind of sweet. It's very sweet, in fact.
In labor, so she did it. There you go. And that's what I have in the bizarre file. Let me, I want to check on something. I want to make sure I got... if I have any shard outs or anything like that I've missed out on, I did not look, and I apologize.
Well, and tomorrow, you just can't do it tomorrow.
Oh, you know what? I have one, Preston. While you're looking, our buddy Kale Beers, it's his birthday tomorrow.
Hey!
So his wife Suzanne sent me a really nice note and wanted us to wish Kale a happy birthday, and so we won't be able to do it tomorrow. So Kale, happy early birthday.
All right, fair enough. We'll go with that one. I'll dig through these and find what I wanted to pass along a little bit later. So we'll come back in a moment. We are doing today Friday stuff because tomorrow is a whole other animal with the live broadcast from Keenan's in North Wildwood. So when we return, we'll do the Connoisseur today, which means we have a bunch of stuff to give away and some food to talk about. We'll return with that right after this. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
I'm like, did she forget to put like salt, pepper, like any kind of seasoning on this thing? I came home from work one night and it was just sitting there on the counter. I'm like, yes.
Are they treating it like Preston, like focaccia bread, where you're dipping it in
Everybody just takes a piece and then they
dips it in the olive oil?
Oh, man. That's super duper bland. Thanks, Adam. I appreciate it. Yeah, you would do that if you're going to add it to something else, maybe. But even then, you at least want to give it a little bit of salt and pepper, you know? Something in there. Let's see here. This one says, my mother-in-law. These
It's
are
all mother-in-laws.
questionable ways that they prepare things in their kitchen. My mother-in-law cuts every single vegetable up with a paring knife. Now, a paring knife is really small.
Yes.
She said it's horrible watching her struggle to cut large items like potatoes and onions. But she just sits there and insists that a small knife makes it go faster.
Yes.
But then again, he says she also boils chicken in water in the microwave and eats it too. Boy, that's about as bland as you can get too.
So smaller tools will make the job go quicker. So like a really tiny lawnmower.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Try that.
Yeah.
It'll speed things
I'm
up.
gonna
quite
cut
a
my
bit.
time in half.
No. You need a nice big knife.
No, I'm gonna dig out this pool with a spoon
for some things. And by the way, always sharpen your knives. I think the rule is a dull knife cuts people. A sharp knife doesn't, because a dull knife won't. You can move.
Jump. Yeah.
It'll skip around and not cut cleanly, and you can cut yourself.
What are your kitchen knives of choice? Are you using the Guy Fieri?
Yeah. We have the Guy Fieri.
They're
knives.
pretty amazing.
Yeah, we got what's called the Battle Station from Guy, and we've had it for, I don't know, 8 or 9 years or something like that. Yeah, they're really good knives.
We just got those colored ceramic knives.
How are they?
I love them.
Because I see them advertised on QVC occasionally, and the guy who appears to be a chef seems to really love them.
Yep.
Very sharp?
Yeah.
Okay. One last quick question. Do you have to sharpen those ever? I don't think so, right?
No, you're asking this guy over here.
I don't. I've never dabbled in ceramic knives, so
right?
I'm not really sure if they need to be sharpened or not. Here's another one. It says, my stepfather's an absolute toddler about food. A literal 60-year-old man who still throws tantrums when my mom doesn't make him what he wants for dinner. One of his normal practices is to eat slices of white American cheese straight from the packages. Sometimes he just takes slices out of the package and stuffs them in his mouth. And I think these are the individually wrapped ones.
Yes.
Because he goes on to say he spent all of last summer insisting that every pack of cheese that my mom got was bad, but they were all totally fine. Our conclusion, we think that for the first time in his life, he actually smelled the cheese before inhaling it. So if it wasn't wrapped tightly in that package, because those, like the Kraft ones, like they barely have any scent to them at all. And you get a real cheese, it's going to have a really strong scent to it. All right, Tony has a crazy way of making soup. We're going to go to Tony. Good morning, Tony.
Good morning. How are you?
Great. What's up?
All right. So someone else was talking about making soup separately.
Yes.
I have a texture thing, so I don't like I like the taste of the soup greens, like celery and onions and things like that, but I can't stand the texture. So I boil them in the broth, and then I strain them out, and then I kind of pulverize them into their own soup, and then I add it back into the broth, and then I boil the noodles, and then I add the chicken.
Okay. So you don't like texture of vegetables, so you just kind of puree them and make them into a liquid.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Huh.
You're still going to get the flavor. That's interesting.
That's
I
probably
guess.
a Bill Weston way, right?
Yeah. So you know what? In fact, here's this same one. It says, my dad hates the texture and taste of most vegetables. He passed this down to my brother and me. So my mom always made us this awesome salsa that was completely pureed.
Yeah.
I was very confused by chunky salsa when I was old enough to notice it at other people's homes.
Huh.
I didn't know people didn't like the texture. Well, I guess, yeah, like Rochelle.
Texture's a big thing.
The reason she doesn't like mushrooms is the texture of them.
Me too.
She can handle the flavor. She can get mushroom flavored stuff, but if she gets the pieces,
It's like
I've been on that roller coaster with avocados. So I like avocados I initially liked. And then I did not like them. I did not the texture, and now I kind of like the taste, so I can handle. I think I'm coming back as the pendulum swings. But man, yeah, there was a period like I couldn't stand the feel of it in my mouth.
What about Kathy, mushrooms? No dice for you?
No, I can't do mushrooms. But I'm okay with the avocado. Like I don't.
I know. That's kind of slimy too. It's a little different.
It's a little different. Yeah, the
It's
mushroom
offensive.
is so. Yeah, I don't know.
Avocado's
It's so
almost
slimy.
creamy in nature.
Yes, and I'm okay with creamy.
I'm okay with
Say it clearly and into the
I'm
microphone.
okay with creaming.
What about mushroom flavor in general? You don't like it either, or?
I don't know that I would hate it. I don't. What would be mushroom flavored?
Do you
I
like
don't know. I don't
sauteed
think
mushrooms on like a hamburger?
Oh yeah, I do.
That's awesome.
Absolutely. So like a cream of mushroom soup. You know, I mean, there are little
but there
pieces,
are chunks in there. Yeah, no, I can't
but they're
do
very,
it.
very.
What about split pea soup? Something like that.
Oh, I'm okay
Yum.
with that. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Casey's not good on split
My wife despises it, and I love it.
Yeah, the only one I've ever had is like a canned split pea soup.
Oh, you
If I had it homemade,
You got to have free range.
Speaking of canned, hang on a second. Here was a one that said, my mother has entire cookbooks dedicated to cooking in the microwave, and she thinks that there are only two ways to cook vegetables. One, place frozen vegetables onto a dish, add water and margarine, microwave until mush. 2, dump canned vegetables and liquid from a can into a pot, add margarine, heat, and microwave until slightly warm. I only realized that I actually liked vegetables for the first time I tasted fresh green beans that had been lightly sauteed with olive oil, garlic, and salt. So some people, if you grow up on the canned or frozen stuff, you don't know the majesty, the wonderfulness.
That would have held true with a couple of like pineapples. Again, I only had canned pineapples when I had fresh. Like, well, a whole new world.
Right. But Casey, yeah, we'll have to get you some split pea soup. I hated peas when I was a kid. Couldn't stand them. They were disgusting to me. I love them now.
It's the way it goes.
We were talking over the weekend about Brussels sprouts and how they're a revelation these days. But when I was growing up, Brussels sprouts were prepared boiled. And so that was like terrible to me.
It would blow out your O-ring like nobody's business.
I wouldn't even give it that chance. I hated them so much they never made it into my body.
I love them baked.
Like now, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. How about this one? When I eat at my in-laws, here's the in-laws again. It's always stressful. They're wild about portion control. My mother-in-law always cooks 1 potato per person, and they're baby potatoes, like the size of a golf ball.
So, like, you can't have extras.
She said during Thanksgiving, she'll hover around and snatch your plate away the second you're finished. Don't even think about seconds. Remember, 1 potato per person.
What's that about? I guess they don't describe whether or not they're very thin.
That's weird. How about I made Christmas dinner once, and my sister deemed the ham trash because I didn't take the bone out. Apparently, Gordon Ramsay wouldn't have done that. And I was deemed unfit for next Christmas dinner, so she took care of it. She cooked a tube of deli ham instead.
Really?
A tube of it?
How's everyone's tube?
How's your tube of ham?
God, that sounds awful.
It's very good. This is good tube.
Let's see. Let's go to Bob. Hey, Bob. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
When I first got with my girlfriend when we were kids, about 18, 19 years old, come home from work, and her mother, she's like, oh, we're going to have spaghetti the poor way. Bunch of soggy-ass noodles with tomato soup poured over top of it.
Tomato soup?
Soggy-ass noodles with tomato soup poured over them? You should have used ketchup.
Well, exactly. Almost the same thing.
Yeah.
Man, no, that's not even that's just the stupid way.
Yeah, I agree. Thanks, man.
I mean,
Appreciate
especially
it.
since you can go to the supermarket. There's tons of marinara already in jars ready to go.
Yeah, costs about the same as soup.
Yeah.
Probably. So, how about Justin? Hey, Justin, good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning, Ed. What's up, buddy?
So, due to that TikTok app, I come downstairs this morning and my son I saw him pouring cereal, but he pours the milk in before the cereal.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
Can you divorce your children?
Yeah, he said, well, all the kids in his class do it. And I questioned him. I said, that is un-American. We do not do that here.
Well, it's just stupid, too, because you can't fill up the bowl with cereal. You're just getting a surface layer.
Well, yeah, so apparently this video says that it helps so the cereal doesn't overflow over the bowl.
What?
I mean, yeah.
Are you that...
You can stop pouring milk at some point, and it will not overflow.
Stop!
I know, right? All right, thanks, Justin. My daughter likes to let her cereal sit in milk until it gets all mushy.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Not me.
I think I might have been that way when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And now it's like if it sits there too long, I don't even want it.
You know what? I've found my ability to buzzsaw through, especially cereal that I like Frosted Mini Wheats or the was it Kanashi? What are the Kashi? Oh, their stuff is. I can go through like half a box. And like nobody's business. It's just crazy.
All right, one last one.
That's why I can't do it.
One last one, and then we got to take a break. This one says, honestly, I'm amazed that my grandfather never got food poisoning. He would frequently leave soup out on the stove for days on end, just heating it back up when he was hungry and letting it cool down for hours or even days before heating it up again.
What was that?
Just leave it there.
What was that story? It might have been debunked at a certain point, but it was the Chinese food that had been left out on a counter.
Oh,
yes. And they thought it was a meningitis case or something like that. And it turned out to not be what caused that guy's illness. You're right. And then this person goes on to say, in the winter, he would store food outside instead of the refrigerator since it was, quote, free to cool it down. Except he continued to do this until it was in the 50s.
Yeah. No, you can't do that.
No, you don't want to do that.
Maybe the dead of winter, yes.
For safety's sake, you don't want to do that.
I need you to stop talking.
All right, we will stop talking.
Damn it.
Do I need to do this one, Nick?
It's just impressive.
This one says, my mother-in-law makes mac and cheese without milk, just cheese on top in a sheet pan and melts it in the oven. Never, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
She puts it on like a Macintosh computer.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. And let me say, I do have my bell. I am ready to go.
Do.
So normally we do this on a Friday. Tomorrow's not your normal Friday, so we are going to do this today so that we make sure we fit it in. So let's get to it. It's time for the Connoisseur, gang.
It's time for the Connoisseur Thursday edition because there's no friggin' way we can do it at Keenan.
This is true. And I want to thank Acme Markets for being our sponsor. And we're going to give away $50 Acme Markets gift cards with the clips that we will play here momentarily. And a theme today from Marissa Magnata, all types of foods you would find on the boardwalk. So that is our theme with the movie clips. But I'm going to start off with this particular story. It is obviously Memorial Day weekend. That means a lot of people planning parties and cooking out.
Yes, grilling kicks into high gear.
Absolutely. Rochelle and I went shopping yesterday because we have some friends that are going to be joining us this weekend, so we were stocking up. We saw other people out at the grocery stores. I saw a guy with like 10 cases of beer in the back of his car. And Rochelle rolled down the window. She's like, have a good time this weekend. He goes, shh, like that.
I work at a school.
So Instacart recently disclosed its key Memorial Day statistics, highlighting how Americans celebrate the unofficial beginning of the summer. And across the country, bottled barbecue sauce remains in high demand among all sauces ordered on Instacart in 2024. And they have come across their favorite sauces, okay? America's favorite sauce brands. And also, they did a little dive into the type of things that will be are most popular as far as meats and mains that you will be throwing on the grill.
Right,
so
right.
A couple of different things to mention here. So we'll start with the favorite sauces, and they kind of vary by region as to
favorite barbecue sauce.
The favorites, but I have the top 10 barbecue sauce brands. There's a few here that I don't know. I don't buy a lot of barbecue sauce because Rochelle's not really a big barbecue sauce person. I am. I love it. I can drown stuff in that.
What do you go to? What's your go-to?
Since I don't do it that much anymore, I don't really have a favorite brand. I mean,
do you make your own?
Stubbs? No, I don't make my own. Stubbs is one, and just kind of whatever. I'm like, whatever looks cool or sounds interesting, I'll grab and go with.
Is there a KC brand? Does that ring a bell?
Not that I know of. Like, as in Kansas City?
Yeah.
Probably.
The number one on your list is our go-to.
Okay.
And not only that, but that brand has a lot of really good sauces.
The one I'm thinking of, Preston, is a KC Masterpiece.
Okay.
And that's my go-to.
It is not in the top 10.
All right.
So number one is, and I'll go with that first because it's Casey's favorite, Sweet Baby Ray's.
Oh, all right.
Sweet Baby Ray's
is the number one barbecue sauce in the country, according to Instacart.
Is it legitimately sweet?
And barbecue sauce in general has a sweetness to it, but I just think it's superior. And they have other sauces. Like there's a sauce I guess it rivals the Chick-fil-A sauce, that we use when we make chicken. The hell is that called? Chicken cutlets is what the word I was looking for. So that's our dipping sauce for that.
I like a sweeter barbecue. There are some that are sweeter than others, and I do prefer the sweet. And if I'm going to be specific, I almost put this in a different category, but the more Carolina vinegar-based ones. So if I go to Mission Barbecue, which has great food, they have a it's like a vinegar bottle of their sauce. It's not amongst their other like reddish colored sauces that they have, and that's what I smother my stuff in. I love it.
You guys had the Jason Fahon's?
I've not.
Oh, Bill's Best.
No. Yeah, I hear that's awesome.
It's really good. Yeah, and in fact, it's sold in some grocery stores now. They've expanded. Mission Barbecue, Preston. There's one in KOP near where that REI is in that shopping center.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how much variety there is when it comes to barbecue sandwiches, and so I tried the vinegar-based one. I don't normally go in that direction, but I went, and it was good. I normally default to the standard sweeter barbecue sauce, but it was really good, and there's just so much to choose from.
But my favorite barbecue sauce is down at Wilson's Secret Sauce.
Okay.
And then I'm not pandering here. It is delicious. It's like a horseradish-based one, so it's got a little bit of a kick to it.
Like that.
Yeah,
Do you like the ones that are yellowish, kind of the mustard-based ones?
I don't necessarily care about the color. It's I like a little bit of kick. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'd say I'm not really a big barbecue sauce fan. So a basic gets it done for me.
Number 2 on this list, actually, believe it or not, is a Kraft barbecue sauce, which I do like the Kraft barbecue sauce an awful lot. Next was Bachan's, Bachans. 4th is Stubbs. I'd mentioned that one.
Where does Emerson Biggins fall on?
That's not in the top 10, unfortunately.
Aww.
Number 5 is Kinder's. Number 6 is G. Hughes. The number 7 most popular barbecue sauce is Rib Rack, followed by Primal Kitchen, Sticky Fingers.
Sticky Fingers, Tig Old Biddies?
Number 9, and Tig Old Biddies at number 10. No, Open Pit.
So you don't know a lot of those?
No.
They're probably more regional then.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Because they definitely said that it depends on your region. I grew up on a barbecue sauce called Malls, and the ad campaign was, don't grill your barbecue, maul it.
Was it M-A-U-L-S?
M-A-U-L-S, yeah.
What is the base in barbecue sauce?
Tomato. Ketchup, a lot of times is a base in
STP.
it. So, Nick, if you could pull up just a standard barbecue sauce recipe, because sometimes there's brown sugar in it, there's vinegar, salt, pepper, stuff like that. Maybe
vinegar, tomato paste, onion powder, spices such as mustard and black pepper, sweeteners like sugar or molasses.
Like Steve was saying, you can make it yourself.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Wait, did you say there is ketchup in there? Or
onion powder, Worcestershire sauce, or tomato paste, but you can put ketchup in it as well if you want to add a little bit of that flavor in there. So in the mid, as far as the meats and favorite mains that people put out on the grill,
I want to hear this.
Regionally in the Midwest, bratwurst tops the list, and likely a nod to the region's love for hearty grill-ready meats.
I'm not a brat guy. I've never been. I know people though who friggin' inhale. I was about to say the effort. Friggin' inhale them.
I'm one of them.
Yeah,
we make them regularly.
Are you a kielbasa? Is it kielbasa a brat?
Nope.
Okay.
Totally different.
Try the Johnsonville brat. It is a jalapeno cheddar brat. It is amazing.
I don't usually do the filled brats. Yeah. So what are you owing about?
You're not like a big on spice, right? Like spicy.
It's not crazy spicy.
It's not super spicy, but it does have jalapenos in it.
The way we make our bratwurst is we boil them in beer with onions and butter. All right, and then you put them on the grill.
Ooh.
And then you can use some of the onions that you cooked in the beer to go on the brat as well.
You gave me a grill recipe a few years ago, Preston, that potato bomb.
Yeah.
And just tin foil and then potatoes and then essentially whatever else you want to put in it. But
butter,
it's like
garlic, salt, pepper.
But it's like a stick of butter. Mm-hmm. You have to use a lot. But yeah, I like using onions, peppers, whatever.
Wasn't that a hit for the Runaways?
What?
Potato bomb.
Oh,
that's
cherry bomb.
Oh.
Yeah, close.
Did you put brats or kielbasa in the seafood bake or boil?
That was kielbasa.
That was kielbasa. You should probably do that this weekend.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
We're not ready for it.
Are you going to be over there, Casey?
Yeah. Well, if he was going to make it.
But we'll do another seafood boil this summer, and you are invited. Okay? You're all invited, actually. All right, so bratwurst is number 1 in the Midwest. The South, particularly in states like Tennessee and Georgia, they like back and spare ribs. Those lead the way, which aligns with the area's deep-rooted barbecue traditions. And in Oregon, so you're talking back home in Oregon, up in the Northwest.
Back home to Oregon.
Veggie sausages are a favorite.
No, I don't think I will.
Do you ever do the sardine kebabs?
What do you heat those with? Do you use if you're going to...
A cigarette lighter.
I take a flamethrower.
Yeah, I think so, right?
Take a flamethrower to this place.
Wow. That man knows how to barbecue.
Reflecting on the state's plant-forward and eco-conscious mindset. What it does...
Oh, someone's hungry.
Smell good.
Yeah.
What it doesn't mention is the Northeast and what we like to grill.
There is no Northeast.
Oh, it's kind of interesting.
I like grilling sausage. I like, any Casey, the type that has the melted cheese on the inside of it. That's a nice little treat when you slice open your sausage.
So when you guys are heading to the barbecue, is it more likely going to be stuff like this, or do burgers?
Yeah. Listen, I won't I don't do frozen burgers.
You would cook them.
Yeah. No. Meaning like like a Bubba burger or whatever you get out of the freezer. I prefer meat, like fresh ground meat.
Okay.
But if I am doing that, if I'm at a barbecue, I'm just getting a hot dog. I'm a hot dog guy.
All right.
Yeah.
Hot dogs are, when grilled, they're pretty damn awesome.
Yeah.
I will do maybe one hot dog. I do love hot dogs, but you can't beat.
They're good for you.
They're so good for you.
Really?
You can't beat a good burger on the grill, man.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. You know what I do like about, and again, for the hot dog experience on a grill, I like the crispiness.
Yeah.
I do like the crispiness.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
You know what's re-entered my life in the last few months is chicken legs.
I'm back.
Drumsticks. Yeah, that was a barbecue staple when I was growing up. Chicken breasts, chicken legs. And
I'm back, baby!
And so, for whatever reason, I found them to be delightful again.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
you don't think to throw,
I don't anymore. I haven't for a long
Chicken
time.
legs.
But like barbecue sauce on a chicken leg, damn good.
You know what happens when you think about it? Then you immediately think of chickens in wheelchairs. And you don't like that.
Poor baby.
Yeah.
Nick, then you should go to Acme on Mondays. They have cheap chicken Mondays, and they have fried chicken or like roasted chicken. And you can go all legs if you want.
So is that for grilling purposes or for already made purposes?
Already made purposes.
Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. So anyhow, grill up this weekend. We need to play a clip about about food from a movie. Yes. What movie is this food clip from? Thank you. And all of these foods are things you can find on the boardwalk in honor of opening the Jersey Shore. Here is our first clip to see if you can name what movie this is from.
Follow you? Where? To my car. Would you forget your French fries to go with the soda? I had them already.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what movie that's from. Order up. Consumer Reports annual Risky Food Report is out
Risky
now.
food, for those who live on the edge.
Naming the top foods of 2024 that were subject to the most recalls and or linked with the largest illness outbreaks.
I'm going to be curious to hear this because I bet it'll run contrary to what I might think or presume.
So this is a warning. Their list is based on the number of illnesses and deaths associated with bacterial food contamination last year, how large the outbreaks were, the number of recalls, and the amount of food recalled. Salmonella, Listeria, and E. coli were to blame for last year's outbreaks. Found in foods like, I'm not going to say. I'm going to dive right into the list. So we'll go backwards on this one. We'll start at number 10. Number 10 is ready-to-eat cooked poultry and meat.
Yeah. You're talking about like
a Purdue shortcut?
Yeah.
Stuff like that. Ready to eat, cooked poultry and meat.
Not so ready to eat, was it?
I still have to cook that stuff. You know what I mean?
You recook it?
Oh, yeah, I have to.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
just heat it up.
Heat it up, yeah.
Yeah. All right, number 9 is organic basil. There are a few organic things on here.
Organic basil?
Yeah. Number 8, organic carrots.
See, organic, you think, well, this is going to be good and healthy and so on and so forth. It's crawling with disease.
Number 7 is leafy greens.
Yeah.
Number 6, onions.
What about roadkill raccoon?
Number 5, eggs.
Okay, so I told you about how I had some stomach issues earlier in the week.
Yes.
Was it eggs?
Well, I made fried rice, and it had eggs and carrots and onions in it. So maybe, just maybe, and I literally...
You said your O-ring blew out.
Yeah, big time. And I was literally the only person in my household who ate it. So this had to have been it.
Have you made my recipe yet?
Not yet.
You son of a bitch. Did you watch The Departed?
Here's the deal. Hang on. Yes, I did.
Okay, so then you need to do this.
He hasn't watched Dazed and Confused yet.
No, I haven't. So here's the deal. I've been telling you for years about my fried rice.
Yes.
And then you went ahead and you made some on your own.
Yes.
And then I gave you my recipe.
Yeah.
And you have not used it yet. And now it's too late. We're not
Damn
friends.
it.
We're not friends anymore.
Yes, we are.
You're not invited to that seafood bake anymore.
Yes, I am.
No more.
I'm showing up anyway.
I'm here.
You just put the table on Casey's front lawn and eat it right there.
All right,
Preston, yesterday you had a story in the news about cucumbers.
Yeah.
And are they on the list?
Well, let's find out.
All right, then.
I know that they're sensual.
They're sensuous.
Yes.
Number 4 is cotija and queso fresco cheese.
I like cotija. It's a good cheese.
Number 3 is raw dairy in general. These are the riskiest foods. That you
What
can
about
have.
LB Chai Chai?
I don't know about that. But raw dairy, I guess, is unpasteurized.
Just sucking on the teat, you know?
Yeah, why not?
Suck it on a chili tea.
Number 2, cucumbers.
There we go.
Is that amazing?
Number 2 on the list of most risky foods.
Yeah, the news yesterday was Bedner Growers, and they're in restaurants, wholesalers, and grocery stores.
To what do they attribute that to? Because it has to become contaminated at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Is it the fact that people will use it?
It's probably the fertilizers and stuff, yeah.
Good question, but it's either salmonella, listeria, or E. coli.
See, you're telling your kids to eat the salads and all that stuff, and it's lethal.
And then
circus peanuts. That's the safest.
Number 1 on this list for riskiest foods of 2024, deli meat in general.
I'll risk it.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Worth it.
I'm still going to go for it.
Do you buy a lot of deli meat?
Yeah.
Okay, you make a lot of sandwiches?
Almost every time I go to the grocery store, deli meats and deli cheeses. Yeah,
Okay.
for sandwiches, yep.
What's your go-to?
Lately, like honey smoked turkey or oven roasted turkey.
So we always have Acme original
Lancaster brand?
turkey and Swiss.
Did I ever tell you guys about the time my mom ordered ham for Easter and she wanted to get a 2-pound ham, so she went to Acme and ordered a 2-pound ham, except that what she had actually ordered was like 2 pounds of deli meat.
Oh no! Oh man!
She's like, well, for Easter, we're having deli meat this year.
Oh, that's funny. That's great. All right. Well, we're going to play this movie clip again, see if we can get a winner, find out what movie this food clip is from.
Follow you? Where? To my car. Would you forget your French fries to go with the soda? I had them already.
All right. We're going to go to Adam on our phone, see if he knows what the answer is. Adam, good morning, brother.
Good morning. Long-time caller, first-time listener.
You did it the other way.
Happy to have you either way. All right, Adam, what movie is that clip from?
I think I heard Madsen and Keitel. I'm going to go Reservoir Dogs.
That is correct.
Yeah!
Absolutely correct. Hang on, my man. We are going to give you a $50 Acme Markets gift card, right, Case?
Yep, hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
All right, we're going to play another clip, see if we can identify what movie it is from. Remember, all these foods have to do with stuff you can get on the boardwalk. Here is our next one.
I'm off early because of a crisis at work, but I thought we could go get some seltzer.
All right, 610-660-9333. Let's see if you know what movie that is from. Order up. So we're going to segue over to something a little bit more personal to the Preston and Steve show, because the Delicious City Philly podcast featuring Chef Eli Culp, Dave Wez, and Marissa Magnotta are hosting a tailgate as a fundraiser for the American Heart Association's Go Red for Women campaign. And it will be before the Phillies-Braves game coming up on the 27th at 4 p.m. And Marissa gave me the list of stuff to expect. If you want to expand, Marissa, feel free. Expert tailgaters, 4th and John, are co-hosting the party. Mike's Barbecue will be there, smoking meat and veggies with Ruby's seasoning. Porco's, and I'll need help with the pronunciation, Marissa. Porchetteria?
Got it.
Porco's Porchetteria and Pestromski's will be serving sides as well. Coco's Gelato is creating unique flavors for the event, including a tasty cake-inspired gelato. Kenwood Beer, Surfside, and Pray Tell Wine will provide beverages. And Ice Sculpture Philly is bringing out an ice luge as well.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah,
That'll get it done.
That sounds like fun, Marissa.
Thank you. Yeah. And if you've ever been to a Delicious City podcast party, they are always fun. And Eli and I have some surprises, too, that are coming out this time.
You have some surprises?
Yeah, Eli loves a surprise. Even when we're planning and doing meetings, somehow he just whips out something that wows everybody.
Look at this.
Okay.
It's really good.
So, question, Marissa, about this. And by the way, it's going to be on the 27th at 4 o'clock at the Phils game. Do people pay per food item, or is there a flat fee, or what? Because the proceeds are going to go to the American Heart Association.
Yeah, if you go to deliciouscitypodcast.com right now, you can buy your tickets, and then it's all inclusive.
All inclusive.
Nice.
Yeah.
Eat all you want, drink all you want?
Eat and drink all you want, and there's going to be a lot.
Okay. And it's in the parking lot?
Yeah, it's a tailgate. It's
Yeah,
just
I
like
know.
a tailgate before an Eagles game. We're just doing tailgate that way.
I didn't know you could sell tickets to tailgates. I don't tailgate.
Not talk about this. Let's just dump all of this out. And our friends from the Wells Fargo Center, we love you so much.
Well, it's a charity event,
Yes.
so 25% of the proceeds go to the American Heart Association. So you can get tickets at deliciouscitypodcast.com.
I mean, I was doing the math, and this is the same amount that you would pay at a bar
Anyway,
for a couple
right?
of drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so-
now it's going to the American Heart Association.
That's great. Excellent. All right, we're going to see if somebody knows what movie this clip is from.
I'm off early because of a crisis at work, but I thought we could go get some seltzer.
All right, we will go to the phones, and it's Bill who wants to take a stab at this. Hey, Bill, good morning, bud.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Great, man. Do you know what movie that clip is from?
I do. That is from Barbie.
Barbie! Correct, sir. Hang on, Bill. We're going to set you up, my man.
Yep, you got yourself a $50 Acme Markets gift card. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's Flash Grocery Delivery or Pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
All right, another clip. And again, foods you will find on the boardwalk. Here we go.
Oh.
All right, let's see if you know what movie that is from. Call 610-660-9333 to get in the running for it. Order. Yes.
Oh, what time is it?
It's time for the fast food roundup. Stories from the world of fast food. I only have two of them today, but one of them is my favorite place. I make no bones about it as far as burgers go. Shake Shack. And I know that they're more fast casual because they don't really have a drive-through, but they're burgers and fries and so on. So I want to throw that in here. Shake Shack has made pickle lovers' dreams come true with the debut of their first ever new side, fried pickles.
I just had fried pickles yesterday. I love them. I was at the White Dog and Wayne, and, and they give me a good fried pickle anytime. I think that's what Shakespeare said.
I think so, but I like them. I try not to go crazy on them. Any deep fried stuff, I try not
very
to
good for you.
overdo. But these crispy, briny bites are dipped in a flavorful batter and served with creamy buttermilk ranch for peak snacking. The crunchy newcomers are part of the new summer barbecue lineup and pair perfectly with everything from burgers to hot dogs. And you got to get them while they're hot and while they last, because you never know with the items like this. They may stick around for just a little bit. So you're kind of test market them.
Your default when you're going out for fast food, 9 times out of 10, Shake Shack?
Well, I mean, there aren't any convenient to me, unfortunately. So, no, 9 times out of 10 is probably McDonald's because I got one right down the street from my house.
I hear you.
If I have my choice, if I have my pick of the litter, Shake Shack. If I want a burger, that's where I'm going. I love them.
So fried pickles, and I was robbed of fried pickles last night. We were going to go to PJ Wellahan's, who they do their fried pickles in the spear form, which are really, really good. Do you prefer a pickle chip or a pickle spear fried?
I'm a spear dude.
I think they're two different animals, but the pickles are fun because they're small and they're easily consumable quickly.
It's the inner warrior in me.
But sometimes the spears, if you bite into them, the breading can crumble and fall all over the place.
Yeah.
So I think it's a little bit more of a
liability
convenience in the chip. Yeah. So, but to each his own.
Yes.
All right, and then one last fast food story. There is only one spot in the United States where you can feast on unlimited Chick-fil-A, and it is actually at the University of Oklahoma's Couch Restaurants. For $14 to $18, depending on the meal, you can load up on all the nuggets and waffle fries that your heart desires, plus 13 other food stations.
So is this only open to the students? Or
Yeah. So students with a meal plan, they swipe in for free, and then you can just have at all the Chick-fil-A you want. So that's the only place I believe.
So $30,000 for the tuition
that they do. Yeah.
I think I'm fairly certain that my son's going to Scranton next year, that they have a Chick-fil-A at one of their commons
on the campus.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. But I don't know how that
we
works.
got boned out of. I want to hear about high schools having fast food places.
Souderton would serve Chick-fil-A straight up. They had a
What in the
deal
hell?
with them. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. So
we had hamburgers that were steamed.
Yeah, and questionable at best. Bizarrely,
burger spelled with an I.
Bizarrely, I kind of liked those. It was weird. I knew while I was in high school and I was eating this thing, I'm like, I know this is garbage, but I kind of like it.
Cereal burgers.
I don't know why. Yeah. They weren't the same. They didn't have the same texture.
Do you know where they could be good? Honestly, if you barbecued, if on a grill, if you incinerated the crap out of those, not bad.
Okay. So Chick-fil-A buffet dreams come true if you happen to be in Norman, Oklahoma.
Yes.
That's where you will find
everyone
that.
stops there eventually.
All right. Let's see if you can identify what movie this clip is from.
Oh.
Which is a boardwalk staple, of course. We will go to Megan, see if she knows. Hi, Megan. Morning.
YouTube.
All right. YouTube. Megan, name the movie, please.
That would be A Christmas Story.
Of course. Yep, you got it right. Hold on, Megan. You get a prize.
Yeah, you get a $50 Acme Markets gift card. Thank you, Acme. If you're hungry and in a hurry, Acme's flash grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
Anytime a YouTuber calls in and gives a shout out to the YouTube page, they just go nuts. And it makes me really happy to see. It's such a supportive community, one another. So YouTube, Megan, you made an impact.
I love our YouTube family. I hope some of our YouTubers are coming to Keenan's tomorrow and will be en masse and visible for us to acknowledge.
They're a partying breed.
Yeah, most definitely. All right, we have two more clips and two more stories in the Connoisseur, so let's get to it. Name this movie.
What's that smell?
Must be the dog.
That's popcorn.
Yes, sir, I know.
Get it away from me. I can't stand popcorn. I hate popcorn. Come on, put it over there. Put it over there.
Good. Now I know what to get you for your birthday.
Let's see if we've been paying attention this morning. What movie is that from? 610-660-9333. Order up. So the 2025 Sweets and Snacks Expo just wrapped up in Indianapolis. I didn't even know this thing existed.
No, I'm glad I didn't.
A record number of products entered this year. Judges had some tough decisions to make on more than 400 items in 12 categories. So I'm going to highlight a few of the options or a few of the awards that were from the most innovative of the new product awards.
I bet you when this event is taking place, the hotels where the people are staying see a marked decline in the use of their gym.
All right, so we're going to start with this. Best in show was Bell's Gourmet Popcorn and their Matcha Latte Popcorn.
Okay, so I am a massive popcorn fan, but I do not like a lot of effing with popcorn. However, this sounds pretty good.
So the buttered popcorn from this brand is already a fan favorite. So their kettle corn with matcha latte magic and white chocolate drizzle is supposedly really, really good. So that's what won that award. Sound a little too fancy schmancy for you? I know you love kettle corn.
I'm walking the tightrope on this one. So, I'd have to sample it for myself.
Steve, I just saw recently on my Instagram Reels people that are futzing with how they make popcorn. And what they'll do, they could take like a pepperoni or bacon, and they'll fry that up, right? And then they take the pepperoni or bacon out of the frying pan. Then they throw the kernels in with that oil.
Oh, okay.
And they let the oil,
It kind of influences the taste.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sort of pretty conventional. It's the type of popcorn that I select, the type of butter, and now I pop oil less, which is fantastic.
So I guess, Casey, that would be like an infusion popcorn.
It would, yeah.
Sorts, right? You're infusing the oil, or you're rendering the fat is what you're doing, actually.
It's a big thing now. There's these variations. Kim Kardashian, Chloe just released her line of gourmet popcorns.
You know what would be great? Duck fat popcorn.
Yeah?
Yeah, because duck fat's used quite a bit in some dishes. All right, so also another category at the Sweets and Snacks Expo, the best gummy candy. And that went to Nerds Juicy Gummy Clusters.
Yes. Yes, I've had
You a
these.
fan?
Yes.
I hate gummy candy. I hate gummy bears. All of that
Yeah,
stuff.
and I don't do gummy bears, but the Nerds clusters. I've talked to you guys about this. Like the kids go crazy.
That's
for that.
where I had them.
Yeah,
I had them for my son. I don't know if it was a Halloween candy or just showed up. Maybe Easter. It doesn't matter. And the texture on it is fantastic. You get the Nerds Crunch on the outside and the gummy cluster on the inside. Damn good.
So the strawberry punch flavor, Nick, was the winner and is on its way to being as popular as Nerds Gummy Cluster.
You know what's weird, though? I didn't like gummies, but I did like Good and Plenty.
Okay,
All right.
But
And
it's
those
more
are the-
licorice, right?
Well, yes,
Yeah.
but they're gummy on the inside.
It had the shell on the outside,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yep.
Choo Choo Charlie.
Mike and Ike's?
Then Mike and Ike's are the fruity version of that. So, yeah. All right, the best chocolate went to Pop and Soul coconut flaked white chocolate covered cashews.
So white chocolate, let me tell you something. It's a pretender. It's a poser. Now, I don't hate it, but I find white chocolate routinely, and I know people love the way I say chocolate, is too sweet. It's too sweet. Too sweet.
Chocolate.
That man knew his chocolate.
By the way, did you know, real quick, did you know Good and Plenty's were invented in Philadelphia?
No.
Yeah, they were
If you
first.
say Ben Franklin, I'm going to die.
No. First produced by the Quaker City Chocolate and Confectionery Company in Philadelphia, PA in 1893.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hey, I did not know they've been around that long.
It was originally they were working on an ED drug, Preston.
And it turned out
into
to a wonderful, delightful candy.
No boner, but this is delicious.
Now they are a Hershey product.
All right, let me tell you about the Pop and Soul coconut flaked white chocolate covered cashews. People are already obsessed with the sea salt and vinegar almonds, so they were excited to try the white chocolate cashews, so much so that it ended up winning that category. Then you had the best gum. And that went to Mint, Breath Rocks, Popping Breath Mints, Blue Raspberry.
Okay.
They're fruity, minty, powered by zinc, and described as almost like Pop Rocks.
Excepting Ian McKellen.
I don't actually chew gum, but my dear friends work for this company. And from what I understand, it's like an explosion in your mouth.
Wow. So
I'm
just
unfamiliar.
all right. Sorry, Sir
It's not my
McKellen.
scene, bro.
All right, on to the best meat.
Frodo likes them.
Now, it's not just sweet stuff because they also had the best meat snacks.
Oh, okay. So not like do you sometimes just sit down and watch TV with a bucket full of meat?
Little meat snack. Dude, there was a time where I could sit down with a whole bunch of Slim Jims and polish them all off.
Jerky.
I now find them kind of gross.
Oh, no.
I do like beef jerky.
Yeah.
But the meat sticks have,
The whole concept of the meat stick is something you're not.
not anymore.
Yeah.
I used to eat them all the time.
One of my go-tos at Wawa is a Slim Jim, the big variety. So they have a thicker version of Tabasco Slim Jim.
Right.
It's fantastic.
Who was the sponsor that we had? There was a jerky.
Oh,
they were really good.
that was wild. They had a huge array.
Yeah, this was at least a decade ago because they gave me a whole lot for like hiking trips. I think I took some to Africa or whatever, but they were really good. I like those a lot. And yeah, Preston, I'll still snack on it or use it, on a camping trip.
But when you think of Slim Jim, who do you think of immediately?
Macho Man.
Macho Man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, brother. Slap new Slim Jim. Yeah, I love this.
I was thinking of that high school they were hazing.
High school, brother.
That was Pius.
Pius, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, with the,
they stuck the Slim Jims in people's butts as a
Dude, what's wrong with this Slim Jim? It tastes like somebody's ass.
as a hazy.
My Slim Jim tastes like someone's ass, brother. Oh, you
Picking up some butthole in here.
tastes like butthole, brother.
So the best meat snack went to Bavarian Meats Original Little Langjager individually wrapped sticks. Made with no artificial ingredients, 0 sugar, and packed with 9 grams of protein per serving. So that was the best one.
I would. Is this stuff like is it an award show, or do people get it in tuxes and gowns for this thing, or is
It's
it
an expo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Macho Man Shakespeare commercial for Slim Jims?
No.
Where he's like, "Wherefore art thou, brother?"
No.
Yeah.
I need to see that.
They were doing a play. It was like
Macho
a high school play, and all of a sudden he shows up, and the guy who's playing Romeo or whatever can't deliver his lines, and Macho Man shows up. Man, that was a cartoon staple back in the late '80s, early '90s.
All right, I have 2 more awards to mention. The best salty snack went to Bell's Gourmet Popcorn, and Dubai Chocolate is the name of Bell's Gourmet Popcorn flavored Dubai Chocolate.
Dubai chocolate's very good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The difference between I got to think of the riff here. Dubai's chocolate is that they are inherently
Don't like it.
where the people of Abu Dhabi do.
Yes, correct. So On trend with the Dubai chocolate craze, snackers are going out of their way to find this viral flavor. Bell's is the only brand to win in 2 categories at the expo, by the way. All right, and then one last award at the snack event.
Who's featured in the in memoriam section?
I don't know. Orville Redenbacher.
Orville Redenbacher.
Best.
Orville Redenbacher. Choo Choo Charlie. Slim Jim.
All right.
He got too slim.
So the last award went to the best savory snack, and that was Snack Club Ramen Flavored Snack Mix. Okay. So it joins the Snack Club lineup of Hidden Valley Ranch and Tajin flavors. Some fans are grabbing as many bags as they can to find the new ramen flavor.
So in this whole thing, kitchens and chem labs are equally represented.
Yeah.
Because so much of this stuff is just artificial.
Yep. All right, let's see if somebody knows what movie this is from. Here we go.
What's that smell?
Must be the dog.
That's popcorn.
Yes, sir, I know.
Get it away from me. I can't stand popcorn. I hate popcorn. Come on, put it over there. Put it over there.
Good. Now I know what to get you for your birthday.
All right, we are going to Andrew to see if he knows what movie it is from. Hey, Andrew, good morning.
Hey, good morning to see you.
Good morning, buddy. All right, name that movie, brother.
R.I.P. Iceman. That's from Real Genius.
Real Genius. That is correct, sir. Absolutely. Hold on a second, buddy. We'll get you info and we'll set you up with this.
You got a $50 Acme Markets gift card if you're hungry and in a hurry. Acme's flash grocery delivery or pickup gets you fresh groceries in 30 minutes or less. Fast, fresh, and right to your door. Acme Fresh Foods, local flavors.
Okay. We only have time for, we don't even really have time for one more case.
We don't.
Yeah, we should probably stop. And, and the last one I was going to get to is a biggie as well. It would take a while to discuss it. So maybe we'll
hold it to next week.
We'll hold on and we'll get to that another time. All right. We got to wrap that up. Marissa, thank you for the movie clips. They were great. They were all shore-related things, but we had to do the Connoisseur today because, of course, we're going to be broadcasting live from the Jersey Shore tomorrow morning. Keenan's in North Wildwood. We appreciate it. We need to take a break and come back in a moment. Robert Kelly, one of our favorite guests, is going to be here in our studio in a moment. He's at Parks Casino tonight. We'll get the details from him in a moment. Stay with us. Anyhow, there you go. That's what I have for you in this little list. People with questionable ways that their families cook specific foods. Thank you for sharing. We appreciate that. We do have to take a break, but listen, cool thing happening tomorrow night. We have a screening of Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness.
Very exciting.
And I have 3 pairs of tickets I can give away. So first 3 callers, 215-263-WMMR. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, UA King of Prussia. Movie doesn't even open until Friday. This is a big blockbuster movie.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And let's get you into this exclusive screening. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we'll have your chance to win $500 and tickets to the MMRBQ with the concert cash. B-File up too. Stay there. In less than 2 weeks, we'll be broadcasting live at Keenan's.
That's right.
For the Coors Light opening of the Jersey Shore, Eggs with Peg, the 5 different names that it has. All we know is that it's a party we haven't had in a long time. We're looking forward to it. Over the next few days, we're going to start to maybe pitch some ideas out there to you and maybe get some participants in some contests and so on.
Try to lay in as much ahead of the show work as we can.
Yes.
We've had a whole bunch of time off. We're trying a whole bunch of new things. It can only turn into a disaster, but the kind that we enjoy.
Our kind of disaster, your kind of disaster.
Right.
So that's coming up. And that means MMRBQ is this weekend, this Saturday, as mentioned just a little while ago. So just a little reality check for you there. All right. One of our favorite things is when we, as a show, are trying to figure out exactly what might be a topic of conversation. One of us goes, I have a question I want to ask on the air.
Oh, okay.
And that usually means I'm not going to tell you guys what it is.
Right. We want to hear it.
I'm just going to save it, and that's what we do because we don't like to, quote-unquote, ruin something ahead of time by knowing too much about it. And we just like to head into the unknown. And today's unknown comes to us from Kathy Romano.
I'm telling you, my heart is beating so fast right now because I'm so nervous.
Seriously?
Yeah, I'm pretty nervous.
Oh, I didn't know it was that kind of thing. All right.
Wait.
Does it involve a boy?
No. So here's how I think I want to do it. I'm going to ask a question.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go around the room. Okay. I'll call your name out.
Right.
All right.
I want Marissa to participate too.
Do we need goggles?
No, I'm just going to ask you a question. All I want you to say is yes or no.
All right.
Okay. With no follow up.
No
Nothing.
commentary, no
no
follow-up.
commentary.
All right.
Don't
Yes or
even
no?
indicate whether you're positive or not. Just give me your answer, and then after that, we'll break out into discussion.
Never heard anything like this.
intrigued
now
now.
I'm nervous.
Excited. Yeah.
All right. Oh,
Because and I'm gonna go in order because there's definitely someone in this room who knows the answer, and I'm hoping that person doesn't go hard on me when they realize I didn't know the answer.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
You ready? I'm gonna start with Marissa.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So we're going in the height order.
Yes, we're going height order.
Yeah.
Marissa, can you drive to Alaska?
Yes.
Casey,
Yes.
Preston,
Yes.
Steve,
Yes.
Nick,
Yes.
F.
Stop it. Oh, my God. Kat. You poor thing. It's adorable,
Who
though.
knew Alaska was attached to Canada?
There's an amendment to this. Did you know that you cannot drive to the capital of Alaska? The capital of Alaska is Juneau, and it's separated. Steve, you've been there, right?
Been there.
Yeah.
There are-
So, if somebody would ask the question, "Can you drive to the capital of Alaska?"
Yeah, no, I just thought the whole state.
All right. I was trying to help.
Kathy, the crazy thing is there is there is a line that connects Alaska to your driveway. I mean, that's
So
It's a big line.
it's a gigantic
so here,
line.
I was in a conversation with somebody, and we were talking about film crew, and he goes, "Yeah, they're driving to Alaska, and they're going to document the whole way, and then start the filming there." And I was like, "You mean they're going to drive through Alaska?" They were like, "No, he's driving to Alaska," and I was like, "What do you? I don't understand. What do you mean?"
You adorable.
And then, but listen, so
Adorable
then
thing.
that same night, I was out to dinner with 8 people. And at the table, I said, okay, I did what I did with you guys.
Yeah.
I said, give me yes or no. There was only 2 people at the table who knew the answer, and it was my dad and my mom. And my mom said, I only said yes because I knew your father would know, and he said yes. The rest of the people, all adults,
What
said no.
What was your perception of Alaska's attachment to the continent?
Here is my issue with this. It is the map of the United States. Okay? The map of the United States doesn't include Canada.
Right.
Now, I know that it wasn't like Hawaii and,
That you'd have to cross an ocean.
but I didn't think you could drive there.
Okay. All right. Yes.
And
It is not part of, they say, the contiguous
Right,
United
right, yeah.
States, right? So it's not directly connected to the borders of the
And so-
mainland, as they call it in Hawaii, the
Right.
mainland. Yeah.
Right. So I thought you had to get on a plane to get
Wow.
I mean, you would prefer to get on.
Yeah,
And I
hold
think
on.
most
That's
people
how I
do,
did.
right?
I actually.
It's a long ass way.
Yeah, we flew into Seattle, then flew up to Alaska.
Kathy, I want to make you feel better because you admitted to peeing in the pool last week.
Yeah, okay.
And I love that. It was more recently than not that I saw a map and I was like, oh, that's where Hawaii is.
all right.
Oh,
For the
really?
same reason.
You thought it was in the Atlantic?
No, because like maps that we've seen growing up, it was like the continental U.S. and then there was just
Oh.
little corners.
No, you're right.
yes.
I have heard and read stories of people who thought that Alaska and Hawaii were actually down in this little corner
Very
right
close
next to each other.
Very close to each other. How does one have such wonderful tropic weather and the other one's so cold?
Yeah.
For the record, I didn't think it was like in the Atlantic Ocean or anything like that, but I just didn't actually know like how close it was to California. And I was like, oh, that's why you stop over in California if you're flying to Hawaii.
Listen, there are these things in life that elude you as far as your thinking. I remember as a family member who was studying, law and thought that the Titanic sunk in the Pacific because that's where the icebergs are.
Oh, right. I remember.
Yeah.
And let me just say, by the way, my 10-year-old was also at this dinner, and his answer was yes.
Oh wow!
By the way, do you want to hear some of the texts, Kathy?
Yeah.
Well, my kids are never going to Westchester. That's lower, slower bucks for you. Somebody says, Jesus Christ, you guys drive me insane, Preston. You need to learn how to pronounce contiguous. Did I say that incorrectly?
Contiguous with a
contiguous,
hard
not
G.
a hard G.
So we're all stupid here.
Yeah, we're all idiots.
And it's
Listen.
awesome because most people have thousands of people listening to everything that you say, so that they can correct you on everything.
That's all right.
Yeah.
This one said, it's okay, Kathy. I thought so too until about a few months ago. I'll bet you there are many people actually listening right now as well for one reason or another that weren't aware that, yes, you can indeed drive to Alaska if you need.
By the way, you may think you don't have something like this in your intellectual arsenal. I guarantee you do.
You sure do.
I told you guys, man, when we were playing this game one time with some friends of mine, it was just a driving game. It was in my fellow band members. We were driving for a few hours to play a gig and play this game where you say a state. Whatever that state letter it ends with, you lead the next state with the start, and then we ran out of states, so we started doing countries, and I swore.
Oh no.
That euthanasia was a concept.
It is part of Asia. It's the younger part.
And I dug in, man. I did not give up. Yes, it is. I saw it on a National Geographic.
It's
special.
where the teenagers live. It's where Asian teenagers
where the youth
live.
in Asia live.
Are you stupid?
It's in the name.
Where do you think they go? Youth in Asia.
I need to apologize to my buddy Greg. Because I just really drove that home as if I had it as fact.
Listen, if you were to design a part of Asia where the younger people would go, what would you call it?
Youth
in Asia.
In Asia, of course. Hang on, let me go to Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Baby Wheel.
Baby Wheel.
Spin it, baby. What's up, Ryan?
So, kind of going off of what Marissa said. My wife, for the longest time, didn't know where Hawaii was. She thought it was right next to Texas because of how it fits on the map.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I totally understand. And I had to explain to her it's in the South Pacific and how far away it is. And that's where we went on our honeymoon. But
okay.
Oh, my God. So
That's funny.
That is pretty funny.
Hey, by the way, I read something this morning and I tossed the story away because I didn't think it would be worth bringing up. I didn't know we were going to be talking about geography this morning. But apparently there was something that surfaced on TikTok that got some people in a bit of a tizzy. And it was about the fact that the state of Maine has more coastline than California.
Oh.
And the reason being is it's how coastline is defined. And it's like, it's general. I have to bring up the story, but
the way it's reckoned. I think I saw the same story, Preston, and it's not.
Makes sense.
It's exactly the way they interpret it for both sides.
So the reason being is because when you look at the map of California, as you trace the coastline, you can see that there's more of it than Maine. But what you have to include are the coast of all the islands that are part of the state as well. That's all considered coastline,
which they do,
and intercoastal waterways and things like that. So when you add all that up, Maine ends up having more coastline than California. So there are some things that are weird like that. But then again, it's a little different than driving to Alaska because you can clearly see that there's a way to get there. If you look at a map of the world,
called
if you look
Canada.
at a map of North America altogether.
I'm trying to think of like what the last argument that I had was where I dug in deep, even though I was wrong, and like trying to determine, just being that stubborn and not willing to give up on something.
Well,
it happens to everybody, and I know that I've done it.
Yeah. All right, let me go to these calls. I have Courtney on the line. Hey, Courtney, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey. What's up, Courtney?
So, a couple months ago, a friend and I were talking about a friend of ours that moved back home from Alaska, and I was like, wow, she had to pack all of her stuff in an airplane. That probably was, expensive. And she's like, you can drive from Alaska. And I was like, what? No, you can't.
Well, it's out in the middle of Canada.
Yeah, and Courtney, was it because of the maps that we've seen that have the little cutout of Alaska and Hawaii?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. And that's what you thought.
All right.
Stop and think
I'm
about
with you, Courtney.
People who are who believe that, Courtney, think, okay, well, we're going to Hawaii, but it's got to be about a 2-hour trip.
Right.
Yeah.
It's right there.
It's right off Texas.
Yeah. Hang on, completely different, but somebody who believed something for the longest time because of a name. I'm going to go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Hey, Mike. Hey, guys. How are you?
I love What's up, buddy?
So my cousin, she was doing a project on guerrilla warfare, and she was talking to my aunt about it, and then she asked my aunt who gave the guerrillas the guns.
Oh, my God.
Who gave the gorillas the guns?
And she's also a Westchester grad.
A Westchester.
Oh, my God.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah.
I love it, Mike. Thank you.
When you're a kid, I could see you thinking, okay, the gorillas are fighting each other, but guerrilla warfare. I love it.
It says my adult sister didn't know that New Mexico was a state. She thought there was Old Mexico and New Mexico, and therefore that it wasn't a state. So let me go to Kenny. Hey, Kenny, good morning.
Gadzooks.
What's up, bud?
So we were driving, and it was a group of us. There was like 6 of us in a car, so it was 3 against 3. And I was team wrong.
Your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Marissa. So tonight, our next guest is going to be appearing at 360, the comedy club inside of Parks Casino. And it's $30. You get your first cocktail for free. And the MC tonight, Kathy Romano.
Yes! That's awesome. That's awesome.
We're happy to welcome our good friend back to our studio. Mr. Robert Kelly is right here in the flesh.
Happening. I say we let her headline tonight.
Yeah, man.
Just let her go.
Yeah.
Just, hey, when you're done, you put the mic down. I'll come out and I'll do whatever you got left.
Give it, whatever you want to say.
It's funny, Robert. I am the furthest thing from a stand-up comedian. I can go out and introduce people, maybe say something fun to get the crowd going and everything, but if you were to say, all right, you got 10 minutes, I would fold
I'd love to see that.
immediately. Yeah.
I'd love to see
You remember, though, when you were doing stand-up, again, I had my period of about 10 years, and it's an art. It's an incredible art, what you do, and you raise it to an art form. But
we make fun of people who say it's an art.
Yeah. But it is. I'll tell you this, though. Yeah. You have to remember that time in the beginning where you're like, if I could just get 10 minutes, right? Building to it. Or am I misstating? Did you have a glut of material right from the get-go?
No, I was a hack right out of the gate. Yeah. I mean, dude, I think my confidence was I just wanted to, here's my thing. Get on stage, get chicks. That was my thing. I was like newly sober. I didn't care. I was like, dude, I'll do this and get chicks. Yeah. I would go on stage. It's so funny because they have clips of me doing this. But one of my things when I wouldn't get a laugh, I would muscle a joke. So like, yeah, man, and this, and then she'd do that, and that. And then if they didn't laugh, I go,
dude, Casey, that's something I see you doing.
Dude, and this video, I will never let this enter the universe. But my mom's.
Is it in a safe?
My mom sent me a videotape of me on stage. I got a flannel with no sleeves, a tight shirt. I look great. My hair's like New Kids in the Block, faded up, curly. Yeah. And I was like, I'm on stage, but I'm like, yeah. And then women do this and they do that, and then they go there. And for some reason, the crowd would laugh.
It's like a Middle Eastern comedy show.
The show that I actually have on tape is the show I brought my wife to when I was trying to mink, you know? I brought her to that show, and I have that on tape, and now...
God. When you did the first time we worked with you, it was a Maxim event.
Yeah,
and you were emceeing, and you were great, but I don't recall the.
No, I had to cut that out.
Okay,
I had to cut out 2 things. I had plastic buck teeth were most of my act. Okay, so that was when I was in a jam. Right?
Yeah.
And I know I'm going to hear that tonight at the damn show.
So, in fact, as soon as Robert is introduced, everybody in the audience is going,
is this an Indian casino?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, you can do it. I want the high chiefs to come down from upstairs. What is going on? That is war cry.
Is it possible your wife was turned on by that little tongue action that she saw you use that night?
No, definitely not now. I wouldn't have enough saliva to get that thing going. It's like the car in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang when they first got it.
Robert, isn't a cheap laugh still a laugh, though? Like, I mean, I get that it's a cheap laugh, but like, you're still making the audience have a good time.
Listen, look at Colin Quinn said it the best. You're not a real comic unless you don't feel guilty when you walk off.
Yeah.
We all do something in our sets that we're like, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're trying to make people laugh, right? But as you get through it, there's certain things that you're like, that was. I've done that before. You know what I mean? I stopped going. I had to stop my buck teeth.
Yeah.
Because it was 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And I had to do a show once and I forgot them. And I was in Burlington, Vermont, trying to make buck teeth with a paper plate. And it just folded into my mouth. And I'm going, look, a goofy vampire. Duh. It just didn't work, right?
Yeah.
And then I had to stop having sex with a stool.
It was too, yeah.
A lot of comics, is the stool becomes the girl.
I've seen that.
Yeah.
I've seen that happen recently. I won't say who it was, but with a well-respected, top-level comedian.
Jay Moore. I'll say it. Listen. No, I'm kidding.
Having sex with the stool.
I tell you what, Jay Moore, there's certain comics that had stool down. Like they were buddy, Jay Moore, Rogan, expert stools having sexer.
Yes.
Can I say it like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Having sexer? Yeah.
Stool effort, yeah.
Oh, a stool effort, man. Rogan would get up on it.
Yeah, I saw him do one. He was a demon.
Yeah.
He was standing up on the. Do you know what I'm
I
talking
saw the
about?
lion one.
Yeah, okay.
The demon is good, but the lion's even better. I would make love to the stool.
Yeah.
And I remember one night I was on stage in Patrice.
Oh my God.
Jay was on, and then Maceo was on, and then and I was on, then Jay was on, then Maceo was on. So I had sex with the stool. Jay really banged the stool, and then Maceo did a thing where he drank the cup. He goes, Maceo just drank out of the stool that Jay and Bobby banged. It's like, I got to stop. I'm out. Yeah.
And it's funny because you talk about the mechanics of what's up on stage.
Yeah.
How long before you developed? Because I found it when I was doing it again, but a lot of people, you see comedians go through different phases about how they approach the mic, if they want the mic on a stand.
Sure.
I mean, what's your optimum situation? You seem to be just holding the mic, right?
I need a corded mic.
Okay.
I found there's another thing that I do that I didn't know I did. And I found this out on live TV. My first Carson Daly had a show.
Yeah. My late. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It was my first late night show that I got. That I was going to be on TV.
Yeah.
Doing that type of humor because I'm a little edgy.
Yeah.
So I never got those things. So I'm like, oh my God. So I do the show. Now, mind you, Carson Daly, he would go out. They were there to see the band, whatever weird, knuckle buckers or whatever weird.
The knuckle buckers.
Yeah, he's still connected to MTV at that point.
Yeah.
So
the whole crowd's there to see knuckle busters or balloon knots or whoever they had. You know what I mean?
Balloon nut.
And then he would do a long form interview with an actor.
Yeah.
And I'm talking long form.
Yeah.
Not 10 minutes, 20, like a 45-minute interview that you want to, kill yourself to. And then they would bring the comic out with no warm-up at all. No warm-up person. So they do a 45-minute long form in front of a bunch of kids, they see Balloon Nut and Knuckle Buster. And then they go, oh, by the way, here's, chub boobs. And they just bring you out. So I go out there and I have the microphone, cordless microphone.
Yeah.
And when I get nervous, I didn't know I would actually grab the mic cord, stretch it out, and kind of pull it and twiggle it with my mic hand.
Sure.
And that was I'm bombing, let me get out of this, because I didn't have the anymore, right? So I'm literally, now there's no cord. It's just me. Looks like I'm just, cruising for guys in a mangrove bush and down in West Palm. You know what I mean? I'm just doing this on live TV. I come off, I'm bombing. I bombed so bad.
Really?
I bombed so bad. Nothing. They were looking at me like, why? Why? I come off, my agent's like, what the hell were you doing with your hand? Like, mad at me. Because I was just shaking my mic hand for no reason.
And you didn't know.
I didn't know. Yeah. And then
you're basically giving a hand job to the air.
Exactly. And then I'm like, all right, I go to the cellar. They got it on.
Oh, no.
Hey, but there's no sound. I'm like, okay, thank God. Thank God it's so loud in the olive tree. They don't have sound. So I'm sitting next to Steve Byrne. All of a sudden, the first joke comes out. I'm like, this is a bad one. And it wrote light laughter. And I was like, oh God.
The closed captioning says light laughter.
He was like, the closed caption guy was like, this guy stinks. And Steve went, you bombed, didn't you? Yeah. I go back and do it again.
Yeah.
The Bacon Brothers are on. I bomb again.
Oh, man. Wow.
And I do the thing with the hand. I can't stop. My hand's going because I'm so nervous. My hand's just wiggling in the air.
Oh, man.
So when I did the Tonight Show, finally years later, I go, I want a corded mic. And they're like, I go, corded mic or I'm not doing it. Yeah. The guy walked out. He goes, I haven't hooked one of these up in 16 years. Because there's no way I was going to do that.
It was something that you would hold on to as just like a security
Burr
blanket.
hangs on the mic.
Yeah.
Patrice would always sit down.
Yeah.
Jay sits down.
I notice these things, and I don't necessarily notice that I notice them, but what I really notice is when a comedian has a headset mic. I can't stand that. I'm like, you got to have a
That's
microphone.
like a TED Talk.
It is.
That's
Like,
why
so
you're talking-
Birbiglia does that. Yeah.
Well, Birbiglia...
But he's doing like a one-man show type of thing usually. It was a little bit of a different feel.
Yeah.
I need to see a mic in a hand.
It's so funny. I was at the cellar one night, and God bless Birbiglia. But he was down there, and, the cellar's just the basement room. There's 100 people, if that.
Yeah.
And he was doing a joke, and he got a laugh, but he looked up at the balcony like they laughed too. And I was like, ugh. He looked up like, it's a ceiling. You're not in the theater. Nobody's up there. But some of these guys.
The balcony in the basement.
Yeah, he went, da-da-da, got it. And then the crowd laughed. It was a funny joke, but then he looked up like he was practicing balcony work. I was like, what a douche.
Going back to mic technique, and this was the classic Bill Cosby himself routine, and I always notice this about him, because that was one with the, Dad is great, made the chocolate cake and all that stuff, is he would have his microphone, and he would actually hold it like down in his lap. Mm-hmm. And, and being in radio, I know mic technique, you need to be close on the mic. Sometimes you need to back away for effect. Sure. But he literally had it resting down in his lap most of the time.
Yeah, that's right.
Unless he wanted to do, I got really close on a microphone like this. But I always thought that was really odd.
He would do that because it was like if he wanted to really yell at his kids.
Yeah.
I told you.
Right. You back off.
Yeah.
But even when he was just speaking regularly.
Well, it's the thing with like sound guys with comedy.
Yeah.
Get the sound up. And I need you to leave the room.
Yeah.
I need you to walk away.
To not ride the levels.
These guys really think that I'm Bon Jovi. And there's nothing worse than when you do it and it's all you're going up and down and up and down. I do that with my hand.
It's
I do
for
that.
effect.
Yeah, I know how to control the sound. And they're like, well, you get a little loud. Yeah, I know. Yeah. That's the point.
That's why we have these microphones. We were presented initially years ago with the notion of a headset. But I do this. I get right on it and I pull away and I want the physical mic.
Yeah. I sound guys infuriate me. Especially when they walk up and they've been doing it for a long time. They probably they did Led Zeppelin back in the day. They have no man, shut up. I'm a comic. I'm telling jokes about my penis and my wife's dry vagina. It's not science. I'm gonna go that's when I'm done. When you hear play the music.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Well, you're a musician as well.
What?
You play drums.
Listen to me, dude. Listen to me. Let's just backpedal that. Let me tell you something. I thought I can sit down on a drum kit now and mess around, but no, dude. There's a certain gene you have to be a musician and to push it through the other side, and I do not have that gene. Hopefully, my son has it.
Right.
I took all my drum stuff and my teacher, and I put it on my kid because I remember when we were doing Sex and Drugs. Right. I worked so hard to learn how to play drums in 2 months. I had to learn how to play this instrument.
You hadn't played before?
No, never. Billy Bird took me to the basement. That sounds weird. Yeah. Billy Bird took me to the basement like 30 years ago in Canton. And he's like, Dad, that's all you got to do. Paradiddle. And he gave me a drum pad. And I go, yeah, paradiddle this. I want to play. I mean? That's where your brain's at. Yeah. And I should have done it back then. But when I did Sex and Drugs, I worked so hard learning these songs. So we're on stage, we're shooting the thing, and cameras are going. We got, John Corbett on the guitar. Everybody. Elizabeth Gillies is singing. They're playing the soundtrack over it, and I'm jamming, dude.
Yeah.
My fingers are bleeding. I'm like, I'm doing it. They were so impressed with me. They were like, hey, man, that was amazing. Like, Bobby, we're gonna roll it, but we're gonna let you play. We're gonna take all the stuff off the drums and let you. I was like, let's go, man. Let's do it.
So
I started twirling.
Wow.
And let me tell you, it was like the Wizard of Oz when they found out there was just a dude behind the curtain, because they played the music, king, ting, 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 down, bum, 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 bum. Buddy, they were like, cut. No, we're good, man. We're just gonna go what we got.
Yeah. How old's your son?
My son is 37 now.
He's 37, and he's the one that's just learning how to play the drums now. How old is
Holy Lord. You're a nice guy. He's a good man. No, the one I didn't keep would have been.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kristen. Didn't have the time. And you had a weird neck. It just went from chin to chest. I didn't like that.
You didn't like it?
Yeah. I was like what was that lady from Cheers? The second one, not the blonde, the other one.
Kirstie Alley.
Oh, her neck was smoking hot when she did that movie with Gene Simmons. Later in life,
what was that? Runaway?
Something weird like that.
Tom Selleck was in that. Yeah.
Now, my son is 11. Here's the problem. My son's 11. He's my height.
Oh.
Really?
Buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, her weird family, that whatever Dutch, Canadian, Polak, dumpling-eating people they were, they're all big people on her side. Her brothers are all 6-something. Her father was 6-something.
Wow.
So this kid, his hands are bigger than mine.
Whoa.
But
At 11.
He's 11, and it's a very uncomfortable thing right now because, dude, a year ago, I love you, I love you, I love you more, I love you more, I love you more.
Yeah.
I did it this morning. I was like, hey, man, I love you. He's like, I love you too. All right, I love you more. He's like, cool. And my heart snapped in half.
It started.
I know.
Yeah, he said to me a couple weeks ago, he was coming up the stairs. I go downstairs and pick that jacket up or else. And he stepped to me. He went, oh, what? And I was like, I'm going to beat the crap out of your mother. That's right. I'll beat her ass the rest of your life. He said, I'll slap her right now. Is that what you want? I'll go in that room and kick her right in the gut.
God.
Honestly, though, there does come that time, where you realize, where you could take your dad, and it is a bittersweet moment because your father properly should loom large in your
in a fair fight.
In a fair fight.
Listen, he will beat me in a couple of years in a fair fight.
Okay.
In a fair fight. I'm from Boston.
Right.
All right?
Yeah.
And Philly knows this too.
Yeah, yes.
It's never I'll have a shovel.
It will never be a
like
fair
a little,
fight.
not a big shovel, but like little, those little garden shovels you can buy at CVS?
Yeah.
I'll have that one around the house and I will whack him up the side of his head. I've never hit my kid, but if he comes at me, I'm going to have to take care of it.
Was that both you and your wife agreed on? No spanking?
Yeah, no. Because I got hit. I got abused.
Yeah,
I got punched. I used to have that joke in my act, like my first stepdad punched me down a flight of stairs in second grade because I was late.
Wow.
And now I have this 11-year-old, and I get it.
Yeah,
I understand him now.
Right.
I've been to the point where I'd like to kick this. I want to Spartan kick this kid down a flight of stairs. I'm your father! And just see him go through a door. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't
How do you
believe
control
in
it?
No, I agree.
Well, my therapist says consequences. But I do aggressive masturbation in a sauna with other men. No, I'm kidding. It gets it out.
It gets, yeah.
Do you watch Last of Us?
No.
All right, so this is the last episode they were talking about. You just try to do a little bit better than your father did, and your father tried to do a little bit better than his father did, and you every generation a little bit better, and maybe you're making a difference. Maybe you're doing a little evolution.
I think there's a point where you just have to let go because no matter, you'll do everything, and they will just go do what they're going to do.
Right.
And I think it's instinctual inside of us at a certain point, I got to go be me.
Yeah.
I got to go do my thing now. And it's probably from back in the day where, look, you had to go survive. We had to, at a certain point, you had to go get your own food. You had to go get your own berries. You had to go have your own family.
Right.
And take care of them. And I think that's just in us at a certain point when, you know, where it's like, look, I'm doing my thing now, Dad. And the hard part is because it happens so fast and everybody tells you it goes by quick and you don't listen. And all the cute little moments are going to be gone and you're going to be talking to a dude and it's going to break your heart. Every night I still go to bed with my kid when I'm home. And I literally read to him because I know it's coming to an end. And I lie in bed with him and I'm in bed with him and he fell asleep and I turned the light off. I rolled over and he put his arm around me and he pulled me into him.
Yeah,
and
you're
held
not going
me.
anywhere. Yeah.
And I've never felt joy. I've never no drug, no fame, no money, no woman, no anything has ever made me feel that good. And I literally was like, what is this? And I was like, I realized I never put my arm around a man in my life in love. I've never held a man in love and felt love back. I've never had that. And I rolled over and I put my forehead on his forehead and I was like, Maximus, I'm so proud to be your father and I love you so much. And he was like, Dad, this is gay. I was like,
this beautiful moment.
I was like, yeah, it's a little gay. And I just rolled over and was sad. I was like, but I got a good one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he's not so connected. Like, I'm so emotional because I never had it. He's not because he's had my love
had it.
his whole life.
Yeah, man, that's
I know
why.
you love me, Dad.
Yeah.
You've always loved me. So it's a good thing.
Yeah.
But I felt a little silly because I thought we were going to have this moment
I
of,
say you
I
keep-
love you
Nah,
too,
don't-
Dad.
You keep doing it.
Don't let that ruin it for you.
No,
man.
I love it. I love the fact that my kid's emotional. I like my fact he hangs out with jocks. He hangs out with weirdos. He's dating a weird redheaded girl right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, theater weirdo. And I'm like, good for you, dude.
Yeah.
Date, have a whole circle of friends. Don't stick to one group. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hang out with the theater weirdos, the artists, the musicians, the jocks.
I tend to gravitate. I like the people who are unique. I tend to like that a lot.
I never did that in high school. I never hung out with a group. I hung out with the Project Rats.
Yeah.
I hung out with the jocks. I hung out with the punks. I hung out with the artists. I love the artists.
What would we have labeled you as in high school?
I don't know, man. I was no group.
Yeah?
I was no group.
You were a free agent?
I went, because I don't know, it was weird. I used to hang out with every single group in school.
Yeah.
I don't
You're
know
a
why.
floater. You floated from
yeah. I was in art class all day with my art teachers loved me. I think she wanted to have sex with me. Should have pulled the trigger. Even if I had to do the old guy with her. 30-second sketches. That was my thing, too. I was going to be an artist.
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
my thing.
Right.
And it all stemmed on a lie. I was going to art school going to transfer to Mass College of Art and be an art teacher or something like that. It's all from a second grade, Miss Julian, who was a mean teacher but loved art. My mother got me a charcoal drawing kit for Christmas.
Yeah.
And on there was a Great Dane you can draw. My mother drew it, and I helped shadow a little bit. She signed my name to it.
Oh.
And I brought it into Miss Julian.
Yeah.
She lost her mind.
Oh, no.
Because she had a prodigy.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Took me around to every class.
Yeah.
We have a new artist at the Kennedy. The Kennedy. So I'm walking around in every room going, and they're like, how did you? I'm like, texture, gradation.
Charcoal.
But in my brain, I'm like, I'm an artist.
Yeah.
So cut to high school, coming out all the stuff, and now I'm in art class. I start just doing art all the time. And then I got an art scholarship to a community college, and I was supposed to transfer to art school
Right.
to be this phony artist that I never was. That my mother made me.
So it never evolved into you being a decent artist, or
No,
I mean, you wouldn't have gotten a scholarship if you weren't halfway decent.
It was all right.
Yeah.
It was okay. I was like the drum thing. You know what I mean? Like I could.
I
Do
know
you
could
work
draw.
primarily in Great Danes? Is that your medium? Or?
Well, what I did, I'm such a piece of garbage. I lived with my sober, getting sober, and I lived with my foster father at that time because me and my mom were fighting too much, and I just couldn't. She still treated me the way she treated me when I was drinking, and it wasn't helping me. Now that I'm sober and I'm going to meetings, we just couldn't live together. So a counselor of mine who's a foster father took me in from the age of 16 and a half or so to 18, and he got paid whatever, but he had a basement, and I made a studio. I made this awesome studio with a couch, my easel, and all my stuff.
Wow, you were into it.
I was into it, but I only used it to get chicks. It was my move, because this was before comedy. I would go, oh man, I'm such a piece of garbage, but it worked. I mean,
you mean the classic, do you want to see my etchings?
No.
Oh.
I would love to draw you.
Oh, yes.
That's good.
So I'd be like, hey man, yeah, that's great. Look, I'm an artist. I'm going to college to be an artist. I would love, I don't know if you're ever into this, but I would love to draw you.
I'm getting wet.
Yeah. I'd be like, because the way I'm looking at the way the light's hitting your cheekbones and your eye, and there's something that glows. I'd love to, if I could capture that with charcoal, because that's my mom's.
That's your medium.
That's my medium. So then
you look like a doll.
Buddy, if I could find this drawing pad,
I would love to see it.
It's a bunch of girls. I mean, I'd be canceled for it now. It was a bunch of girls. It was just them on a couch, and them with their shirt unbuttoned, and then just an areola.
And then you were drawing semi-nudes?
And then I'd be like, let me just undo this a little. What do you feel? And then just like a half a boob, and then we just wound up making out and having sex. And that was it. That was the end of the drawing.
That was your play.
And I remember one girl was
That's
like...
not how you met the wife, though.
No.
He met her through...
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
We waited tables together. She waited at La Familia Giorgio's. She would take I wanted nothing to do with her, by the way.
Was she?
Yeah, she had bangs.
By the way, real quick, Robert Kelly, if you're just tuning in, is who we're talking to. Is at Parks Casino tonight. The show's at 8 o'clock. Just want to make sure everybody's aware and then get their tickets. All right, so continue, sir.
When I met my wife, it's funny that you meet somebody that is a okay girl but becomes a beautiful woman.
Yeah.
There's girls that are beautiful that become as they get older. You know what I mean? Then there's the unicorns. They're from, like Michelle Pfeiffer that's just smoking her whole life. But there's kind of okay looking girls. And then when they become women, they become like, oh my God. Mm-hmm. And I got one of those. Because when I first met my wife, I mean, she was all right. She had a bang. She had a mole.
Really?
Oh, risen. It was risen.
Was it like were you like My Fair Lady? Were you responsible for the transformation?
Oh, I made her get that off her face. If you're talking about lightly commenting on it, lightly going, they get those off now. Those come right off. They can, hey, no, look good. But they can take that off. If you ever wanted to get that thing that causes a shadow in your eye off your face, it does come off, but it's up to you. No, seriously, I'd pay half. I mean, if you ever want to get that thing that makes me go, when I think about it, off your face, just lightly over
You'll pay for it.
Yeah, she got to take it off. Yeah. Thank God.
How long into your dating did that thing come off?
A week and a half. I made no.
How would she describe your transformation from the beginning?
Oh, come on, dude. That was I went from smoking hot to a dumpling. I feel so bad. Because she became beautiful, as she became a woman.
Yeah.
And after she was a mom, there's something happens to women when they have kids. I don't know. For me, I love women. I love that. I love a nice, droopy gug. I like an elbow you can bite and not hurt her. I like a nice few cancer freckles because she used some oil back in the 80s instead of sunblock.
It turns you on.
Oh, yeah. I love a nice leather chest with wrinkles. I do. I don't know something about it, but, when she met me, I'm smoking, dude. I'm a New Kids on the Block.
Wow.
I'm rocking.
Yeah.
And then the amount of times I've turned into things and she stuck with me is and that's
love.
I'll tell you what it is. And I've said this before. Love is not, If you're looking to make love and to hold hands and to have great sex into your 60s, 70s, and 80s, and, it's not going to happen. It's not. When you find somebody you love, it's that you found somebody you're compatible with.
Yeah.
And you can be together forever.
Yeah.
I mean, they did a study at Harvard for like 20 years. Love is compatibility. The only people that stay together for life, they're just compatible. They can be in the same room with each other for more than a few hours and not want to smash each other in the face with something.
Yeah, makes total sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you have to just let go of good sex.
It is.
Yeah. And be content together. Just let go of the good sex.
Yeah, and that's why old men become gay.
They just give up. Yeah.
Yeah. I bet if you went into those cruising spots, it's just a bunch of guys going, yeah, she didn't give it to me anymore. This is easier. Yeah, that's my friend Joey. Hey, Joey, say hi.
All right. Well, listen, we got to wrap, Robert. But we know that you're going to have a great time tonight. Parks Casino is where you're going to find Robert Kelly. It's our buddy Joe Conklin's Club 360. They have a comedy event, and Catherine Romano is the MC tonight.
And from what we're hearing, she's going to be the headliner.
Yeah, headlining.
Yeah, but she has to close her set going.
All right, we can get her to do it. And you can get tickets through parkscasino.com. Dude, it's always great to see you.
I love you guys, man. Great seeing you too, man. Take care, guys.
Love you. Robert Kelly, guys. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We got stuff to get to. B-File, Kelsey Grammer actually be joining us in a second. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on.
Of course, New England's a state. There's the Patriots. They have their own chowder.
New England State, yes.
Yeah, and it literally came down to, okay, we're going to name all the states. And we're like, and we're at 51. Okay. My bad.
Oh, that's funny.
That's hilarious.
But you can see that, you make assumptions and it happens.
Yeah.
Hang on. Somebody who actually has driven to Alaska from Philadelphia. We're going to Sierra. Hi, Sierra. Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, good. What's up, Sierra?
So back in 2010 or 11, I guess it was, my now husband and I, we actually drove to Alaska. We were going to move there for about a year.
Wow.
We drove there from Philly, and everyone that we talked to, we were in college at the time at Temple, and all of our friends were like, that's funny. Like, you can't do that.
Temple too, Kathy, not just Westchester.
You don't feel so bad.
All college-educated people had no idea.
Wow.
I don't remember anybody that thought we could actually do it.
Sierra, how long did that take?
7 days. We drove in the wintertime, and so we had to stop at night because everything would shut down, like gas stations and everything, because the roads we took were mostly used by 18-wheelers.
Yeah.
Because no one's driving up there. And so because the roads would ice over, it was really dangerous. So we kind of had to plan our stops every night.
No, that's amazing. I mean, yeah, you're in areas that, and with it, as you said, are only used by interstate and inter-country truckers. So,
yeah, it's actually called the Alaskan Highway.
Yeah, wow. That's pretty
it's
wild.
The only major road that runs.
What did you
through
drive?
A lot of parts.
Were you in a car or did you drive an RV or something?
An F-150.
Okay.
There you go.
Blue truck.
You had the right vehicle. Yeah.
Man, oh man.
Yeah.
And how come you guys ended up not moving there?
Because of us.
It was just we just decided to take a year off of school from college and just go up there and snowboard and hang out, and then we came back to college again.
You got your fill. All right.
Cool.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
You're back.
Appreciate it, Sierra. So somebody who's actually done it, Kathy.
And see, there were a lot of people that didn't know.
A whole bunch of them at Temple, apparently.
I'm going to go to Nick. Hi, Nick. You're on the air. Good morning.
Yo, guys, put a bomb in a possum and feed it to a shark.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the solution. Yeah. What's up, man?
All right. So I went to O'Hara, Casey's alma mater. Thank you, Delco. And senior year theology class, we had to do a project on different things, and this one girl picked euthanasia, which we were learning about, what you guys were just talking about, was the mass killing of people.
Right.
She literally did her senior theology project on youth in Asia and stood up in the middle of the class and went 10 minutes into her presentation about it. Everybody's laughing and snickering, and the priest, it was Father Urian, finally goes over to her and goes, you can sit down now, hon.
Oh, no.
That's mortifying.
People, like, their jaw was on the ground. She's talking about how children are not being fed in Asia and everything, and we're just all looking at her like
she was
not even close. Like, you're not even in the right ballpark.
Oh, no. That would have been me.
Yeah.
Had you seen the word, though, had you seen the word euthanasia?
No, actually, it wouldn't have been me. I actually thought euthanasia was a country.
Yeah, that would have been your geography class.
Yeah, it would have been my geography.
What's the capital?
Yeah. Wow. All right. Thank you, Nick. Oh, I feel horrible for people when that happens to you.
way
You
into it.
realize, you realize how dumb that really was. Kath, when did you feel stupid, or but probably not because you were in company with other people who did?
I actually laughed so hard. I mean, now, of course, now that I'm telling the entire area, I'm sure plenty of people make me feel stupid. But no, at first I laughed. I was like, oh my, and I went like this, Preston, look. I took my hands and I just went like this, like mind blown.
Wow. Here's a text that says, hey guys, my wife is incredibly intelligent, but one time a few years ago, she said in response to something, frogs don't have blood. And I was like, what? He said she thought that they were, like bugs or something, just a sack of goo. And I still tease her about it because I never win arguments. So that's from Mitch.
Frogs don't have blood.
For whatever reason, she had believed that. Wow.
I think it's very easy with the amount of information you're asked to process throughout life that something will elude you, as you were saying, Nick. Something will get by you.
Here, this text also says they thought that Texas was the biggest state because in those maps, sometimes Alaska is scaled down on the map,
true.
and you don't see that compared. It would take up too much space and take away from the, the contiguous United States. Contiguous.
So
God damn it, I'll never get it right.
When they show it represented, and there are certain maps that will accommodate for the curve of the Earth, and they will show, they will show it in relative proper size.
Yeah, you want to get the real size look at a globe because Greenland is not nearly as big as it looks like on the maps. Greenland is it's a big island, but it's not as big as it looks on a normal map. So
it looks like a massive continent.
Yeah, if you look at a globe, you'll get the actual size. If you look at a map, you're going to get a distorted size.
Let me go to. Hang on a second.
You can't drive to Greenland, Kathy.
Let me.
Well, I know now because I was looking at maps all weekend.
We go to Joe next. Hi, Joe. You're on the air. Good morning. What's up, Joe?
Hey, guys. Hey, so my story is this. It was back in the early 90s. I was home from Westchester University, Cap.
All right, yes, go Rams.
Old Rams in the house. And we were all sitting out on the front porch, my family and I, and my sisters were out there with my parents. And my parents had just came back from Canada with from a trip with my younger sisters. So we're all sitting out there on the porch, and my one older sister says to my parents, hey, so how was Canada? They said, it was great. And she said, well, how was the weather? And they said, it was hot. And my sister said, really? Wow. The other older sister chimes in and says, of course it was hot. Everybody knows heat rises.
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. No lie.
It's like the second story of a house.
Yeah, Canada's above the United States. I'm sure heat rises.
Yeah, he just goes up that way. Oh, my God. That's so funny. And did you guys laugh, get a kick out of that, or what?
We laughed our behinds off, but we've gotten used to my sister saying like crazy outlandish things. Like she had told my one younger sister, "Don't stand next to the microwave; you're going to get radiated."
Right.
Well, that used to be a lot of people had that concern in the early days. Yeah. In fact, there is. Go ahead.
But then with radon being prevalent, she would tell the one younger sister, "Don't go in the basement. You're going to get radon." The younger sister, being so young, thought there was a guy, must have looked like the Michelin Man, who lived in the basement, like Radon Man.
Radon. Oh, that's funny.
Ray Donovan lives in the basement.
I love it.
He was always making up crazy things.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it. What is this one, Nick?
It's just like a mispronunciation, but it's sort of like O-range or
okay.
C of E,
This one, yeah. This one time, me and my friends picked up a pizza, and on the top it said Italian. And I looked at it, and I said, "What is Italian?" And my buddy goes, "That's Italian, you idiot."
That is orange or fragile.
Yeah. I did the same thing. My buddy was writing down in high school, and I was like, "What is Alabama?" And he was writing down Alabama.
Alabama.
Because that's where he wanted to go to college and play football. I was like, what is Alabama?
I have Chris. Hi, Chris. Good morning.
Listen, a-holes, I don't always use ranch dressing.
Well
That's
done.
good.
One of my favorite moments. What's up, Chris?
Hey, how you doing? So, if you don't mind, maybe we could play the yes or no game here on my stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we know why Pounders are called Pounders, the beer?
No.
Yes, I do.
assume. I
you
know.
pound them.
Yeah. No, because of the. I
It's a
assume
pound.
it's a pound.
It's,
Yeah.
it's 16 ounces of liquid.
I'm 39 years old, and I just realized that last week.
Why'd you think they called them pounders?
Because you can pound them.
Because you can pound them. There you go. Now there's 16-ounce beers.
And better.
Now, I
I
wonder
love
if
Thanks, Chris.
is there some sort of lineage between the fact that pounding, we call it pounding a beer because of a pounder.
Oh, like the term pounding came from
that.
the fact that it
I
was
don't
a
know.
pounder? I don't know.
Yeah.
Got to pound that down, man.
I didn't know. So, I mean, there was a point in my life where I thought like all rivers ran north and south and that, but there's also, speaking north and the south, I thought when you flew to China,
Yes.
that you just kind of flew east and west. And because my buddy Vince, he goes there for
I
business
was
quite a
assuming
bit.
that too.
Yeah, I was like,
I
yeah,
didn't
you
think
just
about
go
going over the top.
all the way around. So
Yeah.
I'm thinking, like, well, is it faster to go east or is it faster to go west? And he's like, no, you go over. I was
Right.
like, oh, you can go. I didn't know you could fly over. You can fly north over into.
Yeah, the
China.
map can be a strange thing because when we have, and we've flown to Europe together
Yes, yeah.
before, and the next thing you know, you're getting close to Greenland, and we're like, are we going like way north to get there? And if you look at the map, no, that's the path you take.
Right,
pretty
right,
much,
yeah.
and so things on a map versus a globe look a little bit different, and that's why you can be thrown off a little bit. By maps that you've seen.
They were pointing that out. I was watching this special about the Titanic sinking and the perception of where things were. And the fact was the Titanic was going along a route that was, at that time, was highly trafficked. It was basically like two opposing lanes, one going one direction, the other going with maybe a 50-mile spread. So that was the way they were going through. But when you saw it depicted and where the ships were placed on the map, it seemed, that was spread out incredibly far, but it wasn't.
Nick just pulled up a flat map of the world, and Greenland looks gigantic, Nick.
Right, and it's called the Mercator projection. I couldn't remember the term earlier, but there was the reason why maps are stretched like that is because of in order to draw them flat so that you can see them in a rectangle.
Yep.
You have to stretch them up in the north and the south. But yeah, Greenland's not nearly that big. Antarctica's not nearly that big as well.
Wow.
Here's a funny text that came in, Preston. I want to find it.
The Mercator projection was Rick Astley's first band, right?
I did not know that.
Yes.
Wow. Let's see here. Somebody texted in and said, I thought that it was Roman Cokes, not rum and Cokes. Roman Cokes. Get a couple Roman Cokes over here, please. Oh, that's so funny.
We have some Greek Cokes.
Yeah, roll out of the Roman. Sorry. Let's go to Colin. Hey, Colin, good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so my sister-in-law, who just graduated from college, we were all hanging out like a year or two ago, and we were just talking about traveling, and she was going on and about how she had been to another country before, and all of us were like, oh, that's news to us. Where you been? She's like, well, we went to that wedding. Remember Steph's wedding? And we're like, yeah, that was in Colorado. She's like, yeah, the country of Den Bear. And
No.
Are you kidding
That's a lie.
I swear. And so she was probably like 12 or 13 at the time.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Marissa. I didn't check before we went to break. I apologize. What's the word? We're supposed to have Kelsey Grammer on right about now. Do we know yet?
I was getting Keenan stuff ready.
I understand.
Left
Hey.
with our crew because our crew is going down to get Keenan's ready for our event tonight.
Yes.
Recording in progress. So
How
I'm
about
getting
that?
it open right now.
You know what, though,
Thank you,
Marissa? You need to check. It's not our Zoom link, I don't think. It's the one that they sent.
Great.
Okay. All right, work on that. I guess I was just curious to the status. Let me know. Give me a thumbs up or not, because we can either go into the bizarre file, but we are planned to have him right about now. So while you're getting that set up, Casey, you need to look at Marissa.
Yeah.
All right, so
I'm doing that right now.
The big friggin' deal, I want to make sure that you are aware of this, because this is one of those that we mention every year, and it sells out, and it's a while supplies last deal that you can take advantage of, and it's for our friends at Maury's Piers. And by the way, we were talking about the other day as far as beachfront attractions go.
Yes.
We had that article the other day. The number one is the Wildwood Boardwalk.
It is, yeah.
And a lot of that has to do because of Maury's Piers and all the entertainment that you can get. So we have the same day ride and water park combo tickets at Maury's Piers. They're just $70. So what that'll run you? So you get the regular park and the water park combo. You're going to save $50 per ticket on this deal. So you can't pass this up. And you get unlimited rides on 3 piers and both water parks for a whole day. So you can make the summer unforgettable at Maury's Piers. And how do you get this? Simple. Go to WMMR.com/deals and you will find it there. And like I said, it's while supplies last. Casey, you got an update for me or what's going on?
Yeah, I just sent her the link. So we're going to...
Okay, see if we can get them on in a moment.
Here in just a second.
All right, so get those. And while we are at Keenan's tomorrow morning for the live broadcast, we'll be giving away some stuff from Maury's.
Yeah, some really good stuff.
Yep, the official opening of the Jersey Shore. We have other great prizes. I want to thank again, and we'll mention it tomorrow, but Zippy's Bikes, they've given us the beach cruisers, his and hers beach cruisers. One of the first things I got a gift from you guys when we had decided to get a shore house, and you guys got us a beach cruiser, and I immediately fell in love. We got rid of our like mountain bikes and things like that we had, and we got all
this is much more fun
cruising bikes that are just for nothing other than seeing the sights and relaxing and enjoying and riding around. They are so much fun. So we thank Zippy's, and they're at Pacific and Spicer in the heart of Wildwood. So thanks to Scott and the crew over there for setting us up with that. But anybody who attends tomorrow is going to have a chance to win. So we don't have to call you up on stage. You don't have to eat anything or do anything weird.
Yeah, there's
you just entered to win.
Yeah, I mean, you can eat all weird stuff if you want, but you don't have to do it for this.
But we will have posters with QR codes plastered all throughout Keenan's. So you just, you can enter through the QR code.
Yep. And so that's tomorrow. And then we're going to have our friends at Stake 'em Up have given us some cash to give away, so we will do that. We also have some prize packs courtesy of Mission Impossible, and of course we'll be chucking Coors all over the place.
We got these slap koozies.
Yes. So for the first 150 people that get in, we have these slap koozies, which I didn't know existed. It's a riff on the slap bracelet. Apparently it's a thing, but it's brilliant. And Marissa designed this, and it's got our Philadelphia cream cheese Preston and Steve logo. And we're going to hand those out left and right. So you can use that all weekend down for the Memorial Day weekend. Of course, we'll be having some beverages and want to keep it nice and cool.
Oh yeah, that'll be a collector's item. That slap koozie.
I'd say we'll have varieties of those down the road. I'm guessing.
Yep.
So,
and then please come and join us tonight. Me and Nick and Marissa and maybe Preston are going to be at Keenan's from 7 to 9 tonight. We're giving away VIP passes for tomorrow.
Yeah, I would like to come by there. I'm going to see how I'm feeling. I've been a little wiped out, man, the past couple days, but
it's been an energy suck. But
I could go by there and grab a beer and relax a little bit and take a look at the room, because every year something changes.
It does, man.
We'll show up and like, oh, where did the ceiling go?
Yeah.
Right.
How many years were we outside?
Couple.
Is it 2?
Like 3, I think, altogether, Nick. Because that first year, I remember clearly being outside. We had a semi-overhang. And then there was one year, it was like we were wide open.
Yes.
And they had removed things. I want to say it was 3 years. And I think that's one of the years we did the 7 seconds in Kevin.
That's right. I counted the years. It's 18 total years, because we took a few off, or we didn't take them off, but we didn't do them because of the pandemic. So 20, 21, and 20 and 21 we didn't go. So this is our 18th, because our first one was in 2006. So I think you're right, Preston. I think 06, 07, and 08 we were outside.
Yeah.
I think we were still represented during COVID.
There was one year Brent went.
Yeah. It was modified.
Yeah. Right. Maybe that first year there was nothing, Steve, because it was 2020, but it's hard to remember.
Yeah. All right, well, it's tomorrow.
Yes.
It's underway. We're excited. I'm pulling the trigger. We're going to do the Bizarre File. All right. I know we're trying to get them on, but here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
right, brought to you by Coors Banquet. You can start your summer, start your legacy. Coors Banquet. A man in Florida. This is terrible, Steve, and this is tailor-made for one of your comments.
Yeah.
But it's terrible. A Florida man has been arrested for shooting his neighbor's cow 5 times after it wandered onto his property.
Oh, my God.
And
what an utter catastrophe.
I know.
What an utter catastrophe.
But this is terrible.
So, it's so hard. I love cows.
It happened in North Fort Myers. Members of the Sheriff's Office Agriculture Unit responded to a call from a ranch regarding reports of animal cruelty.
What's this guy's beef?
The police said deputies were informed that a victim located his 2-year-old calf on the neighbor's property with 5 gunshot wounds to the gut, chest, and rear leg.
This guy doesn't have any feelings.
Due to the calf's injuries, a veterinarian determined that the calf needed to be euthanized. The cow's owner stated, the neighbor, 54-year-old Hung Trin, had been angry in the past about livestock jumping the fence and threatened to shoot the animals. Detectives ended up obtaining a search warrant and were able to locate the .22 caliber gun allegedly used in the shooting in a shed on Trin's property.
I think the approach is to go to the farmer or the owner of the cow. You don't whack the cow.
Yeah. Trin was charged with animal cruelty and grand theft of a commercial farm animal. A Hawaiian Airlines flight from San Diego to Honolulu was grounded yesterday because of a bomb threat. John Stay, a Navy electronics technician, first class, is facing state and federal charges of making false bomb threats and faces up to a year behind bars if convicted. San Diego Harbor Police said that he told a flight attendant the passenger next to him had a bomb.
Let me be clear on this. It's 3 ounces of shampoo or less and no bomb threats,
Yeah,
correct?
those are the rules. So that forced the flight to be grounded for several hours before takeoff. I don't know why the guy said it. So police...
It's a bomb threat kind of day.
SWAT officers and the FBI approached, and they searched the aircraft, and all 293 passengers and crew were evacuated on the tarmac, and there was nothing suspicious found. I don't know if the guy was making a joke or what.
Yeah, bad joke.
You don't do that
Yep.
on a plane, ever. All right, it's a very short, bizarre file because our guest is indeed ready to go. So we are going to talk to him. He has got a book out. It's called Karen, A Brother Remembers. Tragic story.
Powerful.
Absolutely, and a very personal story to be told because it goes back to 1975. So we are going to welcome this morning. You know him from loads of things throughout the years. Mr. Kelsey Grammer is joining us on the program. Kelsey, good morning to you.
Hi, guys. How are you?
We're doing okay. Kelsey, obviously, this is a story that I was familiar with, have heard about, when referring or learning about you as an actor and in your personal life. But obviously, it takes a lot to bring this story and put pen to paper and tell it. Had you been wrestling with the idea of writing a book like this for a long time?
Actually, you know what? I was actually just wrestling with the event in my life and how it sort of resonated throughout my days. I didn't think about writing about it until about 3 years ago when someone instructed me, a medium instructed me, he said, Karen wants you to tell her story.
And you go ahead.
Yeah, then I started thinking about how I might do that. I started to jot down some notes, and I wrote about 10 pages of ideas, and then I realized, I think I'm writing a book.
Yeah.
So that's
I watched the Diane Sawyer interview. I watched other interviews. I read interviews. I cannot help but tear up every time. It's such a powerful story, and in as much, it's also a beautiful thing because your sister, who you adored more than anything, you were older to her, but you've said that you felt that in many ways she was guiding you. She was robbed of her life at this age with this brutal act, and so you have given her, through this effort, the ability to let other people find out about her. You let her live on past this, and as you're seeing the fruits of your labors play out, it's got to be incredibly gratifying.
It's wonderful. Every time I get a message from a friend or a text saying, I've just read the book, I know your sister Karen. I mean, it's just great to see her name written with, people alive today, bringing her back to life. It's been a really gratifying that way. And it's, been helpful. People have said it's helped them. But for me, it was actually just to try to remember that we had so much joy when we were kids and to just take that as the major thing in my life.
Well,
my major memory.
Sadly, so many people deal with losing people to violence this way. And you are very candid about you actually, for the first time, were kind of scoured the police report, found out the nuance that had been elusive to you prior to this, whether by omission or your choice not to really, take a deep dive. But I think in doing so, and did you wrestle with being as graphic as you are? Because I think to really understand how it can just rock someone's life, the survivors, I think you need to get the context of this. Was this a tough decision to make
how far to go with it was important. I actually backed off of some of it, but what I left in is pretty graphic. I didn't actually include the police report, but it was important to me for all the people who've suffered similar tragedies or whose loved ones have been taken in the same way, or at least similar ways, that are horrible and impossible to understand sometimes. I needed to earn their respect in some way. So that they understand that there's a sort of credibility of suffering that we share, and that then would be my credential to offer this advice, which is to try to revive the beauty that you knew with these people. At the same time, as the grief will never go away, hopefully they'll face one another, and one will be as strong as the other. So the grief is forever.
She was the victim of a crime spree. Essentially, she was waiting in the parking lot of the business where she worked, I think a fast food restaurant, and these men abducted her. They stabbed her multiple times. They violated her sexually, and all took turns on this. And then you being the survivor have had to carry this imagery and this in your mind, and all the way. I think we are so if we can't see a bandage or a cast or something that's tangible, it's hard for people to process how that can set the survivors' lives in all sorts of horrific ways. And it's something we just have to get better with.
Right. You abide with it. You have an obligation to live your life, no matter what happens to those you've loved. I mean, you can either decide to jump off, to step off, if you really want to, but I don't recommend that. I don't recommend turning away from God either, which I did do. It doesn't mean we live in a faithless world, or that there isn't a gooder, a better power or a higher power that actually still fights for good. But in these circumstances, it seems so overwhelmingly evil, and that our family has been taken by it. There is a guilt that comes along for the ride that I should have done something.
Yes.
I should have stopped it. And I think a lot of people suffer that, even though we all know it's irrational to hold on to that. But everyone that's been through this does speak candidly about this fact that they felt guilty for it themselves.
Well, you saw, unbelievable evil, and yet you say through the writing of the book you were reintroduced to the kindness and the wonderful nature of the human spirit as well.
Yes, and that is. I think that's why I took the trip and did the writing, and I did want to tell my sister's story because I wanted people to know how great a girl she was.
Yeah, no, it's a wonderful thing to do, and again, I have not read the book yet, but I've read the reviews are fantastic, and it's definitely, I think it can speak to a lot of people who may be going through similar things.
Yeah, that's my hope.
Kelsey, we started this interview late. I apologize for that. So we're going to have to wrap it up in here in a second. But I wanted to ask, because tomorrow we're doing our show live from the Jersey Shore in Wildwood. And it has been brought to my attention that for some reason or another, you end up in Wildwood every summer. And how or why is that? Because we're going to be at Keenan's, and apparently you end up at Keenan's every year.
I've been there as well. Yeah, no, I'm a beer guy now. I started a beer company last decade, but it has actually started to take hold a bit. Certainly along the Jersey Shore, Faith American Brewing Company, and we have several flavors. Some of them are featured down at the shore these days, and we are enjoying a kind of a slowly expanding business, which I'm very happy about. I believe that Faith American will become America's beer of choice, one beer at a time, in the next decade.
Yes.
I'm tired of seeing Modelo be the number one beer. What the hell? Well, I'm fighting the good fight, and I grew up in Jersey, so as a boy, I left Jersey when I was 12, but I still remember it beautifully, and I love the shore. So
nice. Well, we'll be there tomorrow. We'll look for the beer.
All right, celebrate a bit, yeah.
All right, Kelsey, thanks for joining us. Good luck with the book, Karen, A Brother Remembers. Thank you for joining us. Kelsey Grammer, guys, on the show. So I didn't know he was a Jersey guy.
Yeah, and I didn't know why. Okay, so I didn't know he had that venture. So
yeah, there you go. You learn stuff. Is what happens. So, all right. With that, on that note, we are going to take a break. When we get back, we'll have a chance to win something. I have something I'm going to do with music news, and I'm a little bit excited about.
Oh, really?
To play. It's just
Is that what the hand lotion's for?
Mainly for you, Steve. It's a piece of music. But we'll come back in a moment. We'll get to all of it. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve. She thought because she got on a plane to go there.
Oh, okay. So this had lived in her memory as a child, and yet, even though she goes on to graduate college, for some reason, she never really. That's hard to believe.
There's some other issues at work here.
But wow.
Was there any head trauma involved at any point?
Did she fall too?
It's funny you say that, but that's a totally separate story.
Okay. All right.
She dissociated.
Denver. That's
from the
that's
reality of
tough,
Denver,
man.
Colorado.
That's funny. All right, thanks,
I find
Colin.
it hard that somebody wouldn't set you right on that.
All right, this one I like. All right, so and they, I have to spell this. They said they thought that prog rock, P-R-O-G, rock, was prog rock, P-R-A-G-U-E, and all the bands were from Prague. It says that I'm 32 and I have 2 master's degrees.
All these bands, great bands coming out of Prague.
These bands out of Prague, they all like really long songs.
It's like the Mersey beat.
That are very, meticulous and difficult and have odd time signatures. That's so weird that just in Prague.
I love this Czech music.
Yeah. Thank God. Let's see. How about Joe? Good morning, Joe. You're on the air.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up,
guys? So I'm an RN at emergency department, and one of the guys I work with, he's about ready to graduate nursing school. So we were talking about some of the old shows we saw. Sonny and Cher came up, and he never heard of them. I says, "You never heard of Cher? Musician. She was in movies." So he looks up Cher, and he says, "Oh yeah, she was in this movie Burlesque." Burlesque? You mean burlesque?
Burlesque.
So his new name now is Burlesque. Every time he walks by, hey, Burlesque!
Oh, no!
Man,
oh,
He'll
Joe.
never live it down. He'll never live it down.
That's great.
that's true,
Thank you, Joe.
It's one of my favorite movies, by the way.
Burlesque. And then, when you make a statement like that and you realize you're wrong, and it's like, oh, no.
And why did I say that out loud?
There was, Steve, I think it was Wink Martindale talking about getting a word wrong, and he was on, I think it was Tic Tac Toe. He was the host of that show.
Right.
And one of the clues, the answer was orangutan.
Yes.
But he had never seen the word written down before. And the person answered orangutan. And he goes, "No, it's orangutan."
No kidding.
Or something like that. And he said,
Right, yeah.
I felt like the biggest moron in the world. But he had never seen the word orangutan.
It's because I still will say by default orangutan.
Yeah, with
even
the
though
G
it's
on the end, me
orangutan.
too.
Yeah, and it's not. It's orangutan.
Yep.
And then you gotta pretend like you were just joking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, Kathy, that's not as you're in company. You have people along with you.
Few out there.
Yeah. There's apparently an entire class at Temple that believes it as well.
5 points, Delco.
Let me go to.
There was
hang on.
that other story, Casey. Watch yourself.
I'll go to Sam. Hi, Sam. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
So I have 2 things. First thing is I just found out recently, by the way, I'm 24 years old. I just found out recently that there's a Virginia and a West Virginia.
Understandable, though. You think they'd just be referring that they were actually separate, but
You're in Western Virginia right now. And
right.
Yeah, is that what you thought? It was one state, but there was a western part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
So, and I mean, I think it's understandable.
Absolutely. I'm gonna give you that one, Sam.
It's understandable.
The other thing is that my friend thought that she's also 24. She thought that buffalo chicken, like, buffalo chicken dip, stuff like that, that it came from a spicy chicken.
Rather than because the old one is that it came from a buffalo.
Right,
we
yeah.
learned that from Jessica Simpson, but they actually raise spicy chickens.
Yep, that this was somehow.
They feed them jalapenos, habaneros,
all that
stuff like that,
and then when they die, they're just the tastiest, spiciest.
Oh my god!
Yep.
You know, though, that's so. What's
great.
worse that the people that was it Jessica Simpson thought it was a buffalo, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, it was chicken of the sea.
Well, both of them.
Yeah, that.
Both of those
Shit,
things.
both
Yeah,
of
yeah.
those?
So,
Oh.
or I think so. But yeah, the chicken of the sea. She didn't know it was tuna.
Sea chicken. Yeah.
So yeah. Oh my god. These little brain fart moments, man.
But remember when
They're the
you
best.
jump on someone, remember that there's just something waiting in your mind that may not have been exposed yet.
You
but-
just wish that you have these revelations while you're by yourself.
Right.
Oh my god, yes.
Yes.
And then who do you admit that to if you do?
Then you
know?
can sort of, oh my God, do you know that I used to think that?
Well, have you ever had? I've had it where you'll be reading and you dodge a bullet because you're reading something. Oh my god!
Right?
I've been way off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Most definitely. Wow. All right. Well, wallow in that for a little while this morning, and thank you.
Marissa posted a poll, and she put it as an anonymous poll. Did you know you could drive from Philadelphia to Alaska?
So far, 83% knew yes, you could.
They sure
That
did.
was-
Come on, people. If you didn't know, just let me see.
Fess up.
Help me out.
Help a gal out.
16.9% didn't, and
Yeah.
know now.
Yeah.
I'm not alone.
All right. Well, listen, let's take a break and come back in a second and dive into some bizarre file stories will make you feel better.
Oh,
Definitely. We'll do that in a bit. Don't forget, Coolest Teacher. We started that today. Burlington County Institute of Technology. You guys are the first ones up. First time that name has ever been called, by the way, I've been told. So text the word teacher to 39333. We'll send you the voting link. You let us know who deserves the honor. We'll be back in a little bit. I wanted to go back to the story that Kathy had in the news, and it was a woman, a local gal who has gone viral because her grandmother.
Yep. So her grandmother was from Conshohocken, and her grandfather was from Ambler. They met and they got married. I forget what year they were married. 1952 they were married. And they went from Philadelphia to New York City for their honeymoon. And the grandmother took all of the outfits. From 93.3 WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. Steve, you want to share some info?
Yes, I do. After a couple years, the Mutiny on the Mashaloo is back. It's my wife's signature charity event for Max Fund, which benefits TNR programs and helps get homeless cats and medical treatment, provides a centralized fund that pet charities can call from. Anyway, it's been a couple years, so it's back on the Mashaloo. It's sponsored by Rafferty Subaru. Parking will be free. They're giving a special dispensation that evening. The wonderful people down there are taking care of the parking. So let me tell you what you get for your ticket price of $40. It's pretty amazing. You get great food tastings from Algorithm Restaurant, Zaz Ice Cream, Tuck-Ins, Nothing Bun Cakes, Rosie's Kettle Corn, Insomnia Cookies, Finger Food for the Mashaloo, and more. Drink tastings from Yards Brewery, Chatsford Winery, Clear Rum, Stateside Vodka, and more. And the cool part is, I don't know if you know, if you haven't been to one before, there are wandering entertainers while this is going on. And that DJ Perry's providing the music. Bad Entertainment will provide jugglers, giant bubble-blowing guys. Mike Palladino is a magician. Strongman Todd Jones. Tarot card readers, Reagan Tilton and Jacqueline, let me get her name correct here, Baker. Bryn the Contortionist is going to be the Pirateers, Kittens to Pet. It's a big thing. That $40 is going to go to the charity. Everyone is donating their wonderful services and food gratis. So it's a win-win for all the animals in the tri-state area.
It's only $40.
That's pretty damn good.
Hell yeah.
And everyone's very generous about it. You can go to maxfun.com to order your tickets. It's June 8th. Thursday, it's from 6 to 9, so it's before your weekend plans. I'm going to be there, and there's going to be a lot of people hanging out there. We'd love to see you. Have a good time.
I'll be there.
Oh, awesome. And so I'll be hitting it. It's just great to be up on the deck of the Mashaloo. Love that place. And again, the fact that you do not have to pay for the parking in that lot right there makes it super convenient. So we'd love to see you out at the event. And
I have to believe this is all at PrestonandSteve.com.
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay.
And we're adding stuff. So it actually, as people find out about it, very generous food providers and other people and entertainers are approaching me and like, yeah, let's make the party even bigger. So,
Awesome.
And my wife Claire is doing a great job putting everything together. So it's awesome. But thank you, Preston. I just wanted to get it out.
Please.
We're excited about it.
PrestonandSteve.com to get the info. Another thing I want to mention, just a reminder, this weekend, the movie The Machine opens up.
Yes.
And we want you, if you love Bert Kreischer and love our relationship with Bert, go see the movie.
Yeah, go see it.
Support it, and it looks hilarious.
Yeah.
It looks fantastic. So
If it gets a good, strong first week, that's all you need. That weekend, Memorial Day weekend, it'll be fantastic.
I'm going to hit that a few times this week just to remind people. There's a great picture of him and Kevin Smith together. Did he come by for an interview with a podcast or something?
He was on Kevin's podcast. Yeah, I watched some of it yesterday. I think they ended up talking. This might surprise you for 2.5 hours.
Oh my God! 1025 Preston State Radio program. Our coolest teacher winner today was Jessie Willing of the Shipley School. Miss Willing is a science teacher. We have not been promoting another school because we're going to hold off on drawing one. We found by trial and error that announcing the coolest teacher at the Keenan's Live broadcast is not ideal. The crowd is not there for that type of announcement.
They're not.
And so, therefore, we will wait and we will draw another school when we get back on Tuesday because we're off on Monday. Obviously, it's Memorial Day, so we get a day off, and then we will return back to that as we are heading to full-on graduation territory. The proms just happened recently.
It's amazing.
And now graduation is on the cusp, and some of us have me and Nick and Casey all have seniors graduating this year. Wild,
Insane.
man.
I've homeschooled our cats.
Yeah?
So, we don't have that.
No.
Yeah.
It's starting to get emotional. Yeah, because he's done like next week, and he graduates next Sunday. The first, whatever. And so the school put this video out yesterday. This reel. It was just so great. I watched it, and I just got so teared up.
I know.
Yeah.
I know that type of thing happens.
Said I wasn't great.
All right, here we go with the lesson question. We're going to give away a $50 Amazon gift card courtesy of Adam Home Services. If you can answer this question, who is in charge of the popcorn division in the military? Remember, he gets it done in a jiffy. All right, who is that? Who is in charge of the popcorn division in the military? 610-660-9333, our number. Call right now if you know that answer. While you call, we will get into the trash.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And our trash this morning is brought to you by Rita's. And Rita's is making waves with a fantastic new flavor, Kool-Aid Sharkleberry Fin Ice. It's a delicious blend of orange, strawberry, and banana, but you got to hurry because it's only here for a limited time. Be cool. Eat Rita's. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, more on this story. Brittany Furlan finally clarifying the status of her marriage to Tommy Lee, saying they are split up, but both would like to work on their relationship. Furlan says one thing's for sure, that no matter where she is, she probably can still see Tommy's penis.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
OnlyFans star Annie Knight was hospitalized after having sex with 583 men in 6 hours. Knight says before you label her a whore, you need to understand she was in love.
Hey!
And finally, a former employee of Diddy named George Kaplan testifying it was his job to set up the candles, lube, and baby oil before Diddy's sex orgy freakouts. However, Kaplan says the most difficult part of the whole job was getting everyone's lunch orders.
Oh, yeah.
That's your Hollywood trash.
All righty, we're looking for an answer to the question, who's in charge of the popcorn division of the military? And we are going to go to Angel and see if we can find out. Hi, Angel, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Fire Rose.
Fire Rose!
All right, Angel, who is in charge of the popcorn division in the military?
That would be Colonel.
Colonel. Yep. Spot on, bud. Hold on a moment. We're going to set you over the $50 Amazon gift card, courtesy of Adam Home Services. You can call Adam Home Services today. Schedule your $49 AC tune-up, and they'll even waive the dispatch fee for all your AC, heating, plumbing, electrical, and sewer services at the right price. Visit AdamHomeServices.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Nothing?
Is it up?
Oh, wait, no. Yeah, everything's...
I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, no. Try it now.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, I had the Zoom thingy up and sound effect thingy down. That's what it was.
We have a lot of thingies to contend with.
Dude, you should see the array of thingies in front of me. It's insane. All right, so Judas Priest will be the focus of a career-spanning documentary co-directed by... I didn't mention this?
I don't think you did.
All right, Music News brought to you by Sequoia Outback.
Oh, we love that.
Got to do that. You can score major savings with their annual Memorial Day sale, Route 309 at Hatfield or DeckSupplies.com. Okay. Thank you.
Just in case.
Just to give a little bit.
Yeah.
In case the first didn't take.
Yeah, exactly. One more time, yeah. Thank you. Judas Priest will be the focus of a career-spanning documentary co-directed by Tom Morello. Rage Against the Machine guitarist will make his directorial debut with The Ballad of Judas Priest, which will arrive later this year via Sony Music Vision. Sam Dunn will serve as the other co-director on the film, which, like the band, borrows its name from Bob Dylan's song The Ballad of Frankie Lee and Judas Priest.
I did not know that.
Neither did I.
I did not know that.
So the band said in a joint statement, we have lived and breathed metal for over 5 decades. And finally, in this documentary, we are summoning our congregation to officially witness our lives uncensored in a never-before-seen way. The cassock comes off, revealing Priest in all its metal glory. The Ballad of Judas Priest will trace the heavy metal band's half-century legacy from their roots in Birmingham, England, to their climb to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. With the arrival of 2024's Invincible Shield, Judas Priest became the first metal act to release albums 50 years apart.
That's amazing.
As their debut LP, Rock-A-Rolla, was unleashed in 1974. The band has put out 19 studio albums in that span. Morello and Dunn added in a statement, while some may know Judas Priest for their huge hits that have shaped the heavy metal genre, there is so much more to their story. Tracing the incredible 50-year journey, this film will capture how Judas Priest both defined the sound and look of metal, but also made it more an inclusive place along the way. We are grateful to the band for allowing us such intimate, unfiltered access to their lives, and look forward to bringing this film to the metal masses around the world. The 2026 Ship-Rocked Cruise, sailing from Miami to the Bahamas on January 25th through the 31st, will feature top rock bands like Hailstorm. They're gonna be on board.
That's awesome.
Motionless in White and Knocked Loose. The Carnival Horizon will stop at Half Moon Cay, Celebration Key, and Nassau. Other bands planned on board include Wage War, AWOL Nation, Suicidal Tendencies, and Kitty. With over 25 acts total, Hailstorm will perform a special show on the final night before leaving Nassau, and fans can enjoy live band karaoke, a dodgeball tournament, and other fun cruise activities. It's nearly sold out, but there are some cabins that are still available. The American Music Awards are set for this coming Monday. We already know all the performers, including Benson Boone, Renee Rapp, Lainey Wilson, Blake Shelton, Gwen Stefani, Gloria Stefan, Rod Stewart, and the host, Jennifer Lopez. And now we know who is set to actually present the awards. So Alex Earle, Cara Delevingne, Ciara, Dan and Shay, Dylan Efron, Jordan Childs, Kai Cenat, Megan Maroney, Nikki Glaser, Shabozy, Tiffany Haddish, and Wayne Brady. The big night kicks off May 26, 8
Quite
p.m.
an honor to be presenting with you, Shabozy.
On CBS and Paramount Plus as well. All right, and then I have a little treat for you.
Oh, boy.
I'm so glad I saw this Instagram video yesterday because it reminded me of something that I hadn't thought about in a long time. Steve, I'm going to play a piece of music for you, and specifically you, because Nick, you might, I don't know.
All right.
I want to see if you can identify what TV show this end theme is from, and then I'm going to tell you a little story about it.
All right.
So it's a closing credit.
Closing
theme.
credits.
But I'd totally forgotten about this.
All right.
So let me play this for you.
I know what it is.
You know what? So, Steve, you know it. Let me see, Nick. Do you have any idea what it is?
It's got to be. I don't know.
You have a connection to it.
Is it Welcome Back Kotter?
It is not.
Is it
Steve?
WKRP in Cincinnati.
WKRP in Cincinnati. And of course, you met Howard Hessman one time. He was a dick to you.
Yes.
But the interesting thing that I saw on this Instagram video was, I remember growing up as a kid, and I always thought that was the coolest part of that show. It's just a cool, rocking little thing.
Closing credits, closing music. You hardly ever have that.
Yeah. And so what this guy was telling the story of was for production purposes and for theme songs and things like that, they would hire groups of studio musicians to come up with music for this stuff.
Right.
And they were coming down to the wire when this show was going to be debuting, and they didn't have a closing credit theme. And the band happened to be at the studio, and they came in and they're like, look, you guys gotta whip something up. So they came up with the song, and lyrically, whoever the singer is decided to just put in what they call scratch vocals. So they had no lyrics to the song.
It's pretty wild.
And he is literally doing gibberish. It's like Yellow Ledbetter.
Yeah.
So if you listen to it, these aren't words.
Right.
You'll hear like a said or something like that, just a little filler.
Okay.
But the rest of it is the guy just making stuff up. They heard it. They were down to the wire. The producers heard it, and they go, that's it. We love it. And they're like, hang on. We haven't written any words for this yet. There's no words on it.
There's no words on it.
And they said, no, we love it. We're going to keep it as is. And so I'll play it back and listen to this and see if you can identify any words at all. All right?
Yeah.
I always thought that was the coolest.
It is cool.
Outro theme, man.
Yeah, and I just assumed they were words.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to tell me that it was Bob Seger, because
it was some famous band or something like that, or musician. It does have like a Bob Seger, Americana,
absolutely
bluesy rock feel to it. But
that's cool.
I just thought that'd be a cool little thing to share with you.
Yeah, I love that show. And that show actually made me interested in radio.
Yeah, it was a great show. All right, that's it in music news. We will take a break. We'll come back in a second. When we return, we wrap up the program. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
These guys are talkers and have a million stories to tell. But I watched a few of the clips yesterday, and it's cool to the guys that we love the best. And to see them in the same room at the same time is pretty nice.
Opens on Friday. Go see The Machine. All right, in a little while, we're going to have a young woman by the name of Maggie Drozdowski on the program. You probably saw the story. If not, she was bit by a shark in Stone Harbor surfing. 6 stitches, nothing really bad, but I mean, there haven't been any shark bites in a while down that way, and her foot looks pretty gnarly. We're going to talk to her in a little while about that. And while the subject is up, I didn't think we'd have too many people that would have stories of being bitten by sharks.
Yeah, I was bitten half, but I'm doing fine.
But, man, there are people, if you've been bitten by an animal, it's pretty freaky. And if you think about it, you know, and I'm not talking about dogs and cats.
Yes,
and obviously
Scruffy on the couch.
Those can be pretty bad too. But there are plenty of other animals that can bite you. And even though you, as a human being, are going to win in that competition, the other one's going to die if you want it to. It's still pretty freaky, terrifying.
There was a story recently about a woman, a dairy farm, was bitten by a cow.
Oh, yeah.
Bitten by a cow.
Sure, man.
And like a lot of damage, broke her arm.
Yeah, 215-263-WMMR. If you were bitten by an animal, not just, you know, your pet or a dog or a cat, something a little bit different than that. We'd like to hear about that.
My friend lives on a farm, and the neighboring farm has cows, and there were babies there. And so we were there once, and we went to go look at the calf, and my friend stepped into where it was, and she was like, you guys stay there, because she said if the mom gets like pissed, you don't want want to be in here for that.
Sure.
So
You just don't think a cow's that way.
Yeah, I just thought like a cow. I'm like, well,
Docile.
we can get out in enough time. Like they're slow. They're big.
You're only
you know?
seconds away from an utter catastrophe.
Come on.
Seriously.
Come on.
You know what freaks me out though? Like the little reptiles that like can like latch on. You know, like a kid, like a little boy is playing with one and it just latches onto their finger.
So Trish here from our sales department, she and her husband have bearded dragons. And I was at their house one night and she was showing them to us and I stepped away for a little bit and she's like, oh, I got bit. And I turn around and she's got blood pouring out of her hand. And she thought it was funny.
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, you just got bit by a freaking dragon.
A dinosaur.
Yeah. I remember my fraternity brother got bitten by his python. He was going in there. He had the mouse in his hand, and the python was like, "No, I'm going to go for your arm."
Dude, my friend growing up had a snake. That snake ate him more than the mice and crap he'd put in the tank. He was constantly getting bitten by that friggin' snake.
Dude, the scene in Road Trip where Tom Brady
Which
just totally wraps its mouth around his hand. Oh my God!
I don't get owning snakes and stuff like that. But I did see, Steve, a picture of a snake. This guy dressed up as an Uber driver. He goes, "Oh my, like little Billy got his first job. He had a helmet on this thing and a little backpack that said Uber Eats on it.
On the snake?
On the snake. It was hilarious. I'm like, okay, first cute snake I've ever seen in my entire life.
I've never seen a helmet on a snake.
No, you have to see this. It was like an albino python.
I've seen a snake smoking before.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Really?
Yeah. There's a really good picture of a
I saw an
snake with a
adult man
cigarette
pleasure a
hanging out of its
camel.
mouth.
You did? Tijuana.
Let me go to, I have Luke. Search snake smoking if you want.
Yeah, and the helmet thing.
Nick needs to see that. And the helmet thing, too. Hi, Luke. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Yeah, I just want to tell a story about how I used to be a UPS driver up in Vincenttown, New Jersey, and I had to make a delivery to a farm that had a bunch of where they would raise horses, where you would sit on those carts. And I'm going up to go do the delivery, and then you got your driver's door open because it's so hot in the summertime, and all of a sudden I just feel this bite on my leg, and I look over and there's an ostrich.
What? An ostrich?
Stop it.
Come on, really?
Yeah, they actually had a pet ostrich that would roam the property for some reason. And I could not make the delivery, so I'm in the UPS truck, honking the horn. Nobody's coming out. I'm like, I got to get this thing off the truck because with UPS is every package every day. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So here I am. I run out the passenger side. The ostrich starts chasing me. I'm running around the back of the truck. I hop through the driver's door. It tries to lunge at me through the driver's door. I get out the passenger door again. I run to the barn, drop the package off. The lady comes out of the barn and she grabs the ostrich by the neck and holds it. She's like, "Get back in your truck right now." I'm like, "You don't have to tell me twice."
I bet you I know what was in that box. It was probably ostrich sedatives.
Oh my God,
Jesus!
Have a good one, guys.
Yeah,
Dude, see you, Luke.
Wow. There's a I think she's on Instagram. She has an account, but she has. I guess you know what I'm talking about.
I know who you're talking
and
about.
it's this bird that is it an emu or an
It's
ostrich?
an emu.
It's an emu,
Right.
yeah.
And it freaks out all the time, and it comes charging, and she's
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
She'll do videos with like selfie videos of her, and she'll just like slowly pan over to this like vicious thing ready to like bite her.
We will go next to Will. Hey, Will, morning.
Rhythm, schism, a brizza.
Rhythm, schismism. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? Skull Sealer here.
The Skull Sealer.
I got bit by a groundhog.
Whoa.
Now they've
Don't
got
drive angry.
Yeah, don't drive angry. They've got sharp little friggin' teeth, don't they?
Yeah, giant in sizes, man. So I was coming home from work one day, and I saw this animal in the road. So I slowed down, and it was still alive. It was a tiny little groundhog. It wasn't like a full-grown, like full pounder or anything, but it was pretty small. So I got out of my van, picked it up, moved it to the side of the road, and it bit me in the web of like my thumb.
Oh,
you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I still have the scar from it.
So I assume you don't know if the thing is rabid or not. Did you go to the doctor immediately?
I did not.
Oh, dude.
You became a were-badger.
Will, the thing is biting you. Did you start like smacking it on the head to let go, or was it a quick bite?
It was a quick bite, but I did like try and shake it off. You know?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like thrashing or anything. It was just like a real quick chop down my hand and then like a release. But
ow.
I don't know if it even survived. Who knows?
Thank you, Will. Appreciate it, man. I have a fear of being bitten by a snapping turtle.
Okay.
Oh, for good reason.
I'm fascinated with them. You will actually see them on golf courses a fair amount of time. At least once a year, I'll see a good size one just sitting out sunning itself. I'll go over and take a good close look at it.
Yeah.
Just because they're really prehistoric looking and
it's
really cool, but
tank.
That beak terrifies me.
So Coney Island Aquarium has a snapping turtle, Preston. This thing's lived in Coney Island to begin with because it's got tattoos and stuff. But it's this big, this beak on this thing. It just sits there, and it always sits there at the corner of the tank. But you're right, they're really threatening looking.
And if you've ever bitten by something small, and how bad that hurts, I can only imagine. I got bit by a hamster in college. I still, from time to time, will think of it.
You still cry?
No, I actually it gives me like the chills because I'll never forget his little teeth going through my finger. I was like, oh my God.
But this thing, a snapping turtle, can take a full finger off. I told a story about where my dad lived years ago. They had a pond, and they were finding ducks and geese with their heads bitten off.
Yeah.
And they don't fly that way normally.
My brother used to put them in the pool and swim with them.
What?
He would get them from the
turtles?
He'd get them from the creek.
I think I remember you telling
And he would
me
put
that.
them in the pool and he'd swim with them. And then my mom would be like, go take them back. And he would take them out of the pool and take them back to the
By the way,
creek.
everything else about the turtle is slow, but that snap is lightning fast.
Yep.
I have been bitten by a swan. It didn't hurt at all. That was the only one where I was like, oh, my God, you're adorable.
Stop looking at me, Swan.
My dad had to smack a swan in his head because he went after Jace. Jace was little, and he looked at Jace like he was an enemy. And
No!
Swan! He did. He just took one hand and smacked him.
I know people who have battled with goose before.
Oh.
There was a guy that was fly fishing one time, as a friend of my dad's, and it was, because you throw it up in the air, and it either caught on the goose or the goose snapped at it or something like that. But anyhow, he had to reel it in.
Oh, no.
Because it's flying in the air, and he wasn't going to give up his rod. And then when he got there and he's trying to unhook it, the thing is beating him with his wings, which are pretty formidable, and I've been snapping at him as well.
Getting back to snapping turtles real quick, I saw one in the middle of the road one time, and I tried to be a good Samaritan and get out. I stopped the car, and I tried shooing it off the road, and I got a stick, and I was sort of trying to poke at it or whatever.
Why'd you just pick it up?
Because it scared me. It was a big old snapping turtle.
Yeah.
And
if you just pick it by a shell, it won't even get its.
He's panicking.
No.
To a close from our studio shows this week on the program, and we take this thing on the road tomorrow morning at Keenan's. We've been banging that drum pretty hard, and it's only because we know what lies in store for us every single year.
Yes.
And by the time we're done, we're tired and excited and thrilled and ready to go to bed and everything.
All in one shot.
All in one shot, exactly. So we'll see how tomorrow plays out. But looking forward to it, as always. And don't forget, tonight, Nick, Casey, Marissa doing an appearance from 7 to 9. I might swing by there and say hello at Keenan's. And they're going to have a chance for you to win a special VIP hookup for tomorrow morning's broadcast if you plan on going. So you may as well stop by, grab a drink, hang out for a bit, and then enter to win because you could end up with a VIP table, good spot, place for you to call home right there. And
honestly, that if you get something like that, you're set. You won't have to worry about getting in and hanging online. You're good to go.
I'm sorry, Nick. Bucket of Coors Banquet and a case of Coors Banquet as well.
That's my fault. Sorry.
No, it's all good.
It's a fun vibe tonight, too. It's like a little bit of a calm before the storm, because tomorrow is insane and it's hectic and chaotic, and I love it. But tonight is a little more chill and just a fun, let's hang out kind of a vibe. And it's not... Wildwood has not been overwhelmed by the masses yet. So 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. tonight.
Yes, sir. All right, we are going to thank our guest. We have Mr. Robert Kelly at Parks Casino 360 Lounge tonight at 8 o'clock. He will be there. If you're going to be swinging by, say hello. And Kathy Romano is going to MC.
She's MCing tonight.
I'm happy to hear that. And then we had Kelsey Grammer on. He's got a new book out. called Karen. A brother remembers. It's a tragic, terrible story about his sister, and she was murdered at 18 years old, murdered and raped in this terrible crime spree. But he's telling the story, and some people can get some comfort out of it, I believe, from where he has ended up. So that's now available everywhere, and he goes to Keenan's Irish Pub.
He goes to Keenan's, yes.
Believe it or not. All right, we need to do the letter of the day. Is that going to be you, Case?
Yeah, buddy.
Hey, babe.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
The Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
R, as in rambunctious.
All right, we have to give away. By the way, I watched that montage of Jackie Bam Bam getting. I had to show it to a couple of people the other day. It cracks me up. It's one of my all-time favorite video montages we've ever had. Yeah. It's on YouTube if you want to see that. All right, we're going to give away a Rivers Casino overnight prize pack, including a $100 gift card to the new Sapore restaurant and a one-night stay for two at the River Suites at the Battery, and you must be at least 21 years of age to enter. So we'll give that away tomorrow. I want to thank our sponsors. The Preston and Steve Show brought to you today by Dunkin'. The Preston and Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Also brought to you by Acme Markets, fresh foods, local flavors, and by Coors Banquet. You can start your summer, start your legacy. Coors Banquet. We said everything else. You know what's going on. Keenan's, Eggs with Peg, the event tonight, all that stuff, WMMR.com, PrestonandSteve.com to get the information. And, of course, we will be No Sad Bro and into the summer.
Oh, yeah.
That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. Pierre's in next, and we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.